Tonight I have some terrifying stories waiting for you. Relax, listen to the rain, and enjoy the stories. Thank you for being here. Good night. On October 14, 1998, inside a rusted steel gauge box along the bank of Hammersley Fork in Potter County, Pennsylvania, I found an official state forest incident log signed with my own signature, dated 3 days into the future, detailing the exact location where we would find the body of a hunter who had not even been reported missing yet. My name is Thomas Miller. I am 52 years old, and I live in Williamsport, Pennsylvania, where I have spent the last 24 years working as a commercial building inspector after leaving my career as a state forest ranger. For a long time, I told myself that what happened in those woods was the result of severe sleep deprivation, high-altitude mountain fog, and the psychological strain of a solitary search and rescue operation. But I still have that yellow carbon copy of the log sheet sitting in a fireproof safe in my basement, and the ink has not faded a bit. The handwriting is undeniably mine, right down to the awkward slant on my capital letters and the specific way I circle my incident numbers. When I wrote that entry, I was sitting in my patrol truck 6 miles away with a thermos of black coffee, completely unaware that a man named Elias Thorne had walked into the Susquehannock State Forest that morning and would never walk out. People ask me why I resigned from the Pennsylvania Department of Conservation and Natural Resources at 28 years old, walking away from a pension and a career I'd spent 5 years building. They thought I was burned out or spooked by the isolation. The truth is much simpler and much more terrifying. I realized that the mountains were paying attention to us, and worse, they were starting to answer back. Back in the late 90s, I was assigned to District 15, which encompasses the Susquehannock State Forest in north-central Pennsylvania. It is a massive expanse of land, over 260,000 acres of rugged plateau, deeply carved by steep, V-shaped hollows that the locals call draws or gaps. The region is often called the Pennsylvania Wilds, and for good reason. Between the small communities of Coudersport, Galton, and Cross Fork, there are stretches of timber where you can walk for 15 miles without crossing a paved road or seeing a power line. The forest is predominantly second-growth northern hardwoods, black cherry, red oak, sugar maple, mixed with dense stands of eastern hemlock and white pine down in the creek bottoms. In the late 19th century, the timber boom cleared nearly every old-growth tree off those ridges, leaving behind a network of abandoned narrow-gauge logging railroad beds, rotting timber splash dams, and stone foundations buried under thick carpets of moss and decaying leaves. By 1998, those logging grades had turned into quiet, overgrown footpaths, choked with mountain laurel and rhododendron hells so thick you could barely push a hand through them. My job as a ranger was equal parts law enforcement, search and rescue, fire suppression, and routine forestry maintenance. I drove a green and white 1996 Ford F-250 four-wheel drive patrol truck equipped with a heavy winch, a low-band DCNR radio, standard first aid gear, crosscut saws, and top-down paper quad maps produced by the United States Geological Survey. Most days were quiet. I checked primitive campsites, issued woodcutting permits, cleared fallen white pines off dirt maintenance roads, and kept an eye on seasonal bow hunters who came up from the southern counties every October. It was a good job for someone who liked silence. But that region of Potter County has a strange kind of silence, a heavy, ancient weight that settles into the hollows, especially in autumn when the leaves turn color. The air cools down, and low clouds scrape across the tops of the plateaus. The week everything went wrong started with a cold, relentless rain on Monday, October 12th. A slow-moving coastal front had pushed up over the Allegheny Plateau, trapping a thick layer of moisture against the ridges. It was the kind of rain that didn't pour so much as hang suspended in the air, soaking through heavy canvas jackets, turning the dirt logging roads into slick red clay, and swelling the cold mountain streams like Hammersley Fork and Cross Fork Creek. By early afternoon, visibility down in the draws had dropped to less than 30 feet, and the sky had settled into a uniform, leaden gray. My first task that day was a routine inspection of the primitive campsites scattered along the edge of the Hammersley Wild area, a 30,000-acre roadless section of the forest set aside to remain untamed. I picked up my logbook, checked my fuel levels, and dialed into the tactical radio frequency used by District 15. The dispatcher in Countersport, a patient woman named Brenda who had worked for the state since the 70s, gave me my morning briefing over the speaker. Everything was clear, though she noted that 2 archery hunters near the Wharton Township line had reported seeing a spotter plane flying low without lights the previous evening. Likely poachers checking fields, though nothing concrete had been spotted. I started my patrol down East Fork Road before cutting off onto a gated dirt forestry trail that snaked along the lower rim of Twin Licks Draft. The rain rattled steadily against the roof of my Ford truck, and the tires churned through slick hemlock needles and deep mud ruts. Around 11 o'clock, I pulled up to Primitive Campsite 4, a small cleared clearing tucked under a canopy of mature hemlocks about 50 yards off the main trail. It was standard protocol to check these sites after heavy weather, to ensure campers hadn't left open fires burning or trash that might attract black bears. When I stepped out of the truck, wrapping my rubberized rain slicker tight around my neck, I immediately noticed something odd about the campsite. The rain had been coming down hard for at least 36 hours without stopping. The leaf litter across the entire hollow was saturated, forming a dark, spongy slurry over the rocks. Yet at Campsite 4, set directly in the middle of the clearing, was an old canvas A-frame tent, completely dry. I stopped at the edge of the clearing, my wet leather boots sinking into the mud. The tent was bone dry. The canvas was faded green, taut on its wooden poles, and there wasn't a single drop of water on the rainfly. I looked down at the ground surrounding the tent. Within a precise 20-foot radius circle around the shelter, the soil was pale, powdery dust. Small, dry hemlock needles lay scattered on top of the dirt, completely untouched by moisture. Outside that 20-foot circle, the forest floor was a muddy swamp, drenched in cold mountain rain. The line between the wet mud and the bone-dry soil was so sharp it looked as if it had been drawn with a razor blade. "Hello, DCNR Ranger," I called out, my hand instinctively resting on the grip of my sidearm. Voice echoes in those narrow draws tend to bounce off the slate ledges, but my voice felt flat, smothered by the humidity. There was no answer. I walked slowly toward the dry circle, watching my step. The moment my boot crossed the threshold from wet mud onto the dry earth, the sound of the rain hitting my hood changed. Outside the circle, the raindrops made a heavy, rhythmic patter against my oilskin coat. Inside the circle, the air was stone still. The temperature inside the boundary was noticeably warmer, perhaps 10 or 15 degrees higher than the cold mountain air outside, and smelled faintly of dry dust, old wool, and warm pine needles. I crouched down near the entrance of the tent and pulled back the canvas flap. Inside, a heavy woolen blanket was neatly folded over a foam sleeping pad. Sitting on a flat wooden stump next to the bedding was a brass Coleman lantern and a blue enamel camping mug half filled with black coffee. I reached out and touched the side of the mug. Steam rose off the liquid, and the enamel was warm to the touch. I looked back outside at the mud. There were no boot tracks leading into or out of the dry circle. My own muddy footprints ended abruptly at the boundary line, as if I had stepped across a threshold into a completely different room. I walked around the entire 20-foot perimeter, scanning the saturated ground for any sign of human passage. A slip in the clay, a broken fern, A scuffed rock. Nothing. It was as if someone had lowered a dry cylinder of air and earth straight down from the sky, set up a campsite, heated a cup of coffee, and vanished. I pulled my handheld radio from my shoulder clip and keyed the mic. Coder Sport, Unit 15-4 on Tactical 2. Static hissed over the speaker, heavy with low-frequency crackle caused by the steep canyon walls and the thick weather front overhead. After a 3-second delay, a voice broke through the white noise. It was my own voice, crisp, clear, and without a trace of static. Coder Sport, 15-4, clear at Twin Licks, proceeding downstream gauge line, my voice said over the radio speaker. I froze, holding the radio in front of my face. The transmission sounded exactly like me, right down to the slight nasal tone I get when my sinus allergies kick in during autumn. But I hadn't said those words. I hadn't even thought them yet. 15-4, copy you're clear at Twin Licks. Brenda's real-time voice responded from the dispatcher's desk in Coder Sport miles away. Be advised, Game Commission Officer Vance is en route to Bell Draft to check an abandoned vehicle, requesting you assist if you're in the neighborhood. I pressed the transmit button again, my heart hammering against my ribs. Coder Sport, Brenda. Did you just hear a repeat transmission on my channel? Say again, 15-4. You came through with some heavy bleed over. Repeat your message. I looked down at the warm cup of coffee inside the dry tent, then back at my radio. Disregard Coder Sport. I'm en route to Bell Draft now to meet Vance. Out. I didn't touch anything else at the campsite. I stepped back across the boundary into the pouring rain, feeling the cold water instantly hit my face and coat, and walked back to my F-250. My hands were shaking slightly as I turned the ignition key. I told myself it was an atmospheric echo, a strange phenomenon where radio waves bounce off temperature inversion layers in narrow mountain valleys and feed back into the receiver. Rangers talked about radio dead zones all the time in Potter County. You could stand on one side of a ridge and hear police dispatches from southern New York, while your own dispatcher 5 miles away couldn't hear a word you said. That was the rational explanation. That was what I wrote in my head as I shifted the truck into low gear and backed out of the pull-off. I met Hank Vance at the intersection of Route 144 and East Fork Road about 20 minutes later. Hank was a wildlife conservation officer with the Pennsylvania Game Commission, a broad-shouldered man in his late 40s with a mustache, graying temples, and 30 years of experience tracking black bears, deer, and poachers through every acre of the Susquehannock. He was parked by the wooden trailhead sign for Bell Draft, his brown, state-issued Bronco idling in the rain with its yellow warning lights flashing slowly. I pulled up alongside his window and rolled mine down. Cold air rushed into the cab carrying the sharp iron-like smell of wet slate and decaying oak leaves. "What do you got, Hank?" I asked. Hank gestured with a gloved thumb toward a blue 1988 Ford Ranger parked off the side of the dirt turnaround, half sunk into the soft shoulder. "Pickup's been sitting here since yesterday morning," Hank said, pulling a slip of paper from his visor. "Belongs to a fella named Elias Thorne. Local guy out of Gaelton. 54 years old, self-employed carpenter. His wife called the county sheriff's office 2 hours ago. Said Elias came up here Sunday night to hunt the bow season opener. Was supposed to be back for dinner yesterday, never showed up." I looked over at the blue pickup. The driver's side window was rolled down about 2 inches. Rain had drifted inside, soaking the fabric of the bench seat. Through the glass I could see a yellow bow case, an empty thermos, and a hand-drawn map sitting on the dashboard. Hank stepped out of his Bronco, putting on his flat-brimmed campaign hat, and walked over to the blue truck. I followed him, pulling my flashlight from my belt. "Engine block is ice cold," Hank noted, placing a hand on the hood. He's been parked here at least 24 hours, but look at the wheel wells. I leaned down with my flashlight. The wheel wells and lower quarter panels of Thorne's truck were caked in fresh, bright red clay mud. Water was still actively dripping off the mud clumps onto the gravel below, forming fresh red puddles. "If the truck has been sitting here since yesterday," I said, pointing the beam at the dripping mud, "that clay should be dry and cracked by now. It hasn't rained hard enough on this side of the ridge to keep clay wet like that." Hank squatted down, touching the wet clay with his forefinger. He brought it to his nose, smelled it, and frowned. "This isn't Bell draft clay. This is bottomland silt from down near the Hammersley main stem. Thick, greasy stuff. If he drove through that, he didn't do it at the trailhead. There aren't any vehicle roads connecting the bottomland to this turnaround without going 10 miles around on the highway." We walked around to the back of Thorne's truck. In the bed was an empty gas can, a spare tire, and a pair of worn leather work boots. Leading away from the rear bumper, heading straight down the overgrown foot trail into Bell Draft, was a set of fresh boot tracks. They were Vibram-soled hunting boots, deep and clear in the soft mud. "Well, at least we have a direction," Hank said, adjusting his belt. "We'll follow the track down to the creek bed, see if he set up an illegal tree stand or got himself twisted around in the laurel. You got your SAR pack?" "Always," I said. "Let me log it with dispatch first." I went back to my truck, picked up the radio microphone, and called Cootersport to report that Unit 15-4 and WCO Vance were beginning a foot sign cut along Bell Draft in search of Elias Thorne. Brenda acknowledged the call, noting that if we didn't check back in by 4 o'clock, she would initiate a full Class 3 search and rescue response with local volunteer fire departments. Hank and I started down the trail into Bell Draft. The path followed an old 1890s logging railroad grade cut into the side of the steep hollow. To our left, the shale wall rose nearly vertically toward the plateau. To our right, the ground dropped off sharply into a dense forest of eastern hemlocks, where Bell Draft Creek roared over slate ledges 80 feet below. As we walked, Hank kept his eyes glued to the boot tracks. He was an expert tracker, the kind of guy who could tell you how fast a man was walking by the depth of his heel strikes. But after 200 yards, Hank slowed down, eventually stopping completely near a huge moss-covered pine log that lay across the path. "Tom," Hank said, pointing his flashlight beam at the ground. "Look at these strides." I stepped up beside him. The Vibram boot prints were clearly visible in the dark soil, but they were strange. The distance between each print was precisely 3 feet, exactly 36 inches from toe to toe, without a single fraction of an inch of variance. Stranger still, there were no heel impressions. Every single footprint consisted only of the front half of the sole, pressed deep into the mud, as if Elias Thorne had been sprinting on his tiptoes down a slippery, steep logging grade in the middle of a torrential downpour. "Who walks like that?" Hank muttered, crouching down to inspect the trail. No heel strike at all. And look at the depth. He's pressing down hard enough to leave an inch-deep toe print, but there's no slide mark. If you land on your toes on wet slate, your foot skids. These looked like they were pressed straight down from above, like stamps. We kept moving, following the unnatural prints deeper into the draw. The canopy closed in overhead, towering hemlocks locking their branches together until the daylight faded into an eerie, watery green twilight. The temperature dropped steadily as we descended deeper into the hollow, the damp cold soaking through our wool socks and coats. About a mile down the trail, we reached a point known as the Notch. It is a narrow constriction in the valley where 2 shale bluffs squeeze the creek into a tight whitewater churn before it spills out into the broader Hammersley Fork Valley. Normally, the roar of the rushing water at the notch is deafening, bouncing off the rock walls so loud you have to yell to be heard. As Hank and I rounded the rock outcropping into the notch, the sound didn't fade. It vanished. It didn't taper off, and it wasn't dampened by the trees. One step I was listening to the deafening roar of swollen creek water hitting shale boulders. The next step, there was absolute, total silence. It was like stepping into an acoustic vacuum. The wind in the hemlocks stopped. The sound of rain striking my vinyl hood stopped. Even the sound of our heavy boots crunching on wet shale dead-ended instantly. I stopped dead in my tracks. Hank stopped too, turning his head slowly from side to side. I saw his lips move as he said something, but no sound came out of his mouth. He looked at me, his eyes wide with genuine shock, and tapped his ear. I opened my mouth and spoke. "Hank?" I couldn't hear my own voice. I could feel the vibration in my throat, the air passing over my vocal cords, but my ears registered nothing but a heavy, pressurized hum, like the sensation you get when an airplane drops altitude rapidly and your ears refuse to pop. Hank reached down and drew his Glock 22 service pistol from his leather holster. He held it down toward the mud at a 45-degree angle and pulled the trigger. I saw the flash of the muzzle, saw the slide cycle, saw the spent brass casing fly out into the air and land in the wet leaves. There was no bang, no echo, no sound whatsoever. Just a tiny puff of gray smoke drifting up into the silent rain. Hank stared at his gun, his skin turning pale under his rain hat. He reholstered the weapon, grabbed my arm with a grip like iron, and motioned for us to fall back. We backed up 3 steps, retreating around the shale outcropping. The moment our boots crossed back past the rock edge, the sound hit us like a physical blow. The roar of Beldraft Creek, the patter of the rain, the rushing wind in the canopy, it all rushed back into our ears with deafening force. Hank stumbled back against the rock wall, breathing hard, his hand resting on his chest. "What in the hell was that?" he breathed out, his voice raspy. "What was that?" "I don't know," I admitted, my heart pounding in my throat. A localized atmospheric pocket, high air pressure trapped between the cliffs. "I don't know, Hank." "That wasn't atmospheric pressure, Tom," Hank said, looking back around the edge of the cliff with deep dread in his eyes. "Sound doesn't just stop. Guns don't shoot quietly. Something is wrong with the air down there." He looked down at the ground near the rock outcropping. The Vibram boot tracks of Elias Thorne continued past the cliff edge, heading right into the dead silent stretch of the notch, stepping precisely 36 inches apart on their toes. Hank shook his head violently. "I'm not going down into that draft without a full team and backup communications. That ain't right. We need to call state police." "Our radios won't penetrate those rock walls anyway," I said, trying to maintain my composure. "Let's fall back to the vehicles, set up a command post at the Wharton Fire Hall, and get a search team assembled before dark." Hank didn't argue. He turned and started hiking fast back up the logging grade toward Bell Draft turnaround, his hand never leaving the butt of his sidearm. I followed him, but as I walked, I couldn't stop looking back over my shoulder at the dark gap between the cliffs. The forest down there looked completely normal, just ancient hemlocks, gray slate, and rushing water. But it felt empty, as if the space itself had been emptied out of something vital. We reached the trailhead around 2 in the afternoon. Hank got into his Bronco, immediately picked up his county radio, and began calling the Game Commission regional office in Jersey Shore to request a search unit and tracking dogs. I walked back to my F-250, intending to update Brenda at Cootersport Dispatch. Before I picked up the radio microphone, I remembered my scheduled check on the hydrological stream gauge station down on Hammersley Fork. The state required a manual reading of the mechanical chart recorder every Tuesday during heavy weather events to monitor flood potential for downstream communities like Cross Fork. The gauge station sat about 2 miles south of our position, near the mouth of McConnell Draft, accessible via an old CCC access trail that ran along the lower flats. I decided to run down and inspect the gauge box while Hank was coordinating the search teams. It was standard procedure, and I convinced myself that getting back into my regular routine would clear the metallic, iron taste of fear from my mouth. I drove the F-250 down to the lower locked forestry gate near McConnell Draft, unlocked the heavy steel padlock, and drove the truck down the narrow dirt flat to the gauge station. The station was a small, cylindrical tower made of corrugated galvanized steel, about 8 feet high, anchored to a concrete pad on the bank of Hammersley Fork. Inside the locked box at the top of the cylinder was a mechanical Stevens water level recorder, a clockwork mechanism with a brass drum that spun slowly over 7 days, while an ink pen drawn by a float wire plotted the creek's height on grid paper. I unclipped the master key from my belt, unlocked the heavy steel padlock on the gauge box door, and pulled the metal panel open. The clockwork drum was ticking inside, its quiet tick-tick-tick sharp against the sound of the swollen creek below. But resting on top of the brass drum, held down by a small piece of slate, was a yellow paper form. It was an official DCNR incident report sheet, Form 3 on 10. It was printed on carbon copy paper, the kind we kept in a clipboard on the dashboard of every patrol vehicle in District 15. I reached out and picked up the paper. My fingers were cold, but the moment I looked at the handwriting, my stomach dropped away into nothingness. The handwriting on the form was mine. It was written in black ballpoint ink, using my characteristic messy print. At the top of the sheet, in the block labeled Officer Reporting, was my name. Ranger Thomas Miller, Unit 15-4. In the block labeled Date of Incident, the date was written in clear, bold numbers. October 15th, 1998. Today was October 12th. My eyes scrambled down the page, scanning the lines of text I had supposedly written 3 days into the future. 1415 HRS, subject Elias Thorne, 54 Gallatin, PA, located deceased inside abandoned CCC dynamite bunker, McConnell Draft, 0.4 miles north of Gauge Station. Subject suffered fatal hypothermia, exposure following disorientation. Body recovered by State Police SAR team. Notes. Subject's compound hunting bow found suspended in upper branches of eastern hemlock, approximately 40 feet above ground level, directly over bunker entrance. No sign of mechanical failure on bow. Gear laid out in clear circle inside bunker. Incident closed. At the bottom of the page was my signature, Thomas Miller, complete with the small flourish I always put on the tail of the R. I stood there by the creek bank, the yellow paper fluttering in the cold wind, listening to the steady mechanical tick-tick-tick of the stream gauge drum behind me. My mind fought wildly to make sense of what I was holding. It was a prank. It had to be a prank. Hank Vance must have gotten into my truck, grabbed a sheet from my clipboard, forged my signature, and driven down here to plant it in the gauge box to mess with me. But Hank hadn't left my sight since we met at Bell Draft. And how could anyone forge my exact handwriting, right down to the tiny ink smudge where my pen always leaked near the clip? I flipped the yellow carbon copy over. On the back, written in pencil in the same handwriting, was a single short sentence. Do not climb the ridge. I pulled my radio from my belt, my hands shaking so violently I nearly dropped it into the roaring creek. Cooter Sport, 15-4 on Tactical 1. 15-4, go ahead, Brenda replied. Brenda? Did I file an incident report with you earlier today? A Form 310 regarding Elias Thorne? There was a short pause over the radio. I could hear the faint click of paper files being moved at the dispatch center. Negative 15-4. You haven't filed any paperwork since your morning patrol log at 8 a.m. Is there a problem? I looked down at the yellow paper in my hand. The date was October 15th, 1998. The ink was dry, set deep into the yellow carbon paper. No, I managed to say, my voice choked. No problem, Brenda. Clear. I folded the yellow paper, stuffed it deep into the inside pocket of my wool uniform shirt under my rain jacket, and zipped it tight. Then I looked up the steep, timbered draw of McConnell Draft, stretching north into the dark heart of the Hammersley Wild area. McConnell Draft was a narrow, virtually untouched, V-shaped valley. It was famous among local foresters for containing a handful of historic structures built by the Civilian Conservation Corps back in the 1930s, including an old, half-buried dynamite bunker built into the sandstone hillside to store explosives used during road construction. According to the paper in my pocket, Elias Thorne was lying inside that bunker right now. Or he would be on October 15th, or he had been there for days. I knew what standard procedure called for. I should have walked back to my truck, driven to the Wharton Fire Hall, handed the paper to the state police sergeant, and let the organized search teams handle it. But the sheer impossibility of the log sheet was like a hook caught in my brain. If I stayed in my truck, if I waited for the search teams, was I letting a man die while sitting on exact coordinates? Or was I playing a role in something that had already been decided? I grabbed my heavy leather SAR backpack from the cab of my F-250. I checked my gear: a heavy-duty streamlight flashlight, a secondary brass compass, a first aid kit, 50 feet of nylon utility rope, my USGS quad topographic map of the Oleona Quadrangle, and a canteen of fresh water. I unholstered my Sig Sauer P220-45 ACP sidearm, checked the magazine, chambered around, and clicked the safety back on. I locked the truck, turned my back on the dirt road, and started walking up the bottom of McConnell Draft. The rain was falling harder now, turning the forest floor into a dark, slick mess of decaying leaves and mud. McConnell Draft was choked with massive virgin hemlocks and towering yellow birches that blocked out what little daylight remained in the late afternoon sky. The creek down in the draft was small, just a narrow mountain stream tumbling over mossy slate steps, but the water ran black and fast under the rain. As I pushed deeper into the draw, ducking under low-hanging hemlock branches weighted down with water, the wilderness felt strangely compressed. The steep shale bluffs on either side rose nearly 300 feet above me, capping off the draw like two towering wooden walls. After 20 minutes of hard hiking through dense rhododendron thickets, I saw it. Set into the base of the eastern ridge wall, half buried under dark soil and overgrown with ferns, was the rough sandstone portal of the old CCC dynamite bunker. It was a low structure, perhaps 7 feet high, constructed from heavy hand-cut sandstone blocks. The iron door that once secured the entrance was resting off its hinges, rusted through and leaning heavily against the stone doorframe. I stopped 30 feet from the bunker entrance, my heart thumping hard against my chest. The beam of my streamlight flashlight cut through the falling rain, illuminating the dark, arched opening of the stone doorway. "Elias?" I called out. The sound of my voice echoed back from the stone walls. Elias. 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 There was no answer from inside. I approached the entrance slowly, my boots crunching through wet leaves. As I reached the stone threshold, I noticed something strange about the rain overhead. The raindrops falling from the canopy above were hitting the sandstone roof of the bunker, but as they rolled off the front ledge, they seemed to slow down, falling in thick, sluggish drops like oil rather than water. I raised my flashlight beam and looked up into the branches of the towering eastern hemlock that grew directly over the bunker entrance. Hanging in the fork of a thick branch fully 40 feet above the ground was a brown compound hunting bow. It was wedged tight between two limbs, its camouflage limbs caught in the dark evergreen needles. My breath hitched in my throat. It was exactly as described in the incident report sitting in my inside coat pocket. I swallowed hard, lowered my flashlight beam, and stepped over the rusted iron door into the dark interior of the dynamite bunker. The air inside was cold and heavy, smelling faintly of old earth, wet mortar, and cold stone. The flashlight beam swept across the dirt floor of the low, arched chamber. Sitting in the middle of the floor was a hunter's camouflage backpack, neatly unzipped. Arranged around the pack in a precise, perfect circle were Elias Thorne's belongings: an orange hunting vest, a box of broadhead arrows, a hunting knife in a leather sheath, a half-eaten energy bar, and a small silver microcassette voice recorder commonly used by field hunters to take notes on deer movements. There was no body. Elias Thorne was not in the bunker. I let out a long breath I hadn't realized I was holding, relief washing over me so violently my knees felt weak. The log sheet was wrong. He wasn't here. I walked over to the dry circle on the floor, crouched down, and looked at the items laid out on the dirt. Like the campsite at Twin Licks Draft, the floor inside the bunker was completely dry, despite the heavy rain outside. The camouflage pack was clean, without a single speck of mud on its straps. I reached down with a gloved hand and picked up the silver microcassette recorder. The red recording light was not on, but the tape counter on the tiny window showed that a tape was loaded inside, advanced halfway through the reel. I hit the rewind button. The tiny motor whined in the quiet room, whirr, before stopping with a sharp click. I held the recorder close to my ear and hit play. Static filled the tiny speaker, followed by the heavy rhythmic sound of a man breathing hard while walking through wet woods. Then Elias Thorne's voice came through, raspy, stressed, and clearly terrified. "October 12th, I think," Thorne's voice recorded on the tape said, his breath hitching. "I lost the trail off Bell Draft an hour ago. Every time I walk down toward the creek, the stream goes quiet, absolute quiet. I can't hear my own footsteps. I turned around to go back to my truck, but the logging grade isn't there anymore. It's just more trees, more hemlocks." There was a pause on the tape, filled only with the sound of wind and heavy breathing. "Something is walking behind me," Thorne continued, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. "It's not an animal. It takes a step every time I take a step, but when I stop, it takes 2 more steps and stops right behind my shoulder. I can hear it breathing. It smells like wet wool and cold dirt." Another long pause. On the tape, I could hear the faint sound of a truck engine idling in the distance, the low rumble of an F-250 Ford V8. "I saw a Ranger truck," Thorne's panicked voice said. "A green state truck parked down on the flat near the creek. I ran down to hail him, but when I got to the flat, the truck wasn't there, just a set of tire tracks in the mud that ended out of nowhere. And then, I heard the radio." On the tape recording, coming from somewhere near Thorne's position in the woods, a voice spoke through radio static. The voice on the tape was mine. "Cooter Sport, 15-4, clear at Twin Licks, proceeding downstream gauge line." I dropped the tape recorder onto the dirt floor as if it had burned my hand. It hit the ground, the tiny speaker continuing to play. The ranger's voice came out of the air. Thorne whimpered on the recording. There was no radio, just his voice coming out of the hemlock branches above my head. "It's calling my name now. It's using my name." The tape click stopped at the end of the reel, entering silence. I stood up slowly in the dark bunker, my heart hammering like a trapped bird inside my chest. My flashlight beam wavered against the stone wall. I stepped backward out of the bunker, my boots clearing the doorway, and turned to look back down the narrow hollow of McConnell Draft. Night had fallen while I was inside. The forest outside the bunker was now pitch black, swallowed in a dense, suffocating mountain fog that had rolled down off the plateau. reducing my flashlight's visibility to less than 10 feet. The fog was so thick it seemed to absorb light, turning the beam of my streamlight into a dull, milky cone. I pulled my compass from my belt, holding it flat in my hand. The brass needle was spinning wildly, whipping around in circles like a clock hand out of control, refusing to settle on magnetic north. I unholstered my Sig Sauer 45 ACP, holding it ready in my right hand, my flashlight in my left. "I'm leaving," I said aloud into the dark, my voice tight. "I'm walking back to the truck." I turned around and started hiking downstream, following the small creek back toward the main stem of Hammersley Fork. I kept my eyes on the ground, navigating by the slope of the terrain, staying close to the water where the slate bank was clear. I walked for 15 minutes through the fog and darkness, the cold rain slanting down through the trees. My boots splashed through mud and small pools of water. Then, up ahead in the milky beam of my flashlight, a shape emerged from the fog. It was a low sandstone structure half buried in the ridge wall, its rusted iron door leaning against the stone frame. I stopped dead. I was standing directly in front of the CCC dynamite bunker again. I looked down at the ground. My own boot prints, fresh and muddy, were laid out in front of me, heading directly toward the bunker entrance. I had walked 15 minutes straight downstream, following the flow of the water, and had arrived back at the exact spot I had started. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." I turned sharply to my right and began hiking downstream again, faster this time, nearly running over the slick slate rocks. I kept my eyes fixed on the creek, watching the water flow downhill. Water only goes one way. Gravity doesn't lie. If you follow water downstream in Potter County, you must reach a main river or a road. I pushed through a dense thicket of mountain laurel, the branches snapping against my rain jacket, my breathing ragged. 10 minutes later, the mountain laurel opened up into a small clearing. In front of me, bathed in the beam of my flashlight, was the sandstone entrance of the CCC dynamite bunker. I had circled back a second time. Panic, cold and sharp, seized my chest. The wilderness had folded in on itself. The hollow was no longer a path out. It was a closed loop, an acoustic and spatial cage that was shrinking around me with every passing minute. Then I heard it. Behind me, coming from the thick fog 10 feet back up the trail, came the sound of footsteps. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Heavy boots stepping on wet hemlock needles and shale. I turned around, raising my Sig Sauer and sweeping the flashlight beam across the dark wall of fog. "Who's there?" I shouted. The footsteps stopped instantly. 3 seconds passed in absolute, suffocating silence. Then, from the fog straight ahead, my own voice called back to me, perfectly clear, carrying the exact cadence and inflection of my own voice. "Who's there?" It was not an echo. It didn't bounce off rock walls. It came from a distinct point in space, about 8 feet off the ground, standing right at the edge of my flashlight beam. My mouth went completely dry. "Show yourself," I yelled, my finger tightening on the trigger of my pistol. 3 seconds passed. "Show yourself," my voice called back out of the fog, exact and mocking. I backed up 3 steps, my heart pounding so hard I could hear the rush of blood in my ears. As I stepped backward, the footsteps in the fog took 3 steps forward, matching my pace with absolute precision. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I stopped. The footsteps took 2 more steps, crunch, crunch, and stopped right at the edge of my peripheral vision. I swung the flashlight to my left. The beam illuminated nothing but thick, swirling white fog hanging between the black trunks of ancient hemlocks. But in the air where the flashlight beam ended, I could see a subtle distortion in the fog. A tall, vertical displacement in the mist, as if a human figure were standing there, completely transparent, bending the light around its shape. And from that point in the fog came the heavy, slow smell of wet wool, old earth, and warm pine needles. The exact smell from the dry campsite at Twin Licks Draft. I remembered the sentence written in pencil on the back of the yellow log sheet in my coat pocket. Do not climb the ridge. The log sheet had told me where Elias Thorne's body would be found. It had laid out the exact sequence of events, signed with my name, dated October 15th. The phenomenon was building a reality, constructing a paper trail of death and reporting, using me as its witness and its clerk. If I followed the hollow down, if I stayed in the valley, I would be trapped in that spatial loop until October 15th arrived, and the state police would find 2 bodies in that sandstone bunker instead of 1. The log sheet told me not to climb the ridge. It was a rule set down by whatever was controlling this hollow, a boundary marker telling me where I was not supposed to go. I looked up to my left. The western ridge wall of McConnell Draft rose almost vertically above me, an 800-foot bluff of loose shale, dark hemlock roots, and steep brambles climbing straight up to the Cherry Springs Plateau. To hell with the log, I spat out loud. I holstered my pistol, jammed my flashlight into my coat pocket, grabbed a thick hemlock root hanging off the slate ledge, and began scrambling straight up the sheer wall of the ridge. The ascent was brutal. The loose shale crumbled under my heavy boots, sending cascades of rock sliding down into the dark hollow below. The rain turned the earth into slick grease, and mountain laurel thorns tore through my pants and scraped my hands until they bled. Every time my feet slipped, I dug my fingers into the cold mud and pulled myself up another inch. Below me, down in the pitch-black hollow of the draft, I heard the footsteps following. They didn't scramble or slip. They moved steadily up the near-vertical shale face behind me, crunch, 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 keeping a constant 20 feet below my position. "Thomas!" My own voice called out from the darkness below, sounding calm, conversational, and completely detached. "Cooter Sport, 15-4, clear at Twin Licks." I ignored the voice, gritting my teeth against the burning pain in my thighs and arms, and kept climbing. I didn't look down. I didn't check my compass. I just drove my boots into the mud, grabbed every root and sapling within reach, and pulled myself upward through the dark and the rain. The air grew colder as I climbed, the wind picking up, howling across the high ridgetop. The thick fog began to thin out, breaking into wispy gray ribbons against the dark trunks of high oaks and black cherries. After 40 minutes of agonizing physical exertion, my hand reached over the crest of the ridge and gripped flat, firm soil. I hauled myself up over the ledge, collapsing face down onto a thick bed of dry oak leaves on the high plateau of Cherry Springs. I lay there for a long time, gasping for cold air, my chest heaving, blood dripping from deep scratches on my knuckles. I looked back down over the edge of the bluff into McConnell Draft. The hollow below was completely filled with a dense, white lake of fog, completely silent under the black starlit sky above. No footsteps followed me over the ridge crest. No voice called out from the dark. I stood up on trembling legs. Up here on the plateau, the weather had cleared. The rain had stopped, and through the high canopy of oak branches, I could see the cold, brilliant light of the stars. I pulled my compass from my belt. The needle swung smoothly to the north and stayed there. I walked 3 miles across the high ridge top in the dark, following a straight compass bearing west until I hit the black asphalt of Route 144 around 3 o'clock in the morning. I sat down on the cold asphalt shoulder, exhausted, shivering from early hypothermia, and waited. At 4:15 in the morning, a Pennsylvania State Police cruiser from the Cooter Sport Barracks spotted me sitting by the road and pulled over. I spent 12 hours in the Potter County Hospital in Cooter Sport, receiving IV fluids and treatment for severe exposure and lacerations. Hank Vance came to visit me in the hospital room late that afternoon. He sat in a vinyl chair by my bed, holding a paper cup of coffee, looking at me with deep concern and confusion. "We found Thorne's truck still sitting at Bell Draft," Hank said softly, looking down at his coffee. "State Police SAR set up a full grid search this morning. They went down into Bell Draft with dogs." I looked at him, my throat dry. "Did they find him?" Hank took a sip of coffee, his face grim. "Not yet. The search dogs went crazy when they got near that narrow spot between the cliffs, the notch, refused to cross the creek line, whined and pulled back on their handlers. The state police think Thorne might have fallen into the main stem of Hammersley Fork and been swept downstream." "Check the CCC bunker in McConnell Draft," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Check the hemlock tree over the door." Hank stared at me, his brow furrowed. "How do you know about that bunker, Tom? That place isn't on any modern trail map." "Just check it," I said, turning my head toward the window. 2 days later, on October 15th, 1998, a state police search and rescue team pulled the body of Elias Thorne out of the abandoned CCC dynamite bunker in McConnell Draft. His compound bough was found hanging 40 feet above the ground, in the branches of an eastern hemlock tree directly over the entrance. The official coroner's report listed the cause of death as severe hypothermia secondary to environmental exposure and acute disorientation. The report noted that Thorne appeared to have succumbed to paradoxical undressing, a late-stage symptom of freezing where victims feel falsely overheated and remove their clothing, explaining why his pack, vest, and gear were neatly arranged in a circle on the floor of the bunker. The official DCNR incident report was filed by District Forester Dave Kester. It listed the date of recovery as October 15th, 1998. I returned to my patrol duties 2 weeks later, but I was never the same ranger. Every time I drove my Ford truck down a gated forestry road, every time I looked into the dark hemlock draws along Cross Fork or Hammersley, I felt a cold, sharp knot of dread in my gut. I checked the steel hydrograph gauge box down on Hammersley Fork a week after the incident. The brass drum inside had continued its clockwork rotation, but the paper chart for the week of October 12th was completely blank. The ink pen had drawn a single straight horizontal line across 7 days, recording 0 water level, as if the stream had ceased to exist entirely while I was standing on its bank. In November 1998, I handed in my official 2-week notice to District Forester Kester. I told him my back had been damaged during the rescue effort and that I couldn't handle the physical demands of winter forestry work anymore. He was sorry to see me go, but he signed the paperwork without argument. I moved down to Williamsport, got my license as a commercial building inspector, and built a quiet, ordinary life far away from the roadless timber of Potter County. I married my wife, Sarah, raised 2 kids, and spent 24 years inspecting electrical systems, concrete footings, and structural steel in low-rise commercial buildings across central Pennsylvania. I never went hunting again. I never went camping. When my kids wanted to go hiking in the local state parks, I always found a reason to stay home or suggested a public beach along the river instead. I kept the yellow carbon copy of Form 310 locked in my fireproof safe, right next to our mortgage papers and birth certificates. Over the years, I would occasionally pull it out late at night when the house was quiet, staring at my own handwriting, feeling the rough texture of the carbon paper under my thumb, trying to convince myself that I had somehow forged it in a state of fugue or trauma. But deep down, I knew the truth. I had held that paper on October 12th, detailing a death that would not happen until October 15th. 3 weeks ago, on a rainy Tuesday afternoon in September, a small padded envelope arrived in my mailbox at my home in Williamsport. There was no return address on the package. The postmark was stamped Coudersport, PA. Inside the envelope was a modern SanDisk USB flash drive and a handwritten slip of paper that read simply, "Found in the District 15 Archive Purge." I took the flash drive down to my basement office, plugged it into my laptop, and opened the single folder stored on the drive. Inside was a single audio file formatted as an MP3, titled 15-4R Tactical Archive, 10-12-98, MP3. My hands were cold as I clicked play on the audio file. The computer speakers emitted a low hiss of static, the familiar sound of DCNR low-band tactical radio frequencies from the late 90s. Then Brenda's real-time voice from Countersport Dispatch came through the speaker, crisp and clear. 15-4, copy, you're clear at Twin Licks. Be advised, Game Commission Officer Vance is en route to Bell Draft to check an abandoned vehicle, requesting you assist if you're in the neighborhood. Static crackled over the line for 3 seconds. Then came my own voice from 28 years ago, answering from Tactical Channel 2. Disregard Cooter Sport. I'm en route to Bell Draft now to meet Vance. Out. The recording didn't end there. The static continued for another 10 seconds, low and rhythmic, carrying the faint sound of falling rain in the background. And then, coming through the radio static from a distance that sounded miles away, or years away, came a second response. It was my voice again, but it wasn't the voice of a 28-year-old state ranger. It was the voice I hear in the mirror every morning, older, rasper, tired, carrying the weight of 52 years. Cooter Sport 15-4, my current voice said through the static, sounding faint and lost against the howl of a cold mountain wind. I am still up on the plateau. Tell Hank I can't find the truck. The audio file ended with a sharp click of white noise. I sat alone in my dark basement for hours, listening to the rain hit the small basement window above my desk, watching the silver flash drive sticking out of my computer port. I thought I had climbed out of that hollow 28 years ago. I thought that by refusing to follow the script, by scaling that sheer slate bluff in the dark, I had broken the loop and left McConnell Draft behind me forever. But sitting here tonight in Williamsport, listening to my own aging voice calling out from a radio recording made in 1998, I am forced to ask myself a question that keeps me awake in the dark. Did I truly escape those mountains, or am I still up on that ridge waiting for a call that has not been made yet? The data file from monitoring well 14B in the Reese River Valley showed a steady, perfect sinusoidal curve in water elevation that repeated every 42 minutes for 16 consecutive days, even though the well sat in a high desert playa, where the nearest agricultural pumping station was 30 miles away, and the regional water table had not moved more than 2 inches in 30 years. When I pulled the digital memory card from the data logger mounted inside the casing head, I found that between 3 and 4 in the morning, the acoustic sensor suspended in the shaft had recorded a sound like heavy iron link chain being pulled slowly across dry steel pipe 300 feet beneath the sagebrush. In late November of 2014, I was 34 years old and working as a field hydrologic technician for the Nevada Division of Water Resources out of our district office in Elko. My full name is Douglas Vance. It was a job that consisted mostly of solitude, diesel fuel, and endless miles of washboard gravel roads across Lander, Eureka, and White Pine counties. My primary responsibility was maintaining a network of over 200 observation wells scattered across the Great Basin. Some of those wells were drilled back in the 1930s by the Civilian Conservation Corps. Others were put down by the United States Geological Survey in the 1960s to monitor aquifer drawdowns from gold mining and cattle ranching. Every month I drove out in a white Ford F-350 utility truck, outfitted with a yellow beacon, a 50-gallon transfer tank, a Honda generator, and a locked bed full of electronic dip meters, downhole cameras, and telemetry gear. My partner on the southern Lander County route was Ray Miller. Ray was 58 at the time, a quiet, lean man who had lived in Lander County his entire life and spoke in short, deliberate sentences. He chewed salted sunflower seeds while he drove, spitting the shells into an empty coffee can jammed between the bucket seats, and he knew the location of every sheep camp, abandoned mine adit, and dry alkali flat between Interstate 80 and the Tonopah Test Range. Ray had worked for the state for 22 years and was 3 years away from his pension. He had an uncanny knack for navigating by mountain peaks alone, rarely looking at our topo sheets, and he possessed the kind of deep, unhurried patience that the Nevada desert demands from anyone who spends decades working alone in its valleys. The Reese River Valley sits between the Shoshone Range to the west and the Toyabe Range to the east. It is a long, narrow trough of sagebrush and gray dust, 50 miles from end to end, bisected by Nevada State Route 305. The valley floor is flat, dry, and blindingly bright under the winter sun. If your truck breaks down out there in late autumn, you can stand on the bumper and look 30 miles in any direction without seeing a single smoke plume, power line, or moving vehicle. The silence in those dry basins is total. It is not an empty silence. It is a heavy physical pressure that sits on your eardrums until you can hear your own pulse beating behind your eyes. Station 14B was located roughly 6 miles east of Route 305, situated on a barren alkali playa, where nothing grew except scattered mounds of black greasewood and stunted saltbush. The well itself was unimpressive. A 6-inch Schedule 40 steel pipe, rising 3 feet out of a square concrete pad, topped with a hinged cast-iron locking cap. A 2-watt solar panel mounted on a rusted T-post supplied power to a sealed weatherproof box that housed a Campbell Scientific data logger and a lithium battery pack. The well had been drilled in October 1968 to a total depth of 410 feet, cased down to 380 feet, and perforated at the bottom to tap into a deep alluvial aquifer confined beneath a thick layer of dense blue clay. We pulled up to the site on a Tuesday morning around 10 o'clock. The sky was that brittle, pale Nevada blue that comes with a late-season cold front, and the air smelled of coal dust and frozen alkali. The thermometer on the F-350's dashboard read 28 degrees. Ray stepped out, pulled his canvas jacket tight around his waist, and began his routine inspection of the perimeter fence, a 3-strand barbed wire box meant to keep feral horses from rubbing against the solar panel. I grabbed the Panasonic Toughbook from the cab, unlocked the padlock on the steel box with my master key, and plugged the serial cable into the logger's interface port. The screen flickered, loaded the proprietary software, and initiated the data transfer. Normally, the hydrograph for Station 14B was a flat, dull line. The static water level in that part of the valley hovered around 382 feet below ground surface, fluctuating by fractions of an inch depending on seasonal snowpack runoff from the Toyabes. But when the graph rendered on the screen, I stopped typing. The blue line on the display was not flat. It was a regular, repeating sine wave. The water level in the pipe had risen 6 feet, fallen 6 feet, and risen 6 feet again with absolute mathematical precision every 42 minutes. The pattern had started 16 days prior, at precisely 3:14 a.m. on November 2nd, and had continued without a single second of variation, up to the moment I plugged in the laptop. I called Ray over. He walked around the truck, spitting a sunflower seed shell into the dust, and leaned his elbows on the open tailgate to look at the screen. He adjusted his reading glasses, squinted at the blue line, and ran a thick, calloused thumb along the edge of the display. "Transducer shot," Ray said simply. "Diaphragm in the sensor probably froze and cracked, or the reference tube got pinched." "That's what I thought at first," I said. "But look at the battery voltage. It's rock solid. And look at the temperature log down in the hole. The water temperature didn't jump. If the sensor cracked and took on water, the thermistor usually short circuits and reads -99. Ray took off his cap, scratched his graying hair, and looked out across the white crust of the playa toward the bare gray slopes of the Toyabes. "Drop the steel tape," he said. "Manual soundings don't lie." I went to the back of the utility bed and pulled out our primary water level sounder, a 500-foot reel of narrow steel tape marked in hundredths of a foot, with a brass probe at the bottom that closes an electrical circuit and sounds an audible buzzer when it touches water. I unlocked the heavy hinged cap on the 6-inch steel casing, set the lip of the reel over the rim, and began lowering the brass probe into the dark opening. The tape ran smoothly off the reel. 10 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet. At 118 feet, the tape suddenly went slack. I paused, thinking the probe had caught on a casing joint or an old rust ridge. I pulled the tape up 3 feet and dropped it again gently. It stopped at the exact same mark, 118 feet. The buzzer did not sound. There was no water at that depth. The brass probe was resting on something solid. "What do you have?" Ray asked, stepping up to the wellhead. "It hit a bottom," I said, "at 118 feet. The well log says 410. "Pipe must have collapsed," Ray said, frowning. "An old shear in the shale layer. Ground movement might have crushed the casing and pinched it off." "If the casing crushed at 118, the probe wouldn't just stop dead," I noted. "It would drag or catch on jagged steel. This feels like dropping a lead weight onto a flat stone." I reeled the tape back up to the surface. When the brass probe emerged from the mouth of the pipe, I reached out to grab it with my gloved hand. As soon as my fingers touched the brass, I felt an unexpected sensation through the leather. The probe was warm. It was not just slightly warm from friction, it was noticeably hot, like a cup of coffee that had been left sitting on a counter for 20 minutes. Air temperature was below freezing, and the steel casing near the surface was cold enough to frost over. Yet the brass weight was radiating a soft, steady heat. I slipped off my glove and touched the brass directly. It felt like skin temperature, around 90 or 95 degrees. Even stranger was the condition of the metal itself. The brass probe was normally dark, oxidized, and covered in fine scratches from years of being lowered into gravel-lined boreholes. Now, the bottom 4 inches of the weight were polished to a brilliant mirror-like shine. The tarnish had been completely scrubbed away, replaced by fine, perfectly concentric circular rings, as if someone had held the probe against a high-speed buffing wheel. Ray stood over my shoulder, watching me hold the brass weight. He didn't say anything for nearly a minute. He reached out, took the probe between his index finger and thumb, felt the heat, and examined the polished metal. "Put the tape back in the truck, Doug," he said quietly. "We need to pull the logger data card," I said. "There's an audio channel hooked to the acoustic sensor. It takes a 10-second sample every time the water level shifts more than an inch." We brought the tough book into the warm cab of the F-350, plugged the SD card into the side slot, and opened the audio directory. The folder contained hundreds of brief WAV files, each stamped with the precise date and time. I clicked on the first file recorded on the night of November 2nd, turned the laptop volume up to maximum, and hit play. At first there was only the low, ambient rush of white noise common to closed steel pipes underground, a hollow, airy sigh caused by surface wind passing over the small vent hole in the cap. Then, 3 seconds into the recording, a sound cut through the static. It was a slow, mechanical rhythm. Clink, drag, clink, drag. It was the unmistakable sound of heavy metal moving against heavy metal. It sounded like a thick iron cable or a heavy anchor chain being dragged upward across the inner lip of the steel pipe. The sound occurred at precise 1-second intervals for 4 seconds, followed by a long, wet rasp that sounded startlingly like a chest expanding and contracting behind a dense layer of wet felt. Then the recording cut off. I played the next 5 files. They were identical. Every 42 minutes, as the digital hydrograph logged its impossible 6-foot rise and fall, The acoustic sensor captured that same rhythmic metallic dragging and that same wet, heavy breathing deep inside the casing. Ray leaned back against the headrest, his eyes fixed on the empty washboard road ahead of us. That well was cased with American-made 6-inch steel in 1968, he said softly, almost to himself. There's no pumps in it, no drop pipe, no pump jack within 30 miles. Just bare casing and empty air down to the water table. Could it be a loose cable from the original drilling rig? I asked. Something left behind that's hanging on a ledger? If a cable fell in 1968, it sat at the bottom for 46 years without moving, Ray said. Cables don't start lifting themselves up and down 6 feet every 42 minutes on the second. He turned the ignition key, and the F-350's diesel engine roared to life, shaking the cab. We're going back to Elko, he said. We'll log the well as obstructed, mark the sensor as damaged, and let the district engineer decide if he wants to send a rig out here to pull the pipe. We drove back north along Route 305 in silence. The winter light was flat and gray against the dark ridges of the Toyabes. I kept the laptop open on my lap, replaying the 4-second audio clip through my headphones again and again, trying to find some ordinary mechanical explanation. A trapped animal, an underground gas pocket vent, a shifting subterranean air column, but the absolute regularity of the timing defied every natural process I knew. Nature does not operate on a 42-minute cycle with millisecond precision. When we arrived back at the Elko district office on Wednesday morning, I did not immediately file the obstruction report. Instead, I went down to the basement archive room where the state keeps the physical paper files for every water right and monitoring well drilled in northern Nevada since statehood. The file for well 14B was contained in a yellowing, brittle manila folder, held together by rusty metal fasteners. Inside were the original USGS quad maps, the water right application submitted by a long-defunct cattle company, and the original driller's log submitted on October 14, 1968, by a contractor named Western Drilling Services out of Fallon. The log was handwritten in faded blue ballpoint pen by a driller named Carl Hauer. I scanned down the column of soil descriptions, 0 to 35 feet, dry surface alluvium, silt and fine gravel, 35 to 80 feet, stiff yellow clay and weathered basalt boulders, 80 to 110 feet, fractured gray limestone, 110 to 125 feet, unconsolidated gravel, and void. At the entry for 120 feet, Hauer's handwriting changed. The neat, practiced block lettering became jagged and uneven, pressed so hard into the paper that the pen tip had torn small tears in the sheet. 118 feet. Lost circulation water entirely. Drill bit dropped 14 feet through empty air. Hit hard bottom at 132. Bit bounced. Pulled drill string to check button bit. Bit was scrubbed smooth. All carbide teeth sheared off clean. No metal shavings in pit. Below that entry, in the blank margin at the bottom of the form, Hauer had written 3 lines that had been crossed out with heavy black ink, though the words were still legible if you held the paper up to the fluorescent light. Bit pulled hard, like something was hanging on the string. Heard knocking inside the drill pipe at night. Crew refused to stay in camp. Left rig on site and drove to Austin. Finished casing to 380 under protest. I sat in the cold basement archive room with the paper in my hand for a long time. I looked up Carl Hauer in the state licensing database. He had died in Eureka in 1999 at the age of 81. The drilling company he worked for had dissolved in the mid-1970s. That afternoon I went to our district engineer, Alan Marsh. Alan was a pragmatic, stressed-out civil engineer who spent 90% of his day dealing with water right disputes between hay farmers and gold mines. I showed him the hydrograph plot and told him the casing was obstructed at 118 feet. I did not play the audio file for him, nor did I mention the warm brass weight or Carl Hauer's handwritten notes. I knew how it would sound to a man whose entire career was built on hydrogeology and fluid mechanics. It's probably a collapsed casing or a dropped core barrel from 40 years ago that finally settled, Alan said, barely looking up from his computer monitor. Take the downhole video camera out there next week when you do the Eureka run. Run the camera down to the obstruction, get a clear picture of the pinched pipe so we can write off the asset, and we'll cap the well permanently. The following Tuesday, December 9th, Ray and I drove back down to the Reese River Valley. The weather had turned significantly colder. A dusting of dry, powdery snow covered the valley floor, drifting across the dirt tracks in white ribbons that looked like snake trails in the glare of the headlights. We brought our heavy-duty downhole camera system, a specialized motorized winch mounted on a tripod, carrying 600 feet of steel-braided camera cable connected to a stainless steel pan-and-tilt waterproof camera head with a ring of high-intensity LED lights. The video signal was fed into a ruggedized monitor box with a built-in digital recorder and a 10-inch CRT screen. We reached Station 14B at 1 in the afternoon. The sky was dark gray, heavy with low-hanging clouds that threatened a major snowstorm by evening. The wind was coming hard out of the north, whistling through the barbed wire fence with a sharp, metallic sound that sounded like thin wire being pulled over stone. Ray set up the Honda generator 20 feet downwind, started it up, and pulled his wool cap down over his ears. The motor's chugging rhythm felt strange and small against the immense frozen empty flat. I removed the casing cap, set up the aluminum tripod over the open steel head, and centered the camera housing directly over the mouth of the well. "Monitors live," Ray said, sitting on a folding plastic chair inside the open bed of the truck, shielding the CRT screen from the glare with a piece of cardboard. "Go ahead and lower." I engaged the winch clutch and began feeding the heavy camera probe down the pipe. On the screen, the view was familiar. The inner wall of the 6-inch steel casing was black, pitted with patches of rust, and marked by dark vertical streaks where condensation had run down over the decades. The camera's LED lights cast a ring of bright white light down the dark vertical shaft. 10 feet, 30 feet, 60 feet. The camera descended smoothly at 2 feet per second. The mechanical hum of the winch motor was the only sound besides the wind in the generator. 80 feet, 100 feet. "Approaching the mark," Ray called out from the truck bed. 115. I slowed the winch down to a crawl. The camera crept down inch by inch. At 118 feet, the nature of the pipe changed instantly. The solid 6-inch steel casing did not look crushed. It did not look pinched by tectonic shift or rotted away by rust. The thick steel pipe had been torn open from the inside out. Great jagged flanges of 1/4-inch steel were curled outward into the surrounding rock, like a tin can that had been blown open by an explosive charge from within. "Jesus," Ray muttered, leaning closer to the screen. "That steel didn't rust out. Look at the edges." The jagged edges of the torn steel were bright, shiny, and completely bare of rust. They looked as fresh as if a hydraulic shear had cut through them an hour before. Beyond the torn opening in the casing, the camera passed completely out of the steel pipe and entered an open, subterranean space. It was not a narrow drill hole. The LED lights, which could easily illuminate 50 feet in clear water or air, showed no far wall. The camera was hanging in the ceiling of a massive, dark, natural cavity. "Hold it there," Ray said. "Pan around." I used the joystick on the control console to rotate the camera head 360 degrees. The light swept across a ceiling of dry, dark limestone. But it was not normal cave formation rock. There were no stalactites, no wet mineral draperies, no flowstone. The ceiling was smooth, impossibly smooth. It looked as though thousands of tons of rock had been worn down by continuous, friction-based polishing. carved into long, sweeping horizontal flutes that encircled the void like the interior of a massive gun barrel. "Lower it down," Ray whispered. His voice was tense, all his usual calm, pragmatic indifference gone. I released the winch brake. The camera dropped through the open air of the cavern. 130 feet, 150 feet, 180 feet. The depth counter on the monitor kept rolling. The cable hung straight down into the blackness. At 210 feet, the camera frame tilted sharply as the probe hit bottom. A small cloud of gray dust billowed up around the lens, floating slowly in the air, before settling back to the rock floor. I leveled the camera head and panned forward. The floor of the cavern was covered in several inches of fine, dry, slate-gray silt, a flour-like dust that had rested undisturbed for centuries. But directly in front of the camera lens, running straight across the field of view from left to right, was a track. It was not an animal track. It was a single, continuous, broad depression in the dust, roughly 3 feet wide, perfectly smooth, as if a heavy, perfectly spherical object, or a dense cylinder, had been dragged back and forth across the silt thousands of times. The dust along the edges of the track was piled into neat, uniform ridges, and sitting directly in the middle of that track was the lost bottom section of the steel well casing, a 50-foot length of heavy 6-inch pipe that had been ripped from the upper string back in 1968. The steel pipe had been bent into a broad, soft curve, like a piece of warm solder bent between two fingers. Its surface was ground bright and smooth, completely free of dirt or rust, polished to the same mirror shine I had found on our brass water probe 2 weeks earlier. "Doug," Ray said quietly, "look at the dust." I looked closer at the monitor screen. In the fine silt beside the smooth drag track there were markings. They were small, distinct indentations spaced at absolute, regular intervals of 6 inches. They looked like the impressions left by heavy, narrow iron pegs or thick wire prongs pressed into the dust with immense weight. They extended into the darkness far beyond the reach of the camera's lights, following the curved path of the polished drag mark. "We're pulling it up," Ray said, his hand reaching for the winch control. "We're done. Cut the power and let's go." "Wait," I said, my eyes glued to the CRT screen. "Look at the cable." On the monitor, the camera cable hanging down from the ceiling came into view as the probe tilted upward. The braided steel cable was vibrating. It was shaking with a high-frequency tremble that made the video image shimmer and tear across the screen. Then, from the small speaker on the audio monitor box, a sound came through. It was not static. It was the sound of the acoustic sensor mounted above the camera head. It was the breathing. It was much louder now than it had been on the memory card recordings. It was a long, dry, cavernous intake of air, a sound so vast and deep that it seemed to pull the very atmosphere out of the cavern floor, followed by a hard, metallic clink that reverberated through the rock floor and rattled the tripod legs sitting on the surface above us. Clink, drag, clink, drag. The camera head on the screen suddenly jerked upward 2 feet. The depth counter on the screen did not move, but the visual image shifted violently. Something down in that dark gallery had caught the camera body. "Pull it," I shouted. Ray slammed the toggle switch on the winch into full reverse. The electric motor screamed, the belt squealed against the drive pulley, and the cable snapped tight as a guitar string. The F-350 shook as the winch pulled against the load. On the screen, the video feed began to bounce wildly. We could see the polished floor of the cavern dropping away, then the smooth, fluted limestone ceiling rushing up to meet the lens. The camera head reached the jagged, torn opening of the upper casing pipe at 118 feet. It hit the jagged steel flange with a heavy metallic crunch. The video monitor shattered into a grid of bright blue static. The depth counter froze at 118.4 FT. The winch motor groaned, smoked, and the breaker tripped with a loud snap. The winch drum stopped dead. The steel cable was pulled taut, vibrating so hard that water drops hanging from the tripod legs were violently shaken into mist. "It's stuck on the casing cut," Ray yelled, grabbing a pair of heavy leather gloves from the truck bed. "It's caught on the torn lip." He reached out to grab the hand crank lever to manually free the winch drum. "Don't touch it," I yelled. Ray stopped, his hands inches from the steel drum. The taut camera cable was not just hung up on the torn casing steel. The entire string of steel pipe, the 6-inch well casing extending 3 feet out of the ground in front of us, was moving. It was moving upward, slowly, inexorably. The heavy iron pipe was rising out of the concrete pad. The aged concrete around the pipe base cracked with a series of sharp reports like pistol shots. Gray dust and flakes of mortar erupted from the seams as the pipe moved 2 inches, 4 inches, 6 inches straight up into the freezing winter air. The ground beneath our boots began to vibrate. It was not an earthquake. It was a localized rhythmic thrumming that traveled straight up through the soles of my work boots, pulsing at precise 1-second intervals. Thump, thump, thump. From inside the open top of the steel casing pipe, 6 inches from my face came a draft of air. It was not cold desert air. It was a warm, wet blast of air that smelled overpoweringly of dry rot, hot friction-heated steel, and an ancient, stagnant iron smell like old blood dried on rusty iron plates. The sound that came out of the pipe was not mechanical. It was an unmistakable, low, rhythmic vocalization, a long, drawled rasp that rose in pitch until it reached the limit of human hearing, followed by the sound of something vast and heavy scraping its way upward through the narrow shaft toward the light. Ray didn't say another word. He reached into the truck's auxiliary toolbox, pulled out a pair of 3-foot forged steel bolt cutters, and stepped up to the tripod. "Ray, wait!" I screamed. "The camera unit—" Ray didn't answer. He set the jaws of the bolt cutter around the high-tension braided camera cable, braced his feet against the cracked concrete pad, and slammed the handles together with all his weight. The cable severed with a sound like a rifle shot. The severed end of the steel cable whipped wildly through the air, striking the truck canopy with enough force to leave a deep crescent-shaped dent in the sheet metal, before vanishing down into the dark opening of the pipe like a retreating snake. The moment the tension was cut, the rising motion of the steel pipe stopped. The pipe dropped 4 inches back into its fractured concrete socket with a heavy, bone-jarring thud. Silence returned to the playa. It was an instant, terrifying silence. The Honda generator had stalled when the winch electrical system shorted out. The wind had dropped completely. The low snow clouds hung motionless over the Toyabis, and the valley floor was as quiet as a stone vault. Ray stood over the wellhead, breathing heavily, his white hair messy from the wind, holding the bolt cutters at his side. His face was completely drained of color, his skin a grayish white that matched the alkali dust on his boots. "Get the gear in the truck," he said. His voice was flat, devoid of any tone or emotion. "Leave the tripod, leave the generator. Ray, get in the fucking truck, Doug." We didn't pack the equipment properly. We threw the monitor box and tool chests into the open bed, slammed the tailgate, and climbed into the cab. Ray turned the key. The F-350's starter motor cranked 3 times before the diesel engine caught and roared to life. He slammed the gear selector into drive, floored the accelerator, and the truck's heavy mud tires spun on the icy gravel before catching traction. We sped west down the dirt washboard track toward State Route 305. The truck bounced violently over the ruts, the loose tools in the bed clattering and banging against the steel walls. I looked back through the rear window of the truck. The winter afternoon was fading into dusk, Out on the vast, white, empty expanse of the playa, 6 miles from the highway, the wellhead stood as a small, dark speck against the snow. And sitting beside the wellhead, standing perfectly erect in the pale greasewood brush where no human figure should have been, was a shape. It was extremely thin, gray, and taller than any fence line or surveyor marker in the county. It was completely motionless. It did not move toward us. It did not chase the truck. It simply stood in the middle of the flat, dry basin, perfectly vertical, watching our headlights recede into the dark towards the highway. We reached Route 305 10 minutes later. Ray turned the truck north toward Battle Mountain, driving 15 miles over the posted speed limit, his hands locked onto the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles were white. Neither of us spoke a word for 30 miles. When we reached the district office in Elko late that night, Ray parked the F-350 in the fleet yard, locked his driver's side door, walked to his personal truck without going inside to drop off the vehicle keys, and drove away. The next morning, I arrived at the office early. I sat at my desk and opened the state maintenance logging portal. Ray had already logged into the system at 6 a.m. He had filed a formal field report for Station 14B. The report was 3 lines long. Station 14B inspection complete. Well casing collapsed at 118 feet due to structural wall failure. Downhole camera probe and 200 feet of cable lost in hole during recovery attempt. Well is unsafe and non-functional. Recommend immediate abandonment and concrete seal. I did not alter his report. I did not add my notes. I signed off on the loss of the camera system as district technician and forwarded the paperwork to Alan Marsh. 2 weeks later, the state hired a private drilling contractor out of Winnemucca to decommission Station 14B. I was not assigned to oversee the job. Alan sent a junior technician from the Reno office. According to the contractor's closeout invoice, which I found in the district files 3 months later, the crew pumped 7 cubic yards of quick-setting neat cement grout down the 6-inch casing under pressure, cut the steel pipe off 2 feet below ground level, welded a 1/2-inch steel plate over the stub, and covered the site with 3 feet of clean gravel fill. The solar panel, data logger, and barbed wire fence were completely dismantled and hauled to the Lander County landfill. Ray Miller retired early the following spring, 6 months ahead of his planned pension date. He sold his house in Elko, disconnected his phone number, and moved to a rural property near Baker, Oregon. He did not leave a forwarding address with the office, and he did not come to his retirement dinner. I stayed with the Nevada Division of Water Resources for 8 more months. But I could no longer work in the basins alone. Every time I had to pull a casing cap on a remote well in the Diamond Valley or the Smoke Creek Desert, every time I heard the hollow, airy rush of wind echoing up from a deep, dry shaft, my hands would begin to shake so violently that I could not thread the sounder tape down the hole. In August 2015, I submitted my resignation and took a job with the municipal water utility in Boise, Idaho. My work now consists entirely of municipal water treatment plants, fire hydrants, and modern booster pump stations located in the middle of suburban neighborhoods. Everything is above ground. Everything is lit by fluorescent security lights, and every shaft is buried under 6 feet of reinforced concrete and sealed behind locked steel doors. I have never returned to Nevada. I have never driven down State Route 305, and I have never spoken to Ray Miller again. Last year, while I was clearing out an old external hard drive containing my personal files from my time in Elko, I found a forgotten subfolder named NVDWR14B RAW. Inside was the original raw, comma-separated value data file downloaded from the Campbell Scientific Logger on that first morning in November 2014. the file containing the automated sensor logs that had recorded the sine wave fluctuations for 16 days. I opened the file in a spreadsheet program to delete it. I scrolled past the thousands of rows of dates, water levels, and battery voltages. I scrolled all the way to the bottom of the data set, past the final entry recorded at 10 a.m. on December 9th. The hour Ray and I had cut the cable and fled the valley. The data logger unit had been disconnected from the solar panel when we stripped the site. The battery had been removed. The logger had been sitting in a cardboard box in the Elko utility yard before being hauled to the landfill by the concrete contractor 2 weeks later. Yet at the bottom of the raw text file, recorded 3 full days after the well had been filled with 7 yards of solid concrete grout and buried under 3 feet of gravel, there were 6 additional lines of data that had been transmitted via the unit's internal satellite modem to the state server before the account was closed. The sensor readings were not zero. The pressure transducer, embedded beneath 20 feet of solid, cured cement at the bottom of the buried shaft, was still transmitting a continuous stream of data. The recorded ambient temperature around the buried sensor was 98.6 degrees. And the static head pressure reading was still rising and falling 6 feet every 42 minutes on the second. The yellow aluminum survey tag was nailed 4 inches deep into the heartwood of an ancient red spruce along the western boundary of the Cranberry Wilderness. But the metal disc wasn't weathered at all. It looked like it had been pulled fresh from the supply bin at the Marlinton Ranger Station that very morning, bright and unblemished against the damp gray bark. What stopped me in my tracks wasn't the pristine condition of the metal, but the raised numbers cold stamped across its face. USFS property boundary, Tech T Vane, ID 40912, 10/24/2011. My name is Thomas Eric Vane. I'm 54 years old, currently living in a drafty 2-story frame house just outside Zanesville, Ohio. But in the autumn of 2011, I was 39 and working as a forestry technician for the United States Forest Service in the Gauley Ranger District of the Monongahela National Forest in Pocahontas County, West Virginia. The day I found that tag, wrapped in 40 years of spruce bark growth that had somehow swallowed its edges like scar tissue over an old wound, was October 22nd, 2011. The date stamped into the metal was 2 days in the future, yet the tree had been growing around it since long before I was born. I have spent 15 years keeping this to myself, mostly because I knew how it would sound to anyone who wasn't there. When you work for the Forest Service, you get used to people telling you strange stories over the counter at the district office. You hear about strange lights moving over the ridgelines, screams in the middle of the night that don't sound like any mountain lion or bobcat, and hikers who swear they walked in a straight line for 4 hours only to wind up 10 yards from where they started. You learn to smile, write down the details in a logbook, and pass it off to hypothermia, low blood sugar, or the plain simple paranoia that comes over folks who aren't used to being out in 40,000 acres of unbroken timber. But I wasn't an amateur hiker, and I wasn't disoriented. I knew those mountains down to the contour lines on a 7.5-minute USGS quad map. I knew the history, the timber cuts from the early 1900s, the old civilian Conservation Corps trails, and every maintenance road that had been closed off and allowed to go back to wild forest. What happened to me and Mark Huckabee over those 3 days in late October wasn't a mistake, and it wasn't a trick of the fog. To make you understand how all of this fitted together, I need to tell you how the Gauley Ranger District actually operates. In late autumn, right after the peak leaf peeping season winds down, the Monongahela turns quiet and cold. The tourists head back down the Highland Scenic Highway toward Lewisburg or Beckley, and the woods take on a dark, wet weight. High-pressure systems coming off the Atlantic break down against the Allegheny front, trapping moisture in the deep valleys and creating thick, low-lying fog inversions that can hang over the drainages for 3 or 4 days at a time. Up on Black Mountain or down in the Middle Fork drainage, the temperature drops fast, hovering right around 38 degrees with a constant, fine mist that soaks straight through 3 layers of wool and Gore-Tex. My main job that season was boundary maintenance and timber stand inspection along the edges of the Cranberry Wilderness. The Cranberry is a massive, roadless area of nearly 48,000 acres, dominated by high-elevation bogs, northern hardwoods, and dense caps of red spruce up on the ridgelines. Because it's designated wilderness, no motorized equipment is allowed past the boundary gates. No chainsaws, no ATVs, no heavy machinery. If a tree falls across a boundary fence or a trail, you pack in a crosscut saw, an axe, and a wire brush, and you clear it by hand. It's hard, quiet, repetitive work that leaves your shoulders aching and your boots caked in black peat mud by the end of a 10-hour shift. I was working out of the Marlinton station back then, sharing a green 2006 Ford F-250 government pickup with Mark Huckabee. Everyone called him Huck. Huck was 58 years old, a senior forestry technician who had been with the Forest Service for almost 30 years and had spent his entire life in Pocahontas County. He was a broad, stoic man with a thick gray mustache, a faded green USFS ball cap perpetually pulled low over his eyes, and a habit of chewing Red Man tobacco while he worked. Huck wasn't the kind of guy who entertained ghost stories or local legends. If you brought up something strange you saw in the woods, Huck would usually spit into the leaf litter, adjust his tool belt, and give you an explanation involving poachers, illegal ginseng diggers, or a black bear suffering from mange. He was practical to a fault, meticulous with his paperwork, and knew the Monongahela better than any man alive. On the morning of October 22nd, I headed out alone to inspect a remote section of the western wilderness boundary near Birchlog Run. There had been reports of illegal timber cutting along a private parcel boundary where an old logging spur, known in our historic records as Forest Service Road 76A, met the wilderness line. FSR 76A had been decommissioned back in the mid-1970s when the wilderness area was formally designated by Congress. The road had been tank-trapped, meaning heavy dozers dug deep earth berms across the entrance, and allowed to revert to forest. Over 35 years, birch, red maple, and thickets of rhododendron maximum had choked the old roadbed, turning it into little more than a dim, mossy corridor through the timber. I parked the Ford at the gated turnout off Route 150, grabbed my field pack, my Sunto MC2 compass, a yellow Write in the Rainfield notebook, a can of citrus orange boundary paint, and my aluminum tag kit. The weather was typical for late October. A low, dark ceiling of gray clouds scraping against the tops of the spruce trees, a temperature of 41 degrees, and a quiet, steady mist that made the falling oak and maple leaves stick like wet paper to the rocks. I checked in with dispatch before leaving the truck, lifting the shoulder mic of my Motorola XTS radio. Golly Control. This is Golly 2, setting out on foot from the 150 turnout down FSR 76A toward Birchlog boundary. Estimated return time 1700 hours. The radio crackled, the voice of our dispatcher, Brenda, coming through clear from the Marlinton office. Copy, Golly 2. Be advised, Weather Service is predicting a cold front moving in from the west around 1600. Expect sleet and dropping temps high up. Next check-in at 1200. Copy that, Golly Control. Golly 2 clear. I clipped the radio to my left chest harness and started down the old roadbed. The silence set in quickly. If you've never been deep in the Appalachian backcountry, especially in the red spruce belt, you might not realize how quiet it can get. The soil underfoot is soft, cushioned by decades of decaying spruce needles and dark peat moss that swallows the sound of your boots. The canopy above is so dense that even a heavy breeze gets muffled into a low, continuous sigh that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. After 20 minutes of pushing through wet rhododendron branches, I reached the point where FSR 76A dropped into the steep draw of Birchlog Run. That was where I found the spruce tree. It was a massive specimen, easily 3 feet in diameter, standing right on the surveyed property line. I stopped to refresh the orange paint blazes on the bark. As I reached into my side pocket for my wire brush, I saw the bright glint of metal on the northern side of the trunk, about 5 feet up. I walked over, thinking it was an old survey marker left by a USGS crew or a state highway surveyor. But when I cleared away a layer of wet lichen, I froze. The metal disc was a standard USFS boundary marker tag, the exact type I had sitting in my pack. But it wasn't nailed flat to the exterior bark. The bark of the spruce had grown up, around, and over the outer edges of the metal, forming a thick, smooth lip of wood that covered nearly half an inch of the tag's circumference. For a tree to envelop a metal marker like that, the tag had to have been nailed into the trunk 30, 40, maybe 50 years ago. Yet the metal itself was clean. It had no oxidation, no scratches, no tarnish. And stamped into the aluminum were my name, my Forest Service employee ID number, and the date, October 24th, 2011. I stood there in the quiet woods, the mist dripping off the brim of my hat, staring at my own name set into a tree that had grown around it over decades. My initial thought wasn't fear, it was anger. I figured Huck or one of the seasonal techs had taken an extra tag from my desk, used the steel letter punch kit back at the shop, and somehow stuck it in the bark to mess with me. But as I leaned in closer and ran my thumb over the junction of metal and wood, my chest tightened. You can't fake tree growth. The wood grain was seamless, tight, and completely fused with the aluminum. The bark hadn't been peeled back and glued. It was living timber, swollen naturally over time around a piece of metal that bore a date 2 days into the future. I took out my digital camera, a small, rugged Olympus toughness model we used for documenting trail damage, and took 3 high-resolution photos of the tag, the bark, and the tree's position relative to the boundary post. I recorded the GPS coordinates on my handheld Garmin unit, noted the anomaly in my Write in the Rain notebook, and finished painting the boundary blaze. But as I worked my way back up the ridge toward Route 150, the quiet of the woods felt different. It felt heavy, like the atmosphere before a severe thunderstorm, even though the air was dead still. When I got back to the Marlinton station that evening around 5:30, the sky was completely dark, and a freezing rain was beginning to rattle against the tin roof of the vehicle bay. Huck was sitting at his metal desk in the back office, filling out his daily equipment log while drinking lukewarm coffee from a stained foam cup. I hung my wet coat on the rack, walked over to his desk, and pulled out the memory card from my digital camera. I plugged it into the office card reader, pulled up the photos on the desktop monitor, and pointed at the screen. "Huck," I said, keeping my voice level. "Which one of you guys went down to Birchlog with the steel punches?" Huck leaned back in his chair, the springs creaking loudly under his weight. He adjusted his glasses, peered at the monitor for a few seconds, and then spat into a small plastic cup he kept on his desk. "What am I looking at, Tom?" "Look at the stamp on that boundary tag," I said, "and look at the wood growth around the edges." Huck zoomed in on the photo. He squinted, his forehead furrowing into deep ridges. He read the text out loud. Tech T Vein, ID 4092, October 24th, 2011. He looked up at me, his eyes entirely blank of humor. "Is this a Photoshop thing you did on your computer?" "I don't know how to use Photoshop, Huck," I said. "I took that 2 hours ago on the Birchlog line. The tree has grown over the edges of the tag. It's been on that spruce for 30 years. Huck stared at the photo for a long time, then leaned in closer to the screen. He reached out with a thick, calloused index finger and tapped the corner of the image. "Look at your jacket and the reflection off that metal disc, Tom." I looked closer. In the polished, unblemished surface of the aluminum tag, you could see a faint, mirror-like reflection of me holding the camera. In the reflection, the left sleeve of my dark green Forest Service Gore-Tex parka was ripped wide open along the forearm seam, exposing a bright tier of white insulation stuffing. I lifted my arm automatically and looked at my left sleeve. The green Gore-Tex was completely whole. Not a stitch was loose. Huck looked at me, then looked back at the screen. He didn't laugh. He didn't make a joke about haunted woods or ghost rangers. He just reached out, shut off the monitor, and picked up his pen. "Equipment log says you had camera unit 4 out today," he said quietly. "Cards probably corrupted by the cold moisture. Digital stuff acts up when the sensors get wet. Delete the file, file your boundary report, and go home, get some sleep. We got a full day tomorrow." "Huck, the tag is physically in the tree," I insisted, leaning over his desk. "I touched it. The wood has grown over it." "Then we'll go look at it together tomorrow," Huck said, his voice dropping an octave into that firm, unyielding tone he used when junior techs argued about safety protocols. "We're assigned to check the automated weather station near Tumbling Rock Run anyway. That's only a mile off FSR 76A. We'll take the truck down to the gate, walk in, check the boundary line, look at your spruce tree, and reset the telemetry logger. Go home, Tom." I knew there was no point in arguing with him. I packed my gear, drove back to my small rented cabin outside Marlinton, and tried to eat dinner. But I couldn't get the image out of my head. I sat on my couch with my jacket on my lap, running my fingers again and again over the smooth, unbroken seam of my left sleeve. The next morning, October 23rd, the weather had turned vicious. A cold front had settled over Pocahontas County overnight, coating the ridges in a thick, glass-like layer of clear ice and dropping a heavy blanket of freezing fog into the valleys. When Huck and I pulled out of the Marlinton station in the Ford F-250 at 7:30, the Highland Scenic Highway was entirely empty. The trees along the road shoulders hung heavy under the weight of the ice, their branches clicking together in the wind like dry bones. We reached the gated turnout for FSR 76A just before 8:30. Huck pulled the truck off the pavement onto the gravel shoulder, killed the engine, and pulled the emergency brake. The heater fan died down, and suddenly the only sound was the sharp, metallic ping of freezing rain hitting the truck's hood and windshield. We geared up in silence. Huck pulled on his heavy canvas brush coat, buckled his leather tool belt, and picked up his Pulaski. I pulled on my Gore-Tex parka, clipped my radio to my shoulder, and grabbed our shoulder pack containing the test equipment for the weather telemetry station. "Golly Control, this is Golly 1, Huck said into his shoulder mic, using his unit call sign. "We are at the 76A turnout, proceeding on foot to Tumbling Rock Telemetry Station and Birch Log Boundary Line. Radio checks on the hour." "Copy, Golly 1, Brenda's voice came back, thin and raspy through the static. "Be advised, repeater on Kennison Mountain is throwing intermittent power fluctuations due to ice buildup on the solar arrays. If you lose us on Channel 1, switch to Channel 3 local tactical." "Copy that, Control. Golly 1 clear." We unlocked the tubular steel USFS boundary gate, stepped through, and began descending FSR 76A into the fog. The air in the draw was freezing, thick enough that you could see your breath hanging in dark, wet plumes before being swallowed by the mist. Ice coated the rhododendron leaves, turning the thickets into brilliant crystalline walls that closed in tightly on both sides of the old roadbed. After about 20 minutes of hiking, we reached a spot where a large red oak had fallen across the roadbed, dragging down a tangle of old rusty barbed wire from a long-forgotten farm fence that predated the Forest Service acquisition. Huck went around the root ball on the high side, but I stepped over the trunk, ducking low under a hanging strand of wire. A rusted barb caught the fabric of my left forearm. There was a sharp tearing sound as the heavy wire ripped clean through the Gore-Tex membrane, tearing a 6-inch gash along the seam and spilling bright white polyester insulation out into the cold air. I stopped instantly. My heart did a sudden violent thump against my ribs. I lifted my left arm and stared at the tear. It was identical in length, shape, and position to the ripped sleeve I had seen in the reflection on the tag the night before. Huck stopped on the far side of the fallen oak and turned around. He saw me staring at my arm. He looked at the torn green fabric, the white insulation leaking out, and then he looked up at my face. The color drained out of his weathered cheeks, leaving his skin a dull, chalky gray. He opened his mouth to say something, but no sound came out. He took a slow breath, looked down at his boots, and then looked back up. "Let's just get down to the birch log boundary," he said, his voice flat and utterly devoid of its usual authority. "Show me the tree." We moved faster down the trail, the ice-coated branches slapping against our packs. The fog was growing thicker as we dropped lower into the Middle Fork drainage, reducing visibility to maybe 30 feet. The forest felt strange, unusually devoid of life. There were no chickadees calling from the branches, no squirrels chattering in the oaks, no sound of water running in the distant creeks. There was only the sound of our own boots crunching on the frozen leaf litter and the steady rhythmic clicking of ice dripping from the spruce needles. At 9:45, we reached the surveyed property line near Birchlog Run. I led Huck directly to the spot where I had stood the day before. The large red spruce stood there in the fog, its trunk dark and wet from the ice melt. I stepped up to the tree, pointing at the spot on the northern face about 5 feet up. "Right here," I said. Huck walked over, lifted his headlamp, and flicked the beam onto the bark. There was no metal tag. There was no blaze. There was no cut in the bark. The trunk of the red spruce was completely smooth, dark, and unbroken, covered in a uniform layer of wet, gray lichen that looked as though it hadn't been disturbed in 100 years. I stepped forward, my hands shaking as I pulled off my glove and rubbed my bare fingers over the rough bark. "It was right here," I said, my voice rising. "I scraped the lichen right here. I took 3 pictures of it, Huck. It was embedded in the wood." Huck stood beside me, his flashlight beam fixed on the tree trunk. He didn't yell at me. He didn't call me crazy. He just looked at the bare bark, then looked down at my torn left sleeve where the white insulation was blowing gently in the freezing wind. "Tom," Huck said slowly, his voice barely above a whisper, "pull up the photos on your camera." I unzipped my chest pocket, pulled out the Olympus camera, turned it on, and hit the playback button. The screen flickered to life. The memory card showed 3 image files recorded from the day before. I hit select on the first file. The screen didn't show a picture of a boundary tag. It showed a pitch-black frame except for 2 bright, perfectly round white dots in the exact center of the screen, like a pair of reflective eyes caught in a camera flash at night. I hit the button for the second photo. Pitch black with the same 2 white dots, slightly closer. The third photo was the same. The timestamps on all 3 photos read 0:00, with the date listed as 0:00:0. I stared at the screen, a cold prickle of terror spreading across the back of my neck and down my spine. "The card. It was fine last night," I stammered. "You saw the photo on my monitor back at the station, Huck. You read the numbers out loud." Huck turned his head slowly, looking out into the dense white fog that blanketed the hemlock draw behind us. "I didn't read any numbers, Tom," he said softly, his eyes fixed on the misty woods. "You showed me a blank screen last night. You sat at your desk for 20 minutes staring at a corrupted image file, talking to yourself about a tag. I thought you were just overworked." A terrible, suffocating feeling settled over me. I remembered standing at his desk. I remembered him leaning in. I remembered his exact voice reading the numbers. But looking at Huck's pale, frightened face now, I realized something far worse. Either my memory of the previous night was entirely wrong, or the world we had stepped into this morning was quietly rewriting itself around us. "We need to finish the weather station check and get back to the truck," Huck said, his hands gripping the wooden handle of his Pulaski so tightly his knuckles were white. "Now." We turned away from the boundary line and hiked toward Tumbling Rock Run. The weather monitoring station was located in a small, grassy clearing about half a mile further down the drainage, sitting right next to an old Civilian Conservation Corps stone shelter built back in 1938. The shelter was a heavy, mortared stone building with a low-slung cedar shingle roof, a broad stone fireplace, and wide open doorways that lacked doors. It had been built as an emergency weather shelter for forestry workers and hikers before the area was declared a wilderness. As we walked down the narrow, blazed trail toward the creek, my shoulder radio suddenly burst into loud, harsh static. The noise was so sharp in the dead quiet of the woods that we both jumped. I reached up to adjust the squelch dial, but before I could touch it, a voice came through the speaker. It was loud, clear, and totally unhindered by static. "Golly Control, this is Golly 2, the voice said. "We have reached the Tumbling Rock shelter. Weather clear, temp 38 degrees. Proceeding to test telemetry unit." It was my voice. It wasn't a recording. It wasn't a faint crosstalk echo from another frequency. It was my voice with my specific Western Pennsylvania inflection, my exact breathing cadence, and the distinct sound of my heavy coat rustling against my chest harness. Huck stopped dead in his tracks. He reached out and grabbed my shoulder, his fingers digging painfully deep into my collarbone. "Tom," he whispered, his eyes wide with genuine panic. "Who has your extra radio?" "Nobody," I choked out, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. "I have my radio right here. Unit 2 is on my chest." Before I could press the push-to-talk button to break the signal, the radio squelched again. Brenda's voice came back from the Marlinton dispatch office, clear as a bell. "Copy, Golly 2. Glad you made it down okay. Report again when telemetry reset is complete." I grabbed my mic, jammed down the talk button with my thumb, and shouted into the receiver. "Control, Golly Control, this is Golly 2. Do not copy that last transmission. That was not us. Huck and I are still on the trail, 10 minutes out from Tumbling Rock. Do you copy me, Control?" Static roared back over the speaker for 5 seconds, and then Brenda's voice returned, except it sounded distant now, chopped up by heavy atmospheric interference. "Golly, repeat. You are breaking up. Golly 2, I just took your location report 3 minutes ago. Please verify." "Control, listen to me," I screamed into the mic. "Someone is on our frequency. We are not at the shelter. We are on the trail." The radio didn't answer. A continuous low-frequency hum filled the channel, a vibrating acoustic tone that sounded like a heavy iron bell ringing deep underwater. It vibrated through the speaker, vibrating so hard I could feel the plastic casing of the radio trembling against my chest. Huck pulled his hand off my shoulder, reached down to his belt and unholstered his Forest Service issue sidearm, a Glock 22 and 40 S&W. In 30 years of service, I had never seen Huck draw his weapon once, not even when we encountered an aggressive black bear carcass hunter up on Cranberry Mountain. "We are going to the shelter," Huck said, his voice trembling slightly, his eyes locked on the mists ahead. "We get our equipment, we check the logger, and then we are running straight back to the road." We moved down the trail at a brisk trot, our boots slapping hard against the icy mud. The fog had dropped so low now that we could barely see 15 feet ahead. The trees on either side of the trail seemed to loom out of the white gloom like gray, frozen spires, their iced branches reaching down toward us like fingers. At 10:15, we broke through the hemlock thicket into the clearing at Tumbling Rock Run. The stone shelter stood on the far side of the creek, its dark, lichen-covered stone walls emerging from the shifting fog. The weather monitoring station, an aluminum tripod holding an anemometer, a solar panel, and a locked fiberglass instrument box, sat about 20 feet to the left of the stone building. Everything was quiet. The stream tumbled over slick, mossy sandstone rocks, the amber, tea-colored water running high and dark from the recent rain. We crossed the wooden footbridge over the creek, our boots echoing loudly off the damp timbers. We stopped at the entrance of the stone shelter. Inside, the shelter was dark, smelling of cold ash, wet stone, and decaying leaves. A stone picnic table sat in the center of the earthen floor. Sitting right in the middle of that wooden tabletop was a single object. It was a yellow Write in the Rainfield notebook. I stood in the doorway, staring at it. My hand went down automatically to my right cargo pocket, the pocket where I always kept my field log. The pocket was completely empty. "Tom," Huck said, his gun held low at his side, his flashlight beam pinning the yellow notebook in a circle of white light. "Is that your book?" I think so," I said, my throat dry as bone. "Must have dropped it when we were down here last month." "You weren't down here last month," Huck said coldly. "You were on administrative leave for your knee surgery last month. Don't lie to yourself, Tom." I walked slowly into the cold dark of the shelter, my boots crunching on the dirt floor. I reached out a trembling hand and picked up the notebook. The cover was damp, cold, and stained with salt. Across the front cover, written in black permanent marker in my clear, blocky hand, were the words, "Gawley District, Boundary and Telemetry Log, T. Vane." I opened the cover. The first 10 pages were filled with my standard field notes from the previous spring, tree counts, boundary paint allocations, fence repair locations. I flipped to the page marked October 23rd, 2011. Today's date. Written on the page, in my handwriting, was a detailed entry. 10:15 a.m. Arrived at Tumbling Rock Shelter with M. Huckabee. Weather station offline due to dead battery and logger. Huckabee complained about left knee pain from damp weather. Sat on bench to slice an apple with his old-timer knife. Dropped slice on floor. Left shelter at 10:30 a.m. to return to vehicle. Discovered trail displacement on FSR 76A at 10:45 a.m. My hand shook so violently the pages fluttered in the damp air. Behind me, I heard the heavy, wet sound of Huck sitting down heavily on the stone bench against the wall. "God, my knee is tearing me up today," Huck grunted, wincing as he stretched his left leg out straight. "This damp cold gets right into the joint." I turned around slowly, my chest feeling as though a heavy steel band was tightening around my lungs. Huck reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a small red apple and his yellow-handled old-timer pocket knife. He flipped the blade open, sliced off a thumb-sized wedge of apple, and went to lift it to his mouth. The cold slice slipped from his fingers and fell face down onto the dirty floor. Huck froze. He looked at the slice of apple lying in the dirt between his boots. Then he looked up at me, his eyes wide with a horrific, sudden realization. "Tom," he whispered, his voice trembling. "What is written in that book?" I couldn't speak. I held out the notebook. Huck didn't reach for it. He scrambled up from the stone bench, dropping his knife onto the table with a loud clatter. He grabbed his gun from where he had rested it on his knee. "We're leaving," he snapped, his voice high and sharp with panic. "We're leaving right now. Put the book down and get out of here." "Nobody," I choked out, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. "I have my radio right here. Unit 2 is on my chest." Before I could press the push-to-talk button to break the signal, the radio squelched again. Brenda's voice came back from the Marlinton dispatch office clear as a bell. "Copy, Gawley 2. Glad you made it down okay. Report again when telemetry reset is complete. I grabbed my mic, jammed down the talk button with my thumb and shouted into the receiver. Control. Golly Control, this is Golly 2. Do not copy that last transmission, that was not us. Huck and I are still on the trail, 10 minutes out from Tumbling Rock. Do you copy me, Control? Static roared back over the speaker for 5 seconds, and then Brenda's voice returned, except it sounded distant now, chopped up by heavy atmospheric interference. Golly, repeat, you are breaking up. Golly 2. I just took your location report 3 minutes ago. Please verify. Control, listen to me. I screamed into the mic. Someone is on our frequency. We are not at the shelter. We are on the trail. The radio didn't answer. A continuous, low-frequency hum filled the channel, a vibrating, acoustic tone that sounded like a heavy iron bell ringing deep underwater. It vibrated through the speaker, vibrating so hard I could feel the plastic casing of the radio trembling against my chest. Huck pulled his hand off my shoulder, reached down to his belt and unholstered his Forest Service issue sidearm, a Glock 22 in 40 S&W. In 30 years of service, I had never seen Huck draw his weapon once, not even when we encountered the aggressive black bear carcass hunter up on Cranberry Mountain. We are going to the shelter, Huck said, his voice trembling slightly, his eyes locked on the mists ahead. We get our equipment, we check the logger, and then we are running straight back to the road. We moved down the trail at a brisk trot, our boots slapping hard against the icy mud. The fog had dropped so low now that we could barely see 15 feet ahead. The trees on either side of the trail seemed to loom out of the white gloom like gray, frozen spires, their iced branches reaching down toward us like fingers. At 10:15, we broke through the hemlock thicket into the clearing at Tumbling Rock Run. The stone shelter stood on the far side of the creek, its dark, lichen-covered stone walls emerging from the shifting fog. The weather monitoring station, an aluminum tripod holding an anemometer, a solar panel, and a locked fiberglass instrument box, sat about 20 feet to the left of the stone building. Everything was quiet. The stream tumbled over slick, mossy sandstone rocks, the amber, tea-colored water running high and dark from the recent rain. We crossed the wooden footbridge over the creek, our boots echoing loudly off the damp timbers. We stopped at the entrance of the stone shelter. Inside, the shelter was dark, smelling of cold ash, wet stone, and decaying leaves. A stone picnic table sat in the center of the earthen floor. Sitting right in the middle of that wooden tabletop was a single object. It was a yellow Write in the Rainfield notebook. I stood in the doorway staring at it. My hand went down automatically to my right cargo pocket, the pocket where I always kept my field log. The pocket was completely empty. Tom, Huck said, his gun held low at his side, his flashlight beam pinning the yellow notebook in a circle of white light. Is that your book? I think so, I said, my throat dry as bone. Must have dropped it when we were down here last month. You weren't down here last month, Huck said coldly. You were on administrative leave for your knee surgery last month. Don't lie to yourself, Tom. I walked slowly into the cold dark of the shelter, my boots crunching on the dirt floor. I reached out a trembling hand and picked up the notebook. The cover was damp, cold, and stained with salt. Across the front cover, written in black permanent marker in my clear, blocky hand, were the words, Golly District, Boundary and Telemetry Log, T. Vane. I opened the cover. The first 10 pages were filled with my standard field notes from the previous spring. Tree counts, boundary paint allocations, fence repair locations. I flipped to the page marked October 23, 2011. Today's date. Written on the page, in my handwriting, was a detailed entry. 10:15 a.m. Arrived at Tumbling Rock Shelter with M. Huckabee. Weather station offline due to dead battery and logger. Huckabee complained about left knee pain from damp weather. Sat on bench to slice an apple with his old-timer knife. Dropped slice on floor. Left shelter at 10:30 a.m. to return to vehicle. Discovered trail displacement on FSR 76A at 10:45 a.m. My hand shook so violently the pages fluttered in the damp air. Behind me I heard the heavy wet sound of Huck sitting down heavily on the stone bench against the wall. God, my knee is tearing me up today, Huck grunted, wincing as he stretched his left leg out straight. This damp cold gets right into the joint. I turned around slowly, my chest feeling as though a heavy steel band was tightening around my lungs. Huck reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a small red apple and his yellow-handled old-timer pocket knife. He flipped the blade open, sliced off a thumb-sized wedge of apple, and went to lift it to his mouth. The cold slice slipped from his fingers and fell face down onto the dirty floor. Huck froze. He looked at the slice of apple lying in the dirt between his boots. Then he looked up at me, his eyes wide with a horrific, sudden realization. "Tom," he whispered, his voice trembling. "What is written in that book?" I couldn't speak. I held out the notebook. Huck didn't reach for it. He scrambled up from the stone bench, dropping his knife onto the table with a loud clatter. He grabbed his gun from where he had rested it on his knee. "We're leaving," he snapped, his voice high and sharp with panic. "We're leaving right now. Put the book down and get out of here." I dropped the book on the stone table, turned and ran out of the shelter behind Huck. We sprinted across the wooden footbridge over Tumbling Rock Run, our heavy boots pounding on the planks, and plunged back into the hemlock thicket along the blazed trail that led back to FSR 76A and the truck. We hiked at a brutal pace, nearly running through the slush and mud. The cold air burned in my lungs like fire. The fog had thickened into a solid, impenetrable wall of gray-white mist that clung to our clothes and restricted our view to the trail immediately beneath our feet. We pushed past the blue blazes painted on the trees, our eyes fixed on the path ahead. We hiked for 30 minutes. By my calculation, we should have already reached the high ridge where FSR 76A met the main wilderness access road. Instead, the trail opened up into a wide, familiar clearing. Ahead of us through the fog stood the mortared stone walls and cedar-shingled roof of the CCC shelter. We had stepped out of the hemlocks on the east side of the clearing, the side opposite of where we had entered. Huck stopped so abruptly I nearly ran into his back. "No," he muttered, shaking his head violently. "No, no, no." We walked straight west. I watched the compass. We walked west the whole time. He pulled his Sunto compass from his pocket and held it out in his palm. The red needle was suspended in the liquid capsule pointing straight ahead, west, directly toward the shelter entrance. "We turned around," I said, panic taking full control of my voice now. "We must have taken a wrong fork near the stream." "There are no forks on this trail, Tom," Huck screamed, turning on me, his eyes bloodshot, his composure completely shattered. "It's a single-track corridor. There's nowhere to turn." He swung around, picked a direction through the unbroken woods away from the trail, and began crashing through a dense thicket of rhododendron, using his arm to shield his face from the ice-covered branches. I ran right behind him, the stiff branches whipping against my face and tearing at my coat. We pushed through the brush for 20 exhausting, agonizing minutes. We scrambled up steep shale embankments, tore our gloves on briars, and slid down muddy draws, moving as fast as our legs could carry us away from that shelter. Finally, we broke through a final, thick wall of green foliage into a clearing. My heart sank into a dark, bottomless pit. There was the stone shelter. There was the wooden footbridge. There was the weather station tripod. We had popped out directly behind the stone chimney. Looking down at the mud at my feet, I saw 2 fresh sets of boot prints leading out from behind the shelter and circling directly back toward the open doorway. They were our prints. We had walked in a wide, perfect geometric circle through dense, unbroken wilderness, following our own tracks straight back to where we started. The air grew perceptibly colder. The wind died down entirely, leaving the woods in an absolute dead silence that pressed against my eardrums like a physical weight. The mist didn't drift anymore. It hung suspended in the air like microscopic droplets of glass, completely freezing the forest in time. "Look at the sky," Huck whispered, his voice cracked and hollow. I looked up. The sky above the tree canopy wasn't gray anymore. It had turned a strange, sickly shade of bruised purple, bruised and featureless, devoid of sun or clouds. "It's 5 o'clock, I said, checking my wristwatch. The digital display on my Casio watch was blank. The liquid crystal screen had frozen into a gray, scrambled mess of dead digits. "We aren't getting out tonight," Huck said. He sounded tired now, not angry, not panicked, just completely drained of life. "It's caught us in the draw. We have to go inside the shelter." "We can't go back in there, Huck," I pleaded, tears of pure terror stinging my cold eyes. "You read what was in that book. If we stay out here in the wet, we'll freeze to death before midnight," Huck snapped, his old authority flickering back for a brief second. "It's 30 degrees and dropping. Inside the shelter we can build a fire in the hearth. We have stone walls to cut the wind. Go inside, Tom." We walked back into the stone shelter like condemned men entering a cell. The interior was almost completely dark now. Huck pulled his emergency space blanket from his field pack, a thin sheet of crinkly silver mylar, and wrapped it around his shoulders over his canvas coat. He sat down on the dirt floor against the far back corner of the stone wall, keeping his Glock rested across his knees, his eyes fixed on the open doorway. I pulled 2 dead cedar logs from the dry wood pile under the stone bench, stacked them in the broad hearth, and lit them using my emergency fire matches and some torn pages from my field notebook. The dry wood caught quickly, throwing orange firelight across the rough stone walls and casting long, dancing shadows into the corners of the room. We sat in silence for 2 hours, watching the wood burn down to glowing red coals. Outside, the night fell completely. A deep, thick, smothering blackness that swallowed the forest beyond the doorway. Around 8 o'clock, the sleet started again. It didn't fall from the sky. It seemed to drive sideways through the timber, rattling against the cedar roof shingles with a rhythmic, metallic click that sounded like millions of tiny teeth snapping together. Then came the sound. It started far up the draw near Tumbling Rock Run, a sound of boots walking through wet gravel and frozen leaves. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It was steady, heavy, and deliberate. 2 distinct sets of footsteps walking side by side down the blazed trail toward the shelter. Huck raised his flashlight in his left hand, clicked it on, and pinned the doorway in a beam of brilliant white light. He lifted his pistol with his right hand, his finger restlessly tapping against the trigger guard. The footsteps reached the edge of the clearing. They didn't slow down. They walked straight up to the footbridge, the sound of heavy boots echoing off the wet timbers as they crossed the creek. Thump, thump, thump. I pressed my back against the cold stone chimney, my lungs frozen, unable to draw a breath. My hand squeezed the handle of my Pulaski axe until my fingers went completely numb. The footsteps stopped right outside the open stone doorway, just inches beyond the light of Huck's flashlight beam. For 10 long, agonizing seconds, there was absolute silence. Nothing showed in the doorway. There was no shadow, no figure, no silhouette against the white mist outside. There was only the blank, empty darkness of the mountain night. Then a voice spoke from the darkness right outside the door. It was Huck's voice. "Tom," the voice outside said, its tone flat, dry, and completely devoid of pitch or emotion. "Look at your jacket and the reflection off that metal disc, Tom." Inside the shelter, Huck let out a wet, strangling gasp. His hand shook so violently the beam of his flashlight danced wildly across the stone floor. Then my voice spoke from the dark. "I don't know how to use Photoshop, Huck. I took that 2 hours ago on the birch log line." The two voices outside began playing back our exact conversation from the previous evening at the Marlinton Ranger Station. But they weren't speaking to each other. They were speaking simultaneously, overlapping one another like two tape loops played at slightly different speeds. The words spilled into the stone room, garbled, mechanical, and dead, repeating phrases we had said, phrases we were going to say, and sentences made of words we had never spoken at all. "We're leaving right now. Golly, too clear. Drop your pack. Look at the wood growth. He's still listening. October 24, Tech T Vane." Huck suddenly pulled his arm back, aimed his pistol at the empty open doorway, and fired 3 rounds into the dark. The gunshots were deafening inside the small stone shelter. The muzzle flashes illuminated the interior in violent, bright bursts of orange light. Smoke filled the air, acrid and sulphurous, stinging our eyes and throats. The lead bullet smashed into the wet hemlock trees outside, the wood splintering loudly in the dark. The moment the gunshots died away, the voices outside stopped. The silence returned, instantaneous, heavy, and complete. Huck lowered his gun, his chest heaving as he gasped for air through the thick smoke. His face was slick with sweat despite the freezing cold. "It's not real," he whispered, his eyes wide and wild. "It's an echo. It's just an echo in the valley." "Huck," I whispered, pointing a trembling finger toward the narrow window opening cut into the side wall of the shelter. Through the window, cutting through the dense mist in the clearing outside, 2 bright yellow beams of light flickered on. Halogen headlights. They were stationary, pointing straight at the side wall of the shelter from 30 feet away, in a dense forest clearing where no road existed, surrounded by virgin spruce trees that had stood untouched for a century. Through the roar of the freezing wind, we heard the distinct, familiar rumble of an engine. It was a heavy V8 Ford truck engine, idling smoothly in the cold night air. On the driver's side door of the vehicle, lit by the amber running lights, was a painted green shield, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Forest Service, and printed beneath it was the vehicle unit number, Golly 2. I watched through the small window, unable to move, unable to scream, as the driver's side door of the truck clicked open. A figure stepped down onto the muddy ground. He was wearing a dark green USFS Gore-Tex parka. His left sleeve was ripped wide open along the seam, white polyester insulation spilling out and catching the bright glare of the yellow headlights. He turned his face toward the shelter window. The face had no eyes. Where the eyes, nose, and mouth should have been, there was only a smooth, featureless slate of wet gray bark. The exact gray, lichen-covered bark of the red spruce tree from the birch log boundary line. The figure took 1 step toward the shelter door. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressed my forehead against the cold stone of the chimney, and began to pray out loud, saying anything, repeating the Lord's Prayer over and over again into the smoky, dark air of the shelter. Beside me, I could hear Huck sobbing quietly, his pistol clicking uselessly against the stone floor as his hand shook uncontrollably. We sat like that for hours. We didn't look back out the window. We didn't look at the door. We listened to the steady thump, thump, thump of boots pacing slowly around the exterior of the stone shelter, round and round, a continuous mechanical loop that never stopped, never varied, and never grew tired. Somewhere around 5 in the morning, the heavy rumble of the truck engine simply stopped. It didn't sputter and die. It didn't shut off with a turn of a key. It was just gone, instantly erased from the air, leaving only the quiet clicking of freezing sleet against the cedar roof. When the first pale gray light of dawn filtered through the mist at 6:30, Huck and I slowly stood up. We were bruised, frozen, and exhausted beyond any physical measure I have ever known. We walked out of the stone shelter into the freezing morning air. The clearing was empty. There was no truck. There were no tire tracks in the soft black peat mud. But surrounding the shelter, in a clean, perfect geometric circle 30 feet wide, were thousands of boot prints stamped deep into the frozen mud. They were all identical, the distinct cross-hatched tread pattern of a size 10 Danner Acadia work boot. My boots. We didn't say a word to each other. We didn't collect our test gear from the weather station. We turned toward the trail and began walking back toward FSR 76A. This time, the forest behaved. The trail remained straight. The footbridge crossed the creek once. In 45 minutes, we broke through the final rhododendron thicket and stepped onto the gravel shoulder of Route 150. Our Ford F-250 was sitting exactly where we had left it, covered in a thin, sparkling crust of morning ice. We got in, Huck started the engine, turned the heater on high, and drove us back down the mountain to Marlinton in complete, unbroken silence. 3 weeks later, Mark Huckabee submitted his papers for immediate early retirement, forfeiting a portion of his full 30-year pension. He packed his things, sold his house in Richwood, and moved to a small town outside Knoxville, Tennessee. He never returned my phone calls. Whenever I tried to reach him, his wife would answer the phone and tell me politely but firmly that Mark was out fishing or resting and that I shouldn't call back. I stayed on with the Forest Service until the spring of 2012. I filed an official incident report for our trip to Tumbling Rock Run. I wrote that we had encountered severe fog-induced spatial disorientation, extreme cold, radio signal reflections off the surrounding sandstone formations, and equipment failure due to moisture ingress. My supervisor read it, signed it, stamped it, and put it in a metal filing cabinet in the back room. It was clean, reasonable, and accepted without a single question. I resigned 6 months later. I packed my gear, handed in my badge at the Gawley district office, and left West Virginia for good. I moved here to Zanesville, Ohio. It's flat here. There are open fields, corn rustling in the autumn wind, mowed county parks, and wide highways where you can see the horizon for 10 miles in every direction. There are no deep spruce draws, no old logging roads closed off 30 years ago, and no quiet mountain valleys where the mist hangs thick over the hemlocks. I thought I had left it behind. I thought I had managed to lock that memory away in the back of my head where it couldn't hurt me. But there is one thing I never told anyone, not even the district ranger when I handed in my equipment. On my last day at the Marlinton station, before I turned in my keys, I went into the dispatch room after hours. The Forest Service used an automated voice-activated analog tape recorder that logged all incoming and outgoing radio traffic from the Kennison Mountain Repeater onto heavy reel-to-reel magnetic tapes. I found the tape for October 23, 2011. I put it on the player, plugged in a pair of headphones, and listened to the channel log from that afternoon. My voice was on there at 10:15 a.m. reporting our arrival at Tumbling Rock Shelter. Then there was 20 minutes of heavy static. And then at 4:12 p.m., an hour after Huck and I had turned off our handheld radios to save battery while sitting inside that stone shelter, the tape logged an open mic transmission coming directly from my assigned radio unit. On the tape, you can hear the clear, sharp sound of sleet hitting a tin roof. You can hear a heavy, rhythmic breathing sound close to the microphone. And then you hear my voice, flat, monotone, and totally lifeless, reading aloud from a notebook. On the recording, the voice lists coordinates, dates, and names. It lists my birth date, the date I joined the Forest Service, and the exact date I resigned. Last week I pulled that old cassette copy out of my desk drawer and played it for the first time in 10 years. I listened to the very end of the recording, a section of faint, garbled static that I had always turned off early because I couldn't bear to hear it. I turned the volume knob all the way up, pressing the speaker against my ear. Through the hiss of the tape, the voice on the recording reads a date that hasn't happened yet, October 24th, 2028. And then it whispers my current street address here in Zanesville, followed by a sentence that has kept my lights on every night for a week. He thinks he went home. When the steel enclosure came back from Briar Creek, the 4-inch thick galvanized steel casing was crushed flat in the middle, pinched together like a tin cup caught in a heavy hydraulic vise. But there wasn't a single scratch on the green powder coat paint. That was the first detail that refused to settle in my mind. The United States Geological Survey uses heavy-gauge aluminum and galvanized steel housing units for a reason. They are engineered to withstand flash floods, falling oak limbs, ice jams, and black bears scratching their backs against the mounting posts. Whatever had compressed that box had applied thousands of pounds of static, uniform pressure without using teeth, claws, or mechanical jaws. And when I pulled the internal data logger from the wreckage, the microbarometric sensor inside hadn't failed from impact. It had recorded a 40 decibel spike in low-frequency air pressure 6 seconds before the casing caved in. My name is Arthur Vance. I'm 42 years old now, living in Rolla, Missouri, and in the autumn of 2016 I worked as a lead hydrologic technician for the USGS Water Resources Mission Area, assigned to the 11-Point Ranger District inside the Mark Twain National Forest. My job was not romantic. It consisted of driving hundreds of miles a week down gravel logging roads, wading into freezing spring-fed rivers in heavy chest waders, calibrating acoustic Doppler current profilers, and servicing the automated stream gauging stations that monitor stage height and water discharge across the Ozark Plateau. I knew the karst topography of southern Missouri better than most people know their own backyards. I knew where the Dolomite limestone honeycombed into subterranean cave systems, where the underground rivers swallowed surface streams whole during summer dry spells, and how sound traveled through the narrow, steep-sided hollows of the Irish wilderness. The Briar Creek Station was one of our older continuous record sites, sitting in a narrow ravine 3 miles off Forest Road 4155, south of the 11-Point River. It monitored a small tributary that flowed down through dense stands of shortleaf pine and white oak before emptying into the main river channel. On October 12, 2016, the automated telemetry system stopped transmitting its hourly stage readings to our office server. In our line of work, a signal drop usually means a dead solar battery, a chewed wire from a gray squirrel, or a fallen tree branch knocking out the antenna. I packed my field kit into the back of my government-issued Ford F-350, picked up my junior technician, David Miller, and drove out from our field office to replace the battery. David was 26 at the time, sharp, methodical, and fresh out of the forestry program at the University of Missouri. He was the kind of guy who kept his field notebooks organized by color-coded tabs and double-checked every stream flow calculation against manual velocity measurements. When we reached the turnout above Briar Creek that afternoon, the sun was already dipping behind the western ridges, casting long, bruised purple shadows across the canopy. The autumn air was crisp and bone-dry, smelling of cured oak leaves, damp river clay, and pine needles. We walked the quarter-mile trail down into the ravine, carrying our toolboxes and a fresh 12-volt battery. The creek was low, barely a trickle over the polished dolomite cobbles, murmuring softly in the quiet afternoon. But when we reached the gauge house, A heavy steel enclosure mounted on a 4-inch iron pipe set deep into a concrete footing beside the water. We both stopped dead in our tracks. The iron pipe was bent at a clean 45-degree angle toward the water, as if something heavy had leaned over it from above. The steel box mounted to the top was crushed flat in the center. It looked as though a heavy hydraulic press had squeezed the center of the box shut, folding the 2-inch thick steel doors inward until the locking latch had sheared off from internal tension. David walked up to the post, reaching out a gloved hand, then hesitating before touching the metal. He ducked his head, looking around the floor of the ravine, examining the soft, muddy bank beside the concrete footing. He pointed at the mud with his foot. There were no tire tracks, no boot prints, no scuffs from heavy machinery. There were no bear claw marks in the paint, no tufts of fur stuck to the sheared metal, and no smell of gasoline or diesel exhaust. The mud around the base was smooth, marked only by the light impression of washed-over river silt and a few scattered acorns. David looked back at me, frowning, rubbing the back of his neck with his leather work glove. He asked if someone could have brought a portable hydraulic tool down there, maybe some local kids messing around with fire rescue equipment or a stolen jack. I told him nobody was going to haul a 200-pound power unit and a hydraulic cutter a quarter mile through dense Ozark underbrush just to ruin a government water monitoring box that had no scrap value. Besides, the steel was flattened uniformly, crushed from the sides without the jagged bite marks that hydraulic shears leave behind. We unbolted the ruined box from the pipe using a socket wrench and brought it back to the truck. When I opened the internal compartment back at the office workbench, the electronics were smashed, but the solid-state memory card inside the Campbell Scientific Data Logger was still intact. I pulled the raw data file into our diagnostic software that evening. The stage readings had been normal right up until 3:14 a.m. on the morning of October 11th. At 3:14:02 a.m., the internal temperature sensor registered a sudden 3-degree drop in air temperature within the space of 2 seconds. At 3:14:05 a.m., the microbarometric sensor recorded an extraordinary pressure pulse, a low-frequency acoustic wave that spiked far beyond ambient atmospheric pressure. 3 seconds later, the telemetry went dead as the housing was crushed. I sat at my desk for a long time staring at that graph. In hydrologic science, every anomaly has an explanation. Barometric spikes can be caused by localized explosive detonations, sudden microbursts, or severe weather fronts. But there were no thunderstorms recorded in Oregon County that night, and a microburst wouldn't bend a 4-inch iron pipe set in 3 feet of reinforced concrete while leaving the surrounding walnut and oak saplings completely untouched. 2 days later, on October 14th, we had to return to the area to install a temporary submersible pressure transducer to maintain our stage record for the watershed. We brought a replacement box and a fresh set of mounting hardware. The weather had turned cold overnight. A low-gray deck of clouds hung over the ridges, dragging wisps of pale mist through the tops of the shortleaf pines. We worked in near silence for the first hour. David was down in the creek bed in his waders, securing the stainless steel transducer cable along the bed of the stream, while I stood on the bank wiring the new logger box to the solar panel harness. The only sound was the clinking of my wrenches, the shallow gurgle of the stream, and the occasional dry drop of an acorn hitting the leaf litter. Around 2 in the afternoon, the wind dropped completely. In the Ozark timber, when the wind dies down in late autumn, the silence is total. You can hear a chickadee flitting between branches 50 yards away. But this was a different kind of quiet. It felt as though the entire forest had held its breath at once. The crows that had been cawing along the upper ridge went dead silent. The gray squirrels that had been rustling through the dry white oak leaves vanished. David paused down in the creek bed, holding a spool of braided stainless steel cable. He turned his head slowly, looking up toward the eastern bluff. A sheer 40-foot wall of gray, pockmarked Gasconade dolomite covered in pale green lichen and moss that rose directly above the narrow canyon. He asked me if I had heard that. I stopped my wrench. I listened closely. I told him I hadn't heard anything. David shook his head, wiping his mouth with the back of his sleeve. He said it wasn't a sound you heard with your ears so much as something you felt in your teeth. He described it as a dull, heavy thrumming like a large diesel engine idling 3 valleys away, but lower. So low that it made the air in his chest feel heavy, like the pressure change you feel right before a severe thunderstorm rolls over a ridge. I stepped away from the mounting post and walked down to the edge of the creek. I turned my head toward the Dolomite Bluff. The air was dead still, yet I felt a peculiar, sickening sensation in my inner ear, a sudden loss of equilibrium that made me reach out and steady myself against a young sycamore trunk. It felt as if the atmospheric pressure in the narrow ravine had dropped several millibars in a fraction of a second. Then came the smell. It didn't come on the wind because there was no wind. It drifted down from the upper ledge of the Dolomite Bluff, like a heavy, cold fog settling into a pocket. It was a thick, pungent odor, not the clean, sweet decay of rotting leaves or the sharp ammonia stink of a carnivore's den, but a sour, oily smell that reminded me of damp copper, old wool soaked in stagnant river water, and something thick and musk-heavy, like the scent from a skunk's scent gland diluted in cold rain. I looked up at the Dolomite Bluff. The limestone was weathered into deep horizontal fissures and dark karst hollows where water had dissolved the rock over millions of years. Near the top rim, where a clump of stunted red cedars clung to the bare rock, the shadows were deep and black. For a second I thought I saw a movement in the shadow between 2 cedar trunks, a heavy, low-slung mass that shifted smoothly from left to right, moving with a fluid, heavy gait that seemed far too quiet for something of its size. It was dark, almost black, with coarse, matted hair that caught no light, and its back seemed humped or elevated behind a short, thick neck. It moved without dislodging a single pebble from the loose shale ledge. I blinked, taking a step closer to the stream bed, squeezing my eyes shut for a second to clear the sudden dizziness. When I opened them, there was nothing there. Just the gray dolomite, the green lichen, and the twisted red cedar trunks leaning out over empty space. David climbed up the bank, his waders dripping muddy water onto the gravel. His face was unusually pale, his eyes wide as he looked past me toward the bluff. He asked me if I'd seen the dark shape up on the ledge. I told him it was probably just a black bear or the shadow of a cloud passing over the limestone. But even as I said the words, I knew how hollow they sounded. Black bears had been re-established in southern Missouri for years, but a black bear doesn't make your ears pop. It doesn't smell like damp copper and ancient musk, and it doesn't move across a loose dolomite scree slope in total, unnatural silence. We finished the installation in a hurry, throwing our tools back into the utility boxes on the truck without cleaning them, and drove back down Forest Road 4155 toward the highway. Neither of us spoke for the first 10 miles. That night I couldn't sleep. I sat in my living room in Rolla with the field manual open on my lap, but I wasn't looking at hydrologic tables. I was thinking about the history of the land I had worked on for 12 years. The Irish wilderness is a rough, isolated expanse of land. Over 16,000 acres of roadless forest, named after a group of Catholic immigrants brought there in the 1850s by a priest named Father John Hogan. During the Civil War, bushwhackers and guerrilla raiders swept through the area, and the settlers vanished completely, leaving the cabin clearings to be swallowed back up by the timber and the karst sinkholes. Local folklore in Oregon and Shannon counties had always carried whisperings about the high ridges along the 11-Point River. The old-timers in Winona and Alton called it the Night Hooper or the Ozark Howler, a creature described in 19th-century county histories as a heavy, bear-sized beast with dark, coarse hair, short horns or crests along its skull, and a voice that didn't belong to any living animal in North America. The legends described its call as a terrible, resonant sound, a mix between the bugle of a wounded elk, the roar of a bull, and a hollow mechanical whistle that echoed out of the subterranean cave systems on cold autumn nights. In my profession, you don't give credence to monster stories. You deal in stage heights, velocity vectors, cross-sectional discharge measurements, and cubic feet per second. Folklore is just something local tour guides print on laminated placemats in diner booths to entertain summer canoeists down on the current river. But I couldn't get the barometric reading from the destroyed logger out of my head. 40 decibels of low-frequency infrasound. Infrasound. Sound waves below 20 hertz, below the limit of human hearing, but fully capable of causing physical nausea, disorientation, and sudden intense dread in human beings. Infrasound is known to cause mechanical resonance in flexible materials, vibrating air columns inside enclosed spaces until light structures fail under the pressure waves. On October 19th, 5 days after our second visit to Briar Creek, we received a call from the Forest Service Ranger Station in Birch Tree. A wildlife biologist named Sarah Vance, no relation to me, though we had worked together on several water quality assessments, called to ask if our stream gauging equipment had picked up any sudden water displacement or seismic activity along White's Creek, another remote tributary 5 miles west of Briar Creek. I asked her why she was asking. She hesitated over the radiophone before telling me that a field crew clearing blown-down timber along the Whites Creek Trail had found a dead mature white-tailed buck wedged 12 feet above the ground in the fork of a black walnut tree. I told her a flash flood could easily sweep a deer carcass downstream and wedge it into a tree fork during high water. Sarah was quiet for a second. Then she told me that Whites Creek hadn't risen more than 2 inches all month. There was no watermark on the tree trunk, no mud on the bark, and no sign that the creek had overflowed its banks. Furthermore, when they brought the buck down, every major bone in its torso was shattered, pulverized into fragments beneath intact, unmarred skin, as if the animal had been crushed under immense uniform pressure before being lifted and jammed high into the tree fork. The meat hadn't been eaten. There were no bite marks, no claw tears, and no signs of scavengers. The eyes were gone, and the hide smelled intensely of damp copper and stagnant musk. I felt a cold prickle of goose flesh creep up the back of my neck. I told Sarah I would head down to the Whites Creek drainage that afternoon to check our local stage logger and inspect the stream bed. David came with me. He didn't say much on the drive south down Highway 19, but I noticed he had brought a heavy brass-cased hunting knife in a leather sheath, tucking it into his side pack alongside his digital multimeter and spare wiring harnesses. We reached the trailhead near Whites Creek just as the sun began to sink behind the western ridges. The forest was heavy with late autumn fog that had begun to lift off the cold river bottoms, settling in thick, milky ribbons across the floor of the hollows. The canopy was almost bare now, the red oak leaves lying damp and dark along the trail, muffling our footsteps as we walked down toward the creek bed. Whites Creek is located in a deep, narrow, steep-sided valley surrounded by towering dolomite bluffs, riddled with sinkholes and solution chimneys. Vertical shaft openings that connect the surface forest directly to the massive subterranean cave networks below. The air in the hollow was noticeably colder than on the upper ridge, holding the chill of the underground springs that fed the creek from below. We reached the stream gauge site around 4:30 in the afternoon. The steel box here was intact, mounted securely to its concrete pier beside a deep emerald green pool of still water at the base of a rock wall. But when I unlocked the padlock and opened the enclosure, I found the internal transducer wiring pulled completely out of the terminal blocks. The copper wires hadn't been cut or chewed. They had been snapped cleanly, as if pulled by a sharp, sudden tug, and the rubber grommets sealing the cable entry ports were melted and scorched, smelling faintly of ozone. David stood on the bank behind me, holding a long fiberglass measuring rod. He was looking at the ground near the water's edge, where the damp clay met the limestone gravel. He called my name softly. His voice was flat, strained, devoid of its usual energetic tone. I walked over to where he was standing. He was pointing the tip of the fiberglass rod at a deep depression in the wet bank, right at the waterline. It wasn't a print that any biologist would recognize. It was broad, rounded at the heel, nearly 18 inches long, and 11 inches wide across the front, pressed deep into the heavy river clay. There were no distinct claw marks, but the front edge was marked by 5 deep, heavy indentations, where immense weight had pressed down into the mud, squeezing the liquid water out of the silt until the bottom of the track was baked hard as stone. The shape suggested a heavy plantigrade foot, broad like a bear's hind foot, but far wider, with a thick, heavy heel structure that had displaced pounds of gravel and mud toward the rear. Beside the footprint, lying flat on the limestone gravel, was a young sapling, a 5-inch thick ironwood tree that had been snapped off clean 2 feet above the root collar. The wood at the break wasn't splintered or twisted like a windfall. It was crushed, the dense hardwood fibers mashed into a pulp that looked like shredded hemp rope. I stood there looking down at that crushed ironwood trunk, feeling the quiet of the hollow pressing in on us from all sides. The light was fading fast now, changing from pale gold to a cold, bruised gray, as the fog thickened along the surface of the pool. David whispered that we should go back to the truck. I agreed with him. We picked up our gear, closed the gauge box without replacing the wiring, and started back up the trail toward the upper ridge road. We had gone about 300 yards up the narrow ravine, climbing the steep switchback trail through a thick stand of young shortleaf pines, when the sound began. It didn't start like an animal call. It started as a low, deep vibration in the earth under our boots, a hum that set the dry pine needles on the ground shivering around us. I felt it first in my heels, then in my shins, and then as a sickening, heavy thrumming inside my chest cavity that made my breath catch in my throat. Then the sound rose in frequency, spilling out of a deep sinkhole shaft 50 yards up the slope to our left. It was a sound that defied every natural classification I had learned in 40 years of living in the Ozarks. It began as a deep, resonant roar, thick, guttural, and brassy like a bull elk's bugle, but carrying the massive, chest-crushing volume of a grizzly bear's growl. As it rose, it shifted into a long, hollow, wailing, horn-like tone that vibrated through the hollow, echoing off the Dolomite bluffs until the entire canyon seemed to sing with the sound. It was terrifyingly loud, yet strangely disembodied, as if the acoustic energy was being amplified and reshaped by the subterranean limestone chambers before bursting out through the sinkholes on the ridge. The air pressure in the ravine plummeted. My ears popped violently, a sharp, stabbing pain shooting through my left eardrum. Beside me, David dropped his measuring rod onto the trail, grabbing the sides of his head with both gloved hands, dropping to his knees on the damp oak leaves with a choked cry of agony. The sound held its note for 6 long seconds, a mournful, shattering howl that vibrated the trees around us until small, dry twigs rained down from the canopy like hail. Then it dropped instantly back into that low, chest-rattling, infrasonic thrum, before cutting off into complete suffocating silence. The forest around us was dead. Not a bird shifted in the brush. Not a leaf moved on the branches. The fog hung frozen over the ravine, turned pale gray by the dying evening light. I dragged David up by his collar, pulling him to his feet. His nose was bleeding, a thin line of dark crimson trailing down over his upper lip, but his eyes were wide and filled with a cold, desperate panic. He didn't say a word. He didn't have to. We ran. We scrambled up the remaining 200 yards of the switchback trail, slipping on the wet clay, clawing our way through the briars and low cedar branches until we burst out onto the gravel shoulder of Forest Road 4155, where our truck was parked under the pines. I threw our gear into the open bed, slammed David into the passenger seat, jumped behind the wheel, and hit the ignition. The engine roared to life, its headlights cutting two bright beams of amber light through the gathering fog. I slammed the transmission into drive and tore down the gravel road toward the main highway, the tires spraying limestone gravel against the undercarriage like gunfire. We didn't talk on the drive back to Rolla. When I dropped David off at his apartment, he got out of the cab, pulled his field pack out, and looked at me through the open window. His hand was trembling so hard he could barely hold the strap. He told me he was putting in for a transfer to the USGS office in Columbia the next morning. He said he didn't care if he had to take a demotion or sit in a basement entering data into spreadsheets for the rest of his career. He wasn't going back into the 11-point district again. He left the agency 6 months later and moved out of Missouri entirely. I haven't spoken to him since. I should have quit then too. I should have turned in my field equipment, filed my reports, and asked for an administrative assignment in Rolla or Jefferson City. But when you have spent 20 years working as a technician, your brain gets wired to look for patterns, to find logical frameworks for things that don't fit into standard models. I told myself it was an extraordinary acoustic phenomenon, a rare combination of subterranean gas pressure discharging through karst sinkholes, mixed with strange atmospheric inversions and perhaps an unusually large diseased black bear wandering down from the Arkansas line. I manufactured a rational explanation because the alternative was to admit that something ancient, unspeakable, and unclassified was walking the ridges of the land I called home. The final event happened 9 days later, on October 28, 2016. A massive, slow-moving late autumn storm system rolled up from the Gulf of Mexico, dumping 3 inches of cold rain across southern Missouri in less than 12 hours. The 11-point river rose 6 feet in 8 hours, triggering flash flood warnings across Oregon, Shannon, and Carter counties. Small tributaries that had been dry trickles a week earlier turned into roaring torrents of chocolate-brown water, carrying stripped trees, root balls, and heavy gravel bars downstream. Our office went into emergency response mode. We had to ensure that our real-time flood stage monitoring stations along the 11-point were functioning correctly to provide accurate stream flow predictions to the National Weather Service and emergency management directors downstream. The automated station at Camp 6, an isolated monitoring point located deep inside the boundary of the Irish wilderness, accessible only by a single-lane Forestry Service track that ran along a narrow ridge line, went offline at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The station was critical because it sat directly upstream from several low-lying bridge crossings on Highway 19. I knew I shouldn't go alone. But David was gone. The rest of the crew was deployed to stations along the Current River near Van Buren, and I was the senior technician responsible for the 11-point district. I packed my heavy rain gear, a powerful 6-volt halogen lantern, extra telemetry components, and a tow chain into the back of the F-350 and headed south into the storm. By the time I turned off Highway 19 onto Forest Road 4155, the sun was completely gone. The rain was coming down in relentless, sheet-like torrents, drumming against the aluminum roof of the truck cab with a deafening rhythmic roar. The wind was whipping through the oak forest, bending the bare branches until they clawed at the sides of the truck as I crawled along the muddy, rutted logging road at 15 miles an hour. The road grew worse as I pushed deeper toward the wilderness boundary. Water was rushing down the tire ruts like small streams, carrying red clay, washed-out gravel, and rotten branches into the roadbed. The fog was so thick in the low spots that my high beams turned into blinding white walls of light, forcing me to lean over the steering wheel, staring through the sweep of the wiper blades to stay on the narrow track. 5 miles off the pavement, near the turnoff for the old Camp 6 clearing, the road was blocked. A heavy, 80-foot white oak had blown down across the track, its massive root ball ripped out of the shallow, rocky soil by the saturated earth and high winds. The trunk was 3 feet thick, completely spanning the narrow roadbed between two steep embankments. I stopped the truck 20 feet from the downed oak, setting the emergency brake and leaving the engine idling with the high beams and amber hazard lights flashing. I sat there in the warm cab for a minute, watching the rain hammer against the glass, trying to decide whether to turn back or hike the remaining 3/4 of a mile on foot down to the gauge station. If the gauge station failed to transmit during a flash flood event, lives could be lost at the bridge crossings downriver. That was the responsibility we carried as USGS field crews. We didn't leave empty gaps in the stage hydrograph during a major storm. I pulled on my heavy yellow rain jacket, zipped it to my chin, pulled my waterproof hat down low over my forehead, grabbed the halogen lantern and my heavy tool bag from the passenger floorboard, and stepped out into the deluge. The rain hit me like a wall of ice water. The air was cold, smelling of crushed oak leaves, mud, and ozone from distant lightning strikes over the southern hills. I scrambled over the massive, rough-barked trunk of the fallen white oak, my boots slipping slightly on the wet bark, and dropped down onto the muddy track on the far side. The trail down to the Camp 6 gauge site dropped steeply into a narrow, steep-walled hollow carved out by a mountain tributary. The bluffs on either side were sheer Gasconade dolomite, rising 60 feet above the stream bed, pockmarked with dark overhangs and small cave openings. The creek below was screaming, a violent foaming mass of brown water carrying debris and small logs downstream, its roar echoing off the rock walls until it sounded like an approaching freight train. I sloshed through the deep mud of the trail, holding the heavy halogen lantern low to light my path. The light cut a yellow cone through the gray sheets of rain, reflecting off the wet leaves and glistening rock faces along the path. When I reached the gauge site at the bottom of the hollow, the water was already 3 feet above normal stage height, swirling within a foot of the structural concrete platform that held our equipment enclosure. The temporary bubble gauge intake line, a flexible copper pipe that extends into the riverbed to measure pressure head, had been ripped free from its anchor straps by a floating log and was washing around in the swift current near the bank. I set my tool bag down on the highest ledge of the concrete pier, shining the lantern over the edge into the boiling brown water. I needed to re-anchor the line using a heavy lead weight and stainless steel clamps before the entire harness was destroyed by the rising floodwaters. I knelt on the wet concrete, my rain pants soaking through from the splashing spray, working with my bare hands in the freezing water to thread the new hose clamps onto the copper tube. My hands were stiff from the cold, my fingers clumsy as I fought the tension of the heavy wire. That was when the wind stopped. It didn't taper off. It didn't fade behind a ridge. The howling gale that had been driving sheets of rain through the canopy for hours simply vanished in the space of a single breath. The rain continued to fall, but it fell straight down. Heavy, massive, vertical drops that hit the surface of the floodwaters with a flat, lifeless hiss. Then the creek went dead quiet. It was physically impossible. The raging, mud-choked torrent was still roaring 3 feet below me, its foam washing over the concrete pier, but the sound of the rushing water seemed to compress, muffled as if someone had placed a thick velvet blanket over the ravine. The smell arrived a second later. It was the same odor I had caught at Briar Creek, but tenfold stronger. It rolled down the steep ravine like a cloud of heavy gas, a thick, suffocating stench of damp copper, sour musk, stagnant river silt, and the cold, metallic tang of ancient stone that had never seen sunlight. I froze on my knees, my right hand still gripping the copper line, the socket wrench held tight in my left. Slowly, very slowly, I raised the halogen lantern, turning the yellow beam away from the creek and sweeping it up the steep, wooded bank on the opposite side of the ravine. The light moved across the wet black trunks of the young hickory trees, across the mudslides where the heavy rain had washed away the leaf litter, up toward the base of the Dolomite Bluff, 40 feet above the water. There was a dark overhang near the top of the bluff, a shallow karst shelter cave where the limestone had collapsed inward, leaving an opening 8 feet wide and 5 feet high. Standing directly in front of that cave opening, half submerged in the deep shadows of the rock ledge, was a shape. It was massive. It was low to the ground, built with the thick, wide proportions of an overgrown grizzly, but its silhouette was wrong. Its front shoulders were elevated into a heavy, muscular hump that sloped down toward a short, tucked rear quarter. Its hair was long, coarse, and dark, not dark brown like a black bear, but a dull, light-absorbing charcoal black that looked wet and matted with forest debris and mud. Its head was broad and low-slung, set deep into its thick shoulders with almost no visible neck. And rising from the crown of its heavy, wedge-shaped skull, setting it apart from any known creature on this continent, were two short, thick, backward-curving crests or horn-like protrusions, 6 inches long, dark and blunted like the worn bosses of an African buffalo, sweeping back over its thick brow. It was looking down at me. I couldn't see its eyes clearly in the dim halo of the halogen lantern, but I saw 2 faint, dull orange points of reflected light, a dim, sickly, tapetum lucidum reflection that hung motionless 8 feet above the ledge. It wasn't moving. It didn't growl. It didn't snarl or bare its teeth like a dog or a bear. It just stood there on the high dolomite shelf, leaning its massive, heavy body forward over the drop, staring down at me through the vertical sheets of ice-cold rain. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I couldn't breathe. My brain was screaming at me to run, to drop the lantern, to abandon the tools, to scramble back up the muddy trail toward the truck. But my legs were locked, frozen in place by an overwhelming primal paralysis that held every muscle in my body rigid. Then it shifted its weight. It placed one heavy, broad front foot forward on the loose limestone scree. The rock didn't slide. The stone didn't make a sound. Its foot seemed to crush the loose gravel into the wet dirt beneath it with a quiet, heavy crunch. It lowered its massive head until its dark snout was almost touching the rock ledge between its front legs. Its thick, humped back expanded like a bellows as it drew a massive volume of cold air into its chest. I knew what was coming. I dropped the wrench, brought both hands up, and slammed my palms flat against the sides of my head, pressing my thumbs deep into my ear canals, squeezing my eyes shut as tightly as I could. The acoustic pulse didn't come through my ears. It came through the ground. It came through the concrete pier, up through my knees, through my spine, and straight into my jawbone. The sound that erupted from that dolomite bluff was a devastating, earth-shaking roar, a terrifying, resonant howl that combined the brassy, metallic scream of a steam whistle with the deep, wet, guttural bellow of an enraged bull. It was so loud, so dense with acoustic pressure, that the air in the ravine seemed to solidify around me. The physical wave of infrasound hit me like a solid object. The air was knocked clean out of my lungs. A sharp, burning wave of nausea surged up from my stomach, and my vision went dark at the edges as my inner ears were overwhelmed by the sudden barometric drop. The glass lens on my halogen lantern, lying on the wet concrete 4 feet away, cracked straight down the center with a sharp snap. The beam flickered violently, and then went completely dark as the filament broke under the acoustic vibration. I fell sideways onto the wet concrete, vomiting helplessly into the rising floodwater, my ears ringing with a sharp, high-pitched scream that drowned out the sound of the storm. I lay there in the pitch darkness, shivering violently in the freezing rain, my hands clutched over my ears, smelling the thick, suffocating copper stink that filled the hollow. I don't know how long I lay on that concrete pier in the dark. It could have been 5 minutes, It could have been an hour. The only thing I remember was the relentless vertical drop of the cold rain hitting my face, and the slow, heavy thudding of steps moving away. Not up the trail, but down into the swollen, roaring creek bed itself. It walked directly into the raging, muddy torrent. I heard the thick, heavy splash of hundreds of pounds of bone and muscle moving through 6 feet of rushing floodwater, moving across the river channel toward the unbroken, roadless timber of the Irish wilderness on the far side. Then there was nothing left but the sound of the rain and the rushing creek. When I finally managed to crawl to my feet, my legs felt like water. My vision was double. My left ear was bleeding slowly down my neck, and every muscle in my torso felt bruised and pulled, as if I had been dragged through a high-speed vehicle collision. I didn't try to find my tool bag. I didn't care about the lantern or the bubble gauge line. I stumbled through the pitch-black woods in the blinding rain, feeling my way up the muddy trail by keeping my left hand pressed against the slick, wet bark of the trees lining the path. When I reached the downed white oak on the ridge road, I didn't try to climb over it properly. I threw myself over the rough trunk, scraping my knees and hands on the sharp branches, dropping into the mud on the far side near the idling truck. I climbed into the cab, locked the doors instantly, and collapsed against the steering wheel, my chest heaving, sobbing uncontrollably in the dark as the heater blew cold air over my shivering body. I managed to back the truck down the narrow logging road for 3 miles in the dark, my hands shaking so violently I could barely keep the vehicle between the ditch lines, until I reached the paved highway at Alton. I didn't go back to the office. I drove straight home to Rolla. The official report filed by the USGS and the Forest Service 2 weeks later recorded the damage at the Camp 6 station as a catastrophic equipment failure caused by extreme flood conditions and fallen timber. The destroyed bubble gauge line was listed as torn by debris. The broken lantern and my missing tools were written off as lost during field operations. My supervisor called me into his office in early November to discuss my medical leave. The doctor had diagnosed me with severe inner ear barotrauma, a ruptured left eardrum, and a severe concussion resulting from what the official record described as an accidental fall on slick terrain during emergency flood monitoring. My supervisor sat behind his desk, looking at my medical evaluation, then looking up at me over his glasses. He was a good man, a veteran hydrologist who had spent 30 years working for the survey. He asked me if I wanted to talk about what had happened out at Camp 6. He said Sarah Vance from the Forest Service had called him after visiting the site 2 days after the storm. He said Sarah had found something near the cave opening on the upper Dolomite bluff. She had found a broad, crushed path through the dense briars leading off the ledge, and on a flat shelf of dolomite sheltered from the rain, she had found several thick, coarse hairs embedded in dried river mud, hairs that were sent to the State Department of Conservation lab in Colombia for DNA testing. The lab results had come back 4 days later. The sample contained high levels of keratin and melanin, but the DNA sequence was completely inconclusive, heavily contaminated by soil bacteria and subterranean fungal spores, degraded beyond the ability of the technicians to match it to any known species of mammal listed in the North American database. My supervisor closed the file folder on his desk. He looked at me for a long time in silence. He didn't ask me to explain. He didn't ask me what I had seen or heard in the dark. He just told me that a desk position had opened up in the GIS mapping division in Rolla, a position that involved analyzing remote satellite imagery and processing digital elevation models indoors, far away from field operations and stream gauging stations. I took the job that afternoon. I left field operations in November 2016 and never went back into the Mark Twain National Forest again. I sold my waders, my hunting gear, and my camping equipment. I moved into a suburban house in Rolla, 5 miles from the nearest timber line, where the streets are lit by bright sodium vapor lamps, and the sound of highway traffic drowns out the quiet of the Ozark nights. It has been 10 years since that night at Camp 6. I am 42 now. I sit at a computer console in a quiet, climate-controlled office, mapping digital terrain models for the Water Resources Mission area, translating satellite data into clean, predictable topographical contours. I try not to think about the Irish wilderness. I try not to think about the Dolomite bluffs, the sinkholes, or the hidden cave systems that run beneath the southern counties of Missouri like a black subterranean web. But every autumn, when the Gulf fronts push up through the Mississippi Valley and the cold October rains begin to fall across the Ozark Plateau, I log into the public USGS National Water Information System database late at night from my desk. I don't look at the stage heights or the discharge numbers. I pull up the raw, high-frequency, microbarometric data logs from our automated stations scattered across Oregon, Shannon, and Ripley counties. The silent, unedited sensor feeds that monitor air pressure changes across the river basins. Most of the graphs show flat, steady lines, the quiet, predictable shifts of standard atmospheric pressure as weather fronts move across the state. But almost every year, during the last 2 weeks of October, when the night air turns crisp and the white oak leaves begin to fall into the cold, spring-fed waters of the 11-Point River, a single anomaly appears on the digital logs. It always happens between 3 and 4 in the morning. A sharp, sudden 40-decibel spike in low-frequency air pressure, a low-frequency acoustic pulse that originates near a remote sinkhole along the upper ridges, moves south along the Dolomite bluffs at 15 miles an hour, and then vanishes into the roadless, unbroken timber of the wilderness without leaving a trace. And last night, while looking over the raw data file from a newly installed monitoring station 5 miles south of the Arkansas border, I noticed that the pressure spike didn't stop at the state line. It moved 6 miles farther south than it ever had before, and for the first time in 10 years, the duration of the pulse wasn't 6 seconds long. It was 12. My name is Michael Mercer. I am 34 years old, and in the autumn of 2016, I was working as a backcountry park ranger for Parks Canada in the far northern wilderness of Alberta. I spent 4 years stationed in Wood Buffalo National Park, a place larger than Switzerland that consists almost entirely of vast boreal forests, sprawling muskeg, salt plains, and intricate networks of limestone karst sinkholes. It is a vast, ancient landscape that feels largely indifferent to human presence. And for most of my tenure there, that profound isolation was the precise reason I loved the job. My work involved routine but grueling tasks, maintaining remote patrol cabins, clearing deadfall along winter trails, checking water level gauges on isolated tributaries, inspecting remote game cameras, and ensuring that the few off-grid canoeists or seasonal hunters who ventured into the northern sectors didn't get themselves lost or killed. By mid-October of that year, the northern season was closing down fast. The sun was dipping lower toward the horizon with every passing day. The tamarack needles had turned a deep golden yellow before dropping into the moss, and the ground was beginning to freeze solid overnight. The air had taken on that thin, razor-sharp edge that tells you winter isn't just coming. It is already waiting right above the tree line. My final assignment before the heavy snows sealed off the interior trails was a 6-day solo patrol through Sector 9, a dense, heavily forested swath of timber southwest of the Salt River. My job was to clear winter markers, stock wood supplies at 3 remote patrol shelters, and retrieve data loggers from remote hydrological stations along the Nyarling River Basin. I was riding a heavy-duty 4-wheel ATV loaded with fuel cans, dry rations, and gear, intending to travel as far into the brush as the old timber cut lines would take me, before continuing on foot to the most secluded outposts. The first 2 days of the patrol passed with the quiet, rhythmic predictability I had come to rely on. The forest was dead quiet except for the crunch of dry lichen under my boots, the low thrum of the ATV engine, and the occasional harsh cry of a gray jay darting through the black spruce. The sky stayed a heavy, flat pewter color, hanging so low over the tree canopy that you felt as though you were walking beneath a ceiling of wet felt. On the afternoon of the third day, October 18th, I arrived at Patrol Cabin 14, a small log shelter built in the late 1960s on a ridge overlooking an isolated sinkhole field. The cabin was sturdy, built of hand-hewn spruce logs with a low tin roof, a wood stove, 2 wooden bunks, and a small workbench where previous rangers had scratched their initials into the cedar planks. It was meant to be my base camp for 2 nights while I surveyed the surrounding marshlands on foot. I unloaded my gear, chopped enough birch and spruce from the timber pile to fill the indoor wood box, and lit the cast iron stove. By 5 in the afternoon, dusk was already closing in, painting the forest in shades of bruised purple and slate gray. I sat down at the wooden table to log my coordinates and record my daily report into the official leather-bound ledger. That was when I noticed the radio. I had set my handheld VHF unit on the corner of the workbench to charge via a small solar battery pack I carried. The radio was tuned to our operational frequency, which normally carried a slight, steady hiss of atmospheric static, interrupted occasionally by distant crackles or long-range check-ins from the district office in Fort Smith, nearly 80 miles to the east. At precisely 5:22 p.m., the background static didn't fade out. It simply ceased. It wasn't the sound of the radio turning off or losing power, because the green display light remained illuminated. It was as though the microphone on the receiving end had suddenly been moved into a complete acoustic vacuum. There was no hiss, no hum, no white noise at all. I reached out and adjusted the squelch knob, turning it all the way down, but the silence remained absolute. Then, a few seconds later, I felt a sensation in my chest. It wasn't something I heard with my ears at first, but a low-frequency vibration that rattled the small tin cup sitting on the table in front of me. The plastic housing of the VHF unit began to hum against the wood of the workbench. I picked up the unit, holding it to my ear. The speaker wasn't producing sound through audio waves. Rather, the internal diaphragm was vibrating violently in a rhythmic mechanical pattern. 6 short pulses, followed by a long, drawn-out tremor that vibrated right through the soles of my boots. I pressed the push-to-talk button and called the Fort Smith base station. Fort Smith, this is Ranger Mercer, Sector 9, Cabin 14, checking in. Do you copy? I waited, holding my breath. There was no response, no return static, no audio feedback. When I released the button, the rhythmic vibration against my palm continued unchanged. I assumed at the time that the transmitter tower on the ridge 10 miles north had suffered an electrical ground failure due to the freezing frost, or that my handheld unit had an internal wiring short. I turned the device off, removed the battery, and set it aside. But even with the battery completely removed and laying on the table beside the unit, the plastic radio casing continued to vibrate against the cedar planks for another 20 minutes before abruptly coming to a dead stop. That night was unnaturally quiet. In the backcountry, even in late autumn, the woods are full of faint ambient sounds. The wind creaking through the upper branches of dry spruce, the popping of frozen ground under stress, the distant call of an owl, or the scuffle of voles beneath the leaf litter. That night there was nothing. The air inside and outside the cabin felt thick, heavy, and pressurized, like the feeling in your ears right before a massive thunderhead breaks overhead. Except the sky was clear and the temperature was dropping rapidly toward 20 below zero. When I stepped outside at 10 o'clock to check the security of my ATV and secure the fuel cans against bears, I noticed something strange about my breath. When you exhale in deep sub-zero cold, the moisture leaves your mouth in a billow of white steam that lingers in the air before slowly dissipating into the breeze. That night, my breath didn't billow or drift. The vapor came out of my mouth, formed a dense, ragged cloud in front of my face, and then instantly froze into microfine white dust that fell straight down to the frozen grass with a tiny whispering sound like spilled salt. I stood there on the cabin porch holding my flashlight, watching those tiny crystals of my own breath accumulate in small white heaps near my boots. I raised the beam of my light toward the tree line. The forest was entirely motionless. There was no wind, yet I noticed that the tops of 3 tall, dead pine trees about 40 yards away were swaying violently back and forth in perfect synchronization, while the surrounding living spruce trees remained as rigid as iron spikes. The dead trees weren't bending as if pushed by wind. They were twisting at their bases in a precise rotatory motion, like pegs being turned in wooden sockets. I watched them for nearly 2 minutes, my pulse hammering in my throat before the movement stopped all at once, leaving the forest submerged once more in that heavy, suffocating silence. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I drifted off, I was jolted awake by the sudden, sharp sensation that the atmospheric pressure in the room had shifted, making my ears pop repeatedly as if I were dropping rapidly in an aircraft. By 6 in the morning, the weak dawn light began to bleed through the small single-pane glass window of the cabin. The temperature inside had plummeted despite the stove having been packed with hardwood before I went to bed. When I opened the firebox, I found that the thick logs of birch hadn't burned to ash. They had turned into something dark, slick and cold, resembling wet blocks of graphite. They were completely cold to the touch, though they smelled faintly of scorched mineral oil and wet clay. I packed my day pack, strapped my shotgun across my back, and decided to conduct my foot patrol toward the Nyarling River site early. I wanted to check the weather monitoring station, get out under the open sky, and shake off the claustrophobic dread that had settled over me during the night. The ground was hard as stone underfoot, frosted over with a thick layer of rime that didn't look like normal hoarfrost. Instead of delicate, feather-like ice structures, the frost formed long, straight, needle-like columns that grew horizontally off the bark of trees and the sides of rocks, pointing toward the southwest regardless of where the surfaces faced. I hiked through a dense stand of old-growth spruce toward a low-lying valley where the sinkholes were concentrated. As I moved deeper into the forest, I began noticing strange irregularities in the terrain that made no sense from a geological or biological perspective. I found a small stand of paper birch trees where every single tree had been stripped of its bark from the ground up to a height of exactly 7 feet. The bark hadn't been peeled or clawed off by an animal. It had been shaved down to the bare white wood in perfectly smooth, continuous spirals, as though a giant wood-turning lathe had been applied to each trunk. On the ground surrounding the trees, there were no curling shavings of bark, no debris, no wood dust. The material was simply gone. A mile further south, I came across the first animal track. I am an experienced woodsman. I grew up hunting in the northern bush and spent years tracking wildlife for population surveys. I know the gait of a wolf, the broad pad of a black bear, the dragged tail print of a beaver, and the erratic wanderings of a disoriented moose. What I found pressed into a patch of exposed gray mud at the edge of a dry creek bed belonged to nothing I had ever seen or heard described. The print was roughly 18 inches long and only 2 inches wide. It was a single, long, straight trough pressed into the earth to a depth of nearly 3 inches, perfectly flat at the bottom, with 5 small cylindrical holes punched cleanly into the soil in a straight perpendicular line directly behind it. The mud surrounding the impression wasn't pushed up at the edges as it would be from the weight of a foot pressing down. The soil inside the track looked as if it had been cleanly removed, excavated with microsurgical precision without disturbing a single leaf or stone on either side. The tracks didn't alternate like a biped or a quadruped. They were spaced precisely 7 feet apart in a single, perfectly straight line that ran through the densest part of the brush, cutting directly across fallen logs, boulders, and thickets without deviating by a fraction of an inch. Where a track intersected a fallen spruce log, the wood of the log had a clean, rectangular section missing from it, matching the exact shape and depth of the footprint in the ground, as if whatever was making the path didn't step over obstacles, but rather erased the physical mass standing in its trajectory. I stood over those marks for a long time, the cold seeping through the soles of my winter boots. My hand rested instinctively on the grip of my shotgun, but the weapon offered no real comfort. The forest around me was so quiet that I could hear the wet, clicking sound of my own eyes blinking. I looked down at my magnetic compass, which hung from a lanyard around my neck. The steel needle was spinning smoothly, but it wasn't pointing north. It was spinning in a slow, continuous clockwise circle, completing one full revolution every 4 seconds with mechanical regularity. I decided then that I was going to turn back, pack my gear at the cabin, mount the ATV, and head straight back toward the highway corridor. Protocol be damned. Something was fundamentally wrong with this sector of the park, and every survival instinct I possessed was screaming at me to leave immediately. But as I turned to retrace my steps back along the path I had cut through the brush, I stopped dead in my tracks. The trail I had walked down 10 minutes prior was gone. It hadn't been covered by falling snow or obscured by shifting shadows. The physical structure of the forest behind me had altered. Trees that I had walked between were now growing so close together that a man couldn't squeeze his shoulders through them. My own fresh boot prints in the soft frost had been replaced by those same straight rectangular troughs, running back toward the direction of cabin 14. Panic, cold and sharp, flooded my chest. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to execute basic wilderness survival procedures. Stop, sit down, think, observe. I pulled out my paper topographical map and laid it flat on a flat stone. I knew this terrain. I had navigated it for 4 years. The river was to my east. The main cut-line trail lay 3 miles to the west. If the visual landscape was confusing my senses, I would rely entirely on dead reckoning and physical terrain features rather than my eyes or my broken compass. I looked up to mark the position of the sun, but the sky had turned a dull, uniform shade of chalky white, casting no shadows whatsoever. The light did not seem to come from above. It emanated evenly from the air itself, eliminating all contrast and making the forest appear strangely flat, like a monochrome photograph. I began walking west, pushing through the dense, tangled limbs of low-hanging black spruce. The branches were dry and brittle, snapping against my heavy parka with loud, sharp cracks that seemed to disappear into the air instantly, leaving no echo. After 20 minutes of difficult travel through the dense brush, I broke out into a large, open clearing that I didn't recognize. It wasn't marked on any map I had carried. The clearing was a vast, sunken basin of pale, dry silt, roughly 200 yards wide, surrounded by a ring of dead, barkless spruce trees that were all leaning outward, away from the center, as though pushed by a massive, violent explosion that had left no scorched earth or debris. In the center of the basin stood a cluster of structure-like shapes. As I stepped closer, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird, I realized what I was looking at. They were structural replicas of forest equipment and vehicles, constructed entirely out of gray, compacted river silt and fine mineral dust. There was a full-sized pickup truck, a small timber trailer, and 2 wall tents with camp stoves, all rendered in exquisite, terrifying detail, but made entirely of dry, solid dirt. I approached the pickup truck slowly, my boots sinking an inch into the soft silt of the basin floor. I reached out a gloved hand and touched the driver's side door of the silt truck. It was solid, cold as granite, and completely dry. There were no engine parts inside, no glass in the windows, no rubber on the tires, just a continuous, solid casting of fine gray earth shaped like a vehicle that had never existed on any park register. As I stood there touching that cold, impossible object, the quiet of the basin was broken by a sound. It didn't come from the sky or the surrounding woods. It came from directly beneath my feet. It was a sound like heavy, dry stones being ground together in a slow, rotary mill deep underground. The earth beneath the basin vibrated, causing small ripples to form in the silt around my boots. I scrambled backward, tripping over my own feet and scrambling up the sloping bank of the basin until I reached the line of leaning spruce trees. I turned and looked back into the center of the pit. The ground in the middle of the basin was beginning to rise. It didn't erupt or burst open. It rose smoothly, fluidly, like dough rising in a bowl, pushing up a tall, slender column of dense, dry silt that swelled until it stood nearly 16 feet above the basin floor. The column didn't have arms, a head, or facial features in any human sense. It was a tall, segmented structure composed of interlocking slate-gray mineral plates that shifted, slid, and rearranged themselves against one another with the dry, rasping sound of grinding stone. It possessed no eyes, yet I felt an immediate, overwhelming sense of being perceived, not just seen, but measured, weighed, and evaluated with cold, mechanical, absolute clarity. Where the entity stood, the air surrounding it began to shimmer and distort, not from heat, but from extreme, localized cold. The air pressure dropped so violently that my nose began to bleed instantly, warm drops of blood falling onto the front of my red parka. The entity didn't step forward. It shifted its mass by reconfiguring its mineral plates, sliding across the surface of the silt without touching the ground, riding on a cushion of displaced atmospheric air that sucked all sound and warmth toward it. I didn't think. I didn't attempt to fire my shotgun. Every human instinct for survival took over, and I ran. I crashed through the ring of leaning spruce trees, ignoring the sharp branches that whipped across my face and tore at my clothes. I ran blindly through the frozen forest, my lungs burning with the dry, freezing air that felt like broken glass in my chest. Behind me, there were no heavy footsteps, no snapping twigs, no terrifying roars. There was only that awful, absolute silence that seemed to pursue me like a physical wall, swallowing the sound of my own gasping breath and the heavy impact of my boots on the frozen earth. Every time I looked over my shoulder, the entity was there, maintaining a precise, unvarying distance of roughly 50 yards behind me. It did not run or glide rapidly. It simply existed at that specific offset, reassembling its multi-jointed slate plates with every movement, passing effortlessly through the thick spruce canopy as though the wood had no physical density. Trees that stood in its direct path did not break or fall. As the entity passed through them, the timber turned instantly into fine gray ash that drifted down through the cold air like silent snow. My strength was failing fast. The extreme atmospheric pressure drops created in the creature's wake made every breath feel hollow, as if the oxygen was being pulled directly out of my blood before my lungs could process it. My vision began to narrow into a dark, pulsing tunnel. I knew that if I collapsed in the open woods, I would freeze to death in minutes, or worse, be consumed by whatever spatial displacement the creature generated. Up ahead through the trees, I caught a glimpse of a dark wooden structure. It was Patrol Cabin 14. I had somehow, through sheer panicked luck or the twisted spatial geography of the altered forest, circled back to my base camp, I reached the cabin porch, hurled myself through the heavy wooden door, slammed it shut behind me, and dropped the heavy iron deadbolt into place. I threw my back against the thick spruce door, sliding down until I was sitting on the cold floorboards, my shotgun clutched across my knees, my chest heaving violently as I tried to draw air into my starving lungs. Inside the cabin, the cold was absolute. The water in my plastic canteen had frozen solid, bursting the hard Nalgene casing. Frost was forming on the inside of the cabin logs in thick, glittering sheets that grew visibly across the wood like blooming flowers. The small glass pane of the single window was spider-webbed with cracks, not from impact, but from the immense structural pressure being exerted on the cabin frame from the outside. Then, the cabin fell into the entity's acoustic shadow. The low hum of the wind outside stopped. The subtle creak of the roof timbers ceased. My own ears stopped ringing. The silence was so profound that I could hear the internal rhythmic ticking of my wristwatch, sounding as loud as hammer blows against an anvil. I looked at the workbench across the room. The handheld VHF radio, which was still sitting on the cedar planks without its battery, suddenly began to emit light. The small green LCD screen glowed with a blinding, harsh intensity, illuminating the dark cabin in pale, sickly light. Words began to scroll across the digital screen. They were not English words, nor were they letters from any language I recognized. They were geometric symbols, triangles, interlocking squares, and precise numerical sequences that repeated over and over again. From the other side of the heavy spruce door, inches from where my head rested against the wood, came a sound. It was not a knock, a scrape, or a scratch. It was a voice. But it was not an external voice speaking through the air. It was my own voice, perfectly replicated down to the subtle hitch in my breath and the slight northern accent I carried, sounding as though it were being produced from inside my own throat, without my mouth moving. Fort Smith. This is Ranger Mercer, Sector 9, Cabin 14 checking in. Do you copy? The voice said from behind the door, spoken with the exact flat cadence I had used on the radio 3 hours earlier. I pressed my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut, but the sound didn't come through my ears. It vibrated through the bones of my skull. Fort Smith, this is Ranger Mercer, Sector 9, Cabin 14, the voice repeated, over and over, each repetition slightly slower, slightly lower in pitch, until the words degenerated into that same low, grinding sound of dry stones turning together in a deep well. The wood of the door behind me began to change. I felt the surface shifting against my back. I scrambled forward on my hands and knees, turning to look at the entrance. The 6-inch thick spruce logs of the door were losing their brown color, turning into that pale, dull, slate-gray silt I had seen in the sunken basin. The wood grain was dissolving into fine, dry mineral dust that began to trickle down onto the floorboards in small, steady streams. I knew the door wouldn't hold for more than a few moments. Once the timber turned to silt, the entity would be inside the room with me. I looked around the small cabin desperately. On the back wall near the bunk beds was a narrow wooden emergency hatch used to access the small exterior woodshed attached to the rear of the cabin. It was barely wide enough for an adult man to crawl through, but it was my only way out. I grabbed my shotgun, dragged myself across the floor, kicked open the small hatch latch, and squeezed through the opening into the dark, freezing woodshed. I kicked through the flimsy cedar slats of the shed's outer wall, tumbling out into the deep, frozen brush behind the cabin. The cold outside hit me like a physical blow, stripping the breath from my lungs. I didn't look back at the cabin. I knew that if I looked at what was happening to the structure, my mind would give out entirely. I ran south, away from the ridge, descending into a deep, rocky ravine carved by ancient glacial runoff. The floor of the ravine was choked with loose limestone boulders and dense frozen scrub willow. I scrambled down the steep, icy slope, sliding on my knees, tearing the fabric of my trousers and bloodying my shins against the sharp edges of the stone. In the bottom of the ravine, the atmospheric pressure felt slightly higher, enough that I could draw full, ragged breaths again. The air was pitch black, saved only by the faint, pale reflection of the milky sky off the frost-covered rocks. I kept moving, using my bare hands to feel my way along the frozen stone walls of the ravine, heading in the general direction of the Salt River, where I knew a gravel Park Service road lay approximately 9 miles to the east. I walked for hours through that dark, silent trench, losing all track of time. My fingers and toes had long since gone completely numb, and the skin on my face felt tight, dry, and wood-like from severe frostbite. Every few minutes I would stop and listen. The absolute silence persisted, but I could feel the entity's presence lingering high above me on the rim of the ravine. A vast, heavy, cold weight moving parallel to my path, watching my slow, agonized progress through the frozen rock. It didn't descend into the ravine to take me. I realized then with a strange, numb clarity that it didn't need to chase me. It was waiting for me to exhaust myself, to collapse from hypothermia, to allow the extreme cold and spatial distortion it generated to slowly convert my body into the same cold, dry, calcified mineral dust that filled its sunken basin. Around 3 in the morning, the floor of the ravine opened up into the broad, flat expanse of the Salt River Basin. In the dim distance, across 2 miles of open, snow-dusted river ice, I saw something that felt completely alien after the horrors of the night. 2 tiny, warm, red points of light. It was the rear reflectors of my Park Service patrol vehicle, parked at the end of the maintenance cut line where I'd left it 4 days ago before mounting the ATV. That sight injected a final, desperate surge of adrenaline into my dying body. I broke into a limping, agonizing run across the river ice. The ice beneath my boots cracked and groaned, but it was frozen solid, several feet thick. The cold air rushed through my throat like liquid nitrogen, but I kept my eyes locked on those 2 small red squares of plastic. Behind me, on the riverbank I had just left, a sound tore through the quiet. It was not a voice or a roar. It was the massive, thunderous crack of an entire forest of trees being sheared off at ground level all at once. A dry, cascading sound like millions of dry bone fragments being dumped onto a marble floor. I didn't turn around. I ran until my legs gave out, stumbling onto the frozen gravel of the maintenance road, falling hard against the driver's side door of my Ford F-350 patrol truck. My hands were so swollen and numb that I couldn't grip my key ring. I had to use my teeth to draw the key out of my parka pocket, dropping it twice into the frozen gravel before finally managing to pin it between the palms of my gloves and shove it into the door lock. I threw myself into the cab, slammed the door, and turned the ignition key. The heavy V8 diesel engine groaned, turned over slowly twice, and then died with a hollow click. The cold had drained the battery to near zero. "No," I wept, slamming my bare forehead against the steering wheel. "No, no, please." Through the windshield, I saw the ambient light in the surrounding forest begin to change. The darkness was retreating, replaced by that same flat, milky white radiance that cast no shadows. On the edge of the cut line, 50 yards ahead of the truck, the tree line was simply dissolving. Thick spruce trunks were turning to slate-gray powder, collapsing inward like dried sandcastles, clearing a wide, smooth path straight toward the vehicle. Out of the dust stepped the entity. Up close, in the faint glare of the sky, I could see its structure clearly for the first time. It was composed of hundreds of thin, interlocking plates of gray silt and calcified bone-like mineral, held together by no visible joints or tissue. The plates slid against one another in continuous, complex geometric patterns, shifting like a Rubik's Cube made of wet clay and slate. Where its head should have been, there was only a hollow, inverted depression lined with tiny, needle-like crystals of dry salt that vibrated in time with the faint dying click of my truck's electrical system. It raised one long, multi-jointed arm, a segment made of 4 parallel slabs of rock that extended outward toward the hood of my truck. I didn't try to start the engine again. In a final, unthinking act of desperation, I reached down and grabbed the emergency signal flare gun mounted to the side of the center console. I hit the latch, shoved a heavy red magnesium flare into the breech, rolled down the driver's side window 2 inches, aimed the plastic barrel directly at the hollow depression in the center of the creature's mass, and pulled the trigger. There was a deafening bang, and a brilliant, blinding flash of white and crimson light as the flare ignited, traveling at high velocity across the short gap between the truck and the entity. The flare didn't strike the creature. The moment the white-hot magnesium entered the localized air pressure field surrounding the entity, the light from the flare didn't reflect off its body. It bent violently around it, creating a spherical, inverted shadow in midair. However, the extreme, intense heat of the burning magnesium, nearly 2,000 degrees, reacted violently with the localized freeze zone surrounding the creature. There was a sound like a steam boiler exploding. A massive shockwave of displaced air blew outward from the point of impact, shattering the windshield of my truck into a million tiny safety glass cubes and throwing the heavy vehicle sideways onto its shocks. The heat caused the condensed frost and frozen air surrounding the entity to flash instantly into a dense cloud of scalding white steam. The creature let out a high-pitched, resonant screech, a sound like a sheet of thick glass being sheared in half with iron shears. The interlocking slabs of gray mineral lost their cohesion, tumbling down into a heavy, collapsing heap of dry dirt and river silt that crashed onto the gravel cut line with a dull, heavy thud. The sudden expansion of warm air rushed into the cab of the truck, smelling intensely of burnt salt, wet copper, and ancient river mud. I didn't wait to see if the mineral heap would reassemble itself. I jammed the key into the ignition once more, turning it with all the force my mangled hands could muster. The diesel engine spluttered, caught, and roared to life, coughing black smoke into the cold air. I threw the truck into 4-wheel drive, stomped the accelerator to the floor, and tore down the gravel maintenance road, smashing through fallen branches and drifting snow, never taking my foot off the pedal until I hit the asphalt of Highway 5 40 miles to the south, as the sun finally broke over the eastern horizon. I was found 2 hours later by an Alberta transportation snowplow driver, parked on the shoulder of the highway 30 miles outside of Fort Smith. I was sitting in the driver's seat with the heater blasting warm air, staring blankly out the shattered windshield, holding the empty plastic flare gun in my frozen hands. I spent 3 weeks in the University Hospital in Edmonton, being treated for severe frostbite, atmospheric decompression sickness, and acute physical exhaustion. I lost the tips of 2 fingers on my left hand and 3 toes on my right foot to gangrene. The skin across my forearms and chest suffered strange, localized hypothermic scarring, patches of skin that lost all pigment, turning permanently snow white and entirely devoid of sweat glands or hair follicles. The official Parks Canada incident report recorded my experience as a severe case of environmental exposure, cold-induced delirium, and spatial disorientation leading to acute trauma. They claimed my ATV had suffered a mechanical failure, that I had wandered off trail in sub-zero temperatures, and that the damage to my vehicle and my memory was the result of a catastrophic bear deterrent flare misfire inside the cab during a panic attack. They sent a recovery team into Sector 9 3 weeks later to retrieve my abandoned ATV and clear the trail. They reported that Patrol Cabin 14 had collapsed under heavy, unexpected snow loads, its spruce logs rotten and disintegrated beyond repair. They found no trace of the survey basin, No strange footprints in the mud, and no anomalies in the forest. Everything, according to the official report, was normal. I resigned from Parks Canada 6 months later. I couldn't return to the woods, I couldn't look at a forest line or stand beneath the canopy of tall trees, or hear the sound of the wind rustling through dry pine needles without feeling that awful, icy pressure building behind my ears. I live now in a small, cramped apartment in downtown Calgary. I keep the heat turned up to 80 degrees year-round, even in the middle of summer. I keep 3 heavy electric space heaters running in my bedroom at night, and I leave the television playing low white noise continuously to drown out the quiet. Because sometimes, in the late hours of the night, when the city traffic dies down and a sudden cold snap drops the temperature outside my window, the background noise on my television will flatten into complete acoustic silence. And in that quiet, I can feel a faint rhythmic vibration deep in the floorboards beneath my feet. And I hear my own voice speaking from the dark hallway, telling me that the forest is still waiting. Perfectly quiet, cold, and vast, just beyond the edge of the road. On October 14, 1998, inside a weatherproof steel registration box at the trailhead of Tea Creek in the Monongahela National Forest, I found a standard U.S. Forest Service visitor card filled out in damp pencil. The card listed my own full name, my official badge number, and my home address in Beckley, West Virginia. The time of registration was marked as 4:15 p.m. that afternoon, written in precise block lettering that matched my own hand, except I was standing there reading the paper at 11:30 in the morning, and I had spent the previous night 30 miles away in a district meeting at the Richwood station. Attached to the card with a rusty paperclip was a brass key to my own service truck, a vehicle I was currently holding the ignition keys to in my left hand. My name is Wayne Miller. I am 54 years old today, living in Beckley, West Virginia. But in the autumn of 1998, I was a 36-year-old forestry technician and seasonal wilderness ranger working out of the Gauley Ranger District in the West Virginia mountains. I have kept this experience to myself for nearly 28 years, largely because there is no official form for what happened in those woods, and partly because every reasonable explanation I tried to construct over the decades fell apart the moment I looked back at the physical evidence I kept hidden in my toolbox. To understand why that slip of paper unnerved me so thoroughly, you have to understand what my life looked like back then. In 1998, the Gauley Ranger District covered tens of thousands of acres of steep, high-elevation hardwood forest, hemlock ravines, and rugged backcountry spread across Pocahontas and Webster counties. My job wasn't heroic or dramatic. Most days consisted of long, lonely patrols along old logging grades, clearing blowdowns with a steel chainsaw, checking backcountry registration boxes, inspecting primitive campsites along the middle fork of the Williams River, and making sure hunters weren't building illegal permanent shelters or clearing timber without permits. I knew the terrain better than I knew the streets of my hometown. I knew where the old Meadow River Lumber Company had laid narrow-gauge railroad tracks in the 1920s. I knew which drainage basins held water even during an August drought, and I knew how fog sat heavy in the rhododendron thickets along Tea Creek Mountain before rolling over the crest of Route 150 on the Highland Scenic Highway. When I pulled that visitor slip out of the sheet metal box on Tea Creek Trail, my immediate reaction wasn't fear or awe. It was irritation. I assumed one of the other seasonal guys or a maintenance worker from the Richwood shop was playing a joke on me. We were a small crew that season, and practical jokes weren't uncommon when the days got long and autumn maintenance grew monotonous. Ray Dobbins, a senior maintenance worker who had been with the Forest Service since the late 1970s, was notorious for leaving fake warning notes on truck windshields or hiding plastic rubber snakes in the equipment sheds. I held the slip of paper up to the overcast morning light, examining the impression of the lead. The pencil strokes were deep, pressing into the green cardstock with enough force to indent the paper. The handwriting was uncannily similar to my own, the slightly oversized capital M in Miller, the harsh slant on the numbers. But what made me stand there in the absolute quiet of the Tea Creek bottom for nearly 5 minutes was the key. It was a standard Ford brass-cut key, worn smooth along the teeth. I reached into my forest green jacket pocket, pulled out my ring, and compared them side by side. They were identical, not just similar. They were cut to the same ignition pattern. I turned toward my service truck, a faded white 1994 Ford F-250 with a green USFS shield painted on the door, parked 50 feet away on the gravel pull-off beside West Virginia Route 150. I walked over, inserted the key I had just taken out of the registration box into the driver's side door lock, and turned it. The tumbler clicked instantly. The door swung open smoothly on its hinges. I stood there in the damp morning air, listening to the soft, steady rush of Tea Creek over sandstone rocks down in the gorge. The air smelled of wet spruce needles, decaying oak leaves, and coal smoke drifting from somewhere miles away in the valley. I reached for my Motorola HT600 handheld radio, clipped to my shoulder strap, pressed the push-to-talk button, and waited for the squelch. "Scully Dispatch, this is Unit 3. I said into the microphone. "Go ahead, 3. Came the voice of Sarah, the district dispatcher operating out of the Richwood office. Her voice was thin, peppered with static from the high ridgeline separating us. "Sarah, is Ray or anyone from the maintenance shop out on Route 150 today? Over da. In -3. Sarah replied after a brief pause. "Ray's down at the shop working on the hydraulic line on the grader. He's been there since 8. You should be the only unit operating in the Tea Creek drainage until the afternoon crew heads up toward Cranberry Glades. Do you have an issue?" I stared down at the key in my palm, feeling the cool metal in the autumn dampness. "No issue, Sarah, wire," I said, keeping my voice level. "Just checking unit coverage for the afternoon. I'll be conducting trail checks along Tea Creek Mountain and checking the registration boxes up to the shelter. Clear, Doug. Per copy, Unit 3, out at 11:34. I clipped the radio back to my shoulder, locked the truck, and stood on the gravel shoulder for a moment, looking up at the steep, timbered slope of Tea Creek Mountain. The trees were almost entirely bare at that elevation. The gray trunks of red maple, yellow birch, and black cherry, rising like iron bars into the low, sagging cloud deck. A cold breeze moved through the high canopy, bringing down a shower of wet leaves that rattled like paper against the truck cab. I rationalized it the only way a practical man could. Ray had somehow gotten a duplicate key made weeks ago, kept it in his pocket, and slid it into the box earlier that week while doing trail inspections, intending to confuse me. It was the only explanation that made a lick of sense. Yet, as I slung my day pack over my shoulders, grabbed my Pulaski axe, and started up the trail, the date and time on that card kept looping in my mind. October 14th, 1998, 4:15 p.m. The Tea Creek Trail system is isolated, cutting deep into a rugged, roadless area of the Monongahela. In 1998, cell phones were useless out there, and even our high-band radios had dead spots in the deep ravines where the mountain walls blocked the repeaters on Kennison Mountain and Sharp Knob. The trail follows an old logging railroad grade built by the Meadow River Lumber Company back in the early 20th century. It's flat in places, carved directly into the hillside, surrounded by dense walls of rhododendron that overhang the path like dark, green tunnels. I walked at a steady ranger pace, my heavy leather boots crushing wet leaves into the dark mud. Every half-mile I stopped to perform routine maintenance, using the Pulaski to clear small drainage ditches, kicking fallen branches off the trail, and checking the blue paint blazes sprayed on the trunks of trees to mark the wilderness boundary. The forest was remarkably quiet. Autumn in the West Virginia mountains is usually alive with noise, scolding red squirrels, blue jays calling across the hollows, the distant hum of traffic on Route 219. But as I pushed deeper into the Tea Creek Hollow, the ambient sounds of the woods seemed to draw back, muted by the heavy fog that had begun to settle into the tree line. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I reached the Tea Creek Mountain Shelter, a 3-sided log structure built by the Civilian Conservation Corps back in the 1930s. It sits on a high bench overlooking the creek, surrounded by towering hemlocks that survived the original timber cuts. The shelter was empty. A cold, gray fire ring sat in front of the open side, filled with wet pine ash and a few charred birch logs. I unslung my pack, sat down on the wooden bench inside, and pulled out my Write in the Rain notebook to record my log entry. As I uncapped my pen, I noticed something sitting on the far corner of the wooden sleeping platform. It was an old steel Army surplus canteen, covered in green canvas that had turned dark and moldy from dampness. It looked like it had been sitting there for years, but when I picked it up, it felt heavy. I shook it, hearing the sloshing of fresh water inside. I unscrewed the plastic cap and smelled it. It was clean, clear mountain water, completely odorless. On the bottom of the canvas sleeve, written in black permanent marker, were initials and a date, WM 1098. I set the canteen down slowly on the wood. My initials are WM Wayne Miller. I stood up from the shelter bench and looked out into the woods surrounding the clearing. The silence was absolute now. The wind that had been blowing across the ridge earlier had completely died down. Not a leaf moved on the trees. The fog had descended to the ground, drifting between the gray trunks in slow, thick curtains, reducing my visibility to less than 50 yards. I could hear my own breathing, loud and harsh in the damp chill, and the distant, dull, metallic click of my own radio equipment vibrating against my chest. "Hello?" I called out into the fog. My voice didn't echo. It didn't carry at all. It was as if the dense fog and the wet soil absorbed the sound the moment it left my mouth, smothering it instantly. "Is anyone out here?" I yelled louder. Nothing responded. No animal, no wind, no answer from an illegal camper. Just the suffocating, heavy quiet of the timber. I turned back to the shelter, picked up the canteen and threw it into my day pack alongside the visitor slip and the brass key. I checked my watch. It was 3:10 p.m. I had over an hour before the time written on that slip of paper. Every instinct built on 12 years of forestry work told me to finish my log, turn around, and hike the 4 miles back down the grade to my truck before nightfall. But there was a professional obligation and a growing, gnawing knot of anger at whatever was happening that kept me on the ridge. If someone was hiding out in the backcountry, breaking registration rules, using old ranger gear, or stalking technicians on patrol, I needed to identify them and log the incident properly. I left the shelter and continued along the ridge trail toward the junction with the Mountain Lick branch. The terrain here becomes exceptionally rough. The old railroad grade disappears, replaced by a narrow, rocky footpath that weaves through heavy talus slopes and dense boulder fields covered in thick, slippery moss. The high-elevation spruce trees dominate this ridge, their dark needles blocking out what little natural light filtered through the cloud cover. At 3:55 p.m., I stopped beside a massive sandstone boulder known locally as the Hanging Rock. The temperature had begun to drop rapidly, a sudden, piercing cold that made my breath bloom in thick white plumes in front of my face. In October in the Monongahela, Sudden temperature drops usually signal a cold front coming across the Allegheny front from the west. But this was different. The cold felt hyper-localized, settling into the small depression behind the boulder like ice water filling a tub. I reached for my thermometer, a small plastic analog gauge attached to my zipper pull. The needle was visibly dropping. It had been 52 degrees at the trailhead. Inside the shadow of the boulder it read 31 degrees, and it was still sliding downward. Thin, delicate patterns of rime ice were actively forming across the dark surface of the sandstone, growing out in white crystalline tendrils across the wet moss while I watched. Then came the sound. It was not a roar, or a scream, or an animal call. It was the sound of a heavy diesel engine idling somewhere deep in the timber below the ridge. It had that steady, rhythmic mechanical thrum, a low-frequency vibration that I could feel in the soles of my leather boots through 6 inches of damp soil. I stood frozen beside the hanging rock, listening. There were no roads down in that ravine. The nearest vehicle-accessible trail was Route 150 behind me, and the nearest logging haul road was miles to the east beyond the wilderness boundary, separated by 3 impenetrable mountain ridges. Nothing motorized was supposed to be in the Tea Creek backcountry. It was legally designated wilderness, inaccessible to anything larger than an ATV, and even an ATV couldn't navigate the boulder fields below Tea Creek Mountain. Golly Dispatch Unit 3, More. I spoke into my radio, my thumb pressing hard against the rubber button. Static filled my ear, a harsh, tearing hiss that sounded like crushed glass. Golly Dispatch, Unit 3, emergency traffic. Do you copy? Through the static, a voice came through the small speaker on my shoulder. It was faint, broken by heavy interference, but completely intelligible. Ooh, Unit 3, location Tea Creek, hour 4:15. Heavy frost on the grade. Request assistance at Hanging Rock. Vehicle idle in the drainage. Repeat. Request. I froze. The voice coming out of the radio speaker was my own. It was my accent, my pacing, my breath control, speaking words into the dispatch frequency that I had not spoken. The recording, if it was a recording, carried the exact cadence of my voice when I was winded, including a small familiar cough I had developed after working around brush fires the previous spring. I grabbed the radio off my shoulder, holding it 2 inches from my face. Who is this on frequency? State your call sign. The radio responded instantly with my own voice, overlapping my final word with a slight delay, like a physical echo trapped inside the electronic circuit. State your call sign. Location Tea Creek, hour 4:15. I looked down at my watch. The digital display read 4:15 p.m. A sudden wave of absolute physical terror hit me in the center of my chest, cold and sickening. It wasn't the creeping dread of being watched by a mountain lion or encountering an armed moonshiner in the woods. It was a profound, unnatural revulsion, a feeling that the physical rules of the world I had walked through for 36 years had suddenly frayed at the edges, leaving me exposed to something that didn't belong in the geography of West Virginia or anywhere else. I turned around and began walking, then breaking into a heavy, ungraceful run back down the trail toward the shelter. My boots slid on the ice-crusted moss covering the rocks. The Pulaski axe in my right hand rattled against my belt, and my heavy day pack bounced painfully against my spine. Behind me, down in the pitch-black ravine of the Tea Creek bottom, the sound of the diesel engine didn't fade. It seemed to move alongside me, keeping pace through the timber, its low-frequency hum vibrating through the cold, frozen earth. As I rounded the bend near the CCC shelter, I saw something standing in the middle of the trail 50 yards ahead. The fog was thick, but I could clearly distinguish the silhouette. It was a tall figure wearing an old-style, full-length dark green rubber rain poncho, the heavy rubberized canvas coats the Forest Service issued to trail crews back in the late 1960s and 1970s, before lightweight Gore-Tex came along. The figure was standing completely still, facing away from me, looking down into the ravine, where the mechanical idling sound was vibrating through the trees. I skidded to a stop in the mud, my chest heaving, holding the Pulaski axe with both hands in front of my body. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice cracking with exertion. "Stand clear of the trail." The figure didn't turn around. It didn't move an inch. But as the wind picked up slightly, moving the lower hem of the heavy rubber coat, I saw what was resting on the ground beside its feet. It was a white metal hard hat, stamped with the old yellow pine cone emblem of the West Virginia Department of Natural Resources, and a heavy, wooden-handled brush hook. I knew that equipment. I had seen photos of it in the display case at the Richwood Ranger Station. It was the standard gear issued to Arthur Vance, a wilderness ranger who had walked out into the Tea Creek backcountry during an early November snowstorm in 1973, and was never seen again, despite a 3-week search involving 50 men, bloodhounds, and a National Guard helicopter. I didn't call out again. I didn't try to approach. I stepped off the trail, plunging waist-deep into a dense thicket of greenbrier and thorn bushes, bypassing the shelter clearing entirely. I scrambled through the razor-sharp thorns, tearing my uniform pants and scraping my hands against the icy rock ledges, never taking my eyes off the motionless green rubber coat standing on the path. The figure remained completely motionless, a dark, rigid pillar enveloped by the shifting gray mist. I reached the lower logging grade 15 minutes later, my clothes torn, my hands bleeding from the thorns, my lungs burning from the icy air. I didn't stop running until I saw the white tailgate of my Ford F-250 through the trees at the trailhead pull-off. I sprinted to the driver's side door, pulled out my primary key ring, and fumbled to get the key into the ignition. My hands were shaking so violently, I dropped the ring into the floorboard mud. I reached down, grabbed the extra key, the worn brass key I'd pulled out of the registration box that morning, and jammed it into the slot. It turned instantly. The big V8 engine roared to life, the headlights cutting 2 bright yellow corridors through the gathering dusk and thick mountain fog. I threw the truck into gear, tore out of the gravel pull-off, and drove down Route 150 toward the Gauley District Station at a speed that was dangerous for those narrow, twisting mountain roads. I didn't use the radio again during the drive. I kept my eyes fixed on the pavement ahead, terrified that if I looked in my rearview mirror, I would see the empty bed of the truck occupied by a heavy green rubber coat. When I pulled into the paved parking lot of the Richwood Station, it was past 6 o'clock. The main building was quiet, lit only by the exterior floodlights and the amber glow of the dispatch office window. I sat in the idling truck for a full 10 minutes, trying to bring my heart rate down, trying to assemble what had happened into a coherent report that wouldn't result in me being stripped of my badge and recommended for a psychiatric evaluation in Charleston. Eventually, I shut off the engine, gathered my pack, and walked inside. Ray Dobbins was sitting at the break room table, a half-empty pot of diner coffee sitting on the hot plate beside him, a copy of the Richwood News Leader spread out across the formica. He looked up as I walked in, taking in my torn trousers, my scraped hands, and the mud caked up to my knees. "Jesus, Wayne," Ray said, setting his coffee mug down. "What happened to you? Get tangled up with a bear in the Greenbrier?" I dropped my day pack onto the floor beside the table with a heavy thud. "I hit a rough stretch on the Mountain Lick Trail," I said, my voice flatter and colder than I intended. "Oice got caught in a blowdown field near the Hanging Rock." Ray squinted at me, his weathered face creasing into deep lines around his eyes. "Oh, you look like you saw a ghost, Miller. You're white as ash." I reached into my pocket, pulled out the green registration slip, and laid it flat on the Formica table between us. "Where did you get this, Ray?" I asked. Ray leaned forward, picking up the damp slip of cardstock. He adjusted his reading glasses, turning the paper over in his thick, grease-stained fingers. He read the block lettering, the date, the time, and the signature. "Is this a joke?" Ray asked, looking up at me over his lenses. "Did you write this?" "No," I said. "I found it in the Tea Creek box at 11:30 this morning, dated for 4:15 this afternoon, signed with my name." Ray set the card down slowly. He didn't laugh. He didn't make a sarcastic remark about seasonal rangers getting skittish in the autumn timber. He looked at the card for a long time, then reached out and tapped the paperclip holding the brass Ford key. "Val, where's the key from?" he asked softly. "It fits my trucker," I said. "I opened the door with it before I went up the mountain." Ray took a deep breath, leaned back in his vinyl chair, and crossed his arms over his chest. He looked away from me, staring out the window into the dark parking lot where the rain had begun to hit the glass in soft, erratic taps. "I told Frank 3 years ago we ought to close the Tea Creek box permanently," Ray said quietly, his voice dropping to a low, gravelly tone I had never heard him use before. "What are you talking about, Ray?" I demanded, leaning over the table. "Who put that in the box?" "Nobody put it in the box, Wayne," Ray said, looking back at me with eyes that were entirely devoid of humor or doubt. "Or at least nobody walking around on 2 legs in 1998 put it there. Every 6 or 7 years, somebody on patrol down in that hollow finds something that belongs to them before they've lost it, or finds something that belonged to somebody who never came back out." I stared at him, feeling a fresh chill creep down the back of my neck. "Arthur Vance, her?" I said. Ray didn't blink. "Arthur Vance went missing on November 2nd, 1973, Ike," Ray said flatly. "I was on the search grid. We spent 3 weeks tearing every rhododendron patch between Red Spruce Knob and the Williams River to pieces. We found his truck parked at the same turnoff you used today. We found his logbook sitting on the seat. The last entry in his book was dated 3 days after we started looking for him, written in his hand, describing the men in the search party walking past his position while he sat inside a shelter that hadn't been built yet." I felt the air leave my lungs. "That's impossible, Ray. That's a mountain story. That's something guys tell seasonals so they don't sleep in the outposts." Ray stood up from the table, picked up his cold coffee, and walked over to the sink. He poured the black liquid down the drain, his back turned to me. "I don't care what you call it, Wayne. Call it a mountain story. Call it hypothermia. Call it a bad dream. But if I were you, I'd transfer out to the Gauley Bridge District come spring. Or better yet, take a desk job with the State Road Department down in Raleigh County. These mountains are old, Miller. They were old before the timber companies cut the virgin spruce, and they were old before the state put yellow paint on the trees and called it a national forest. There are places down in those hollows where the ground doesn't hold time straight. It spills over, and once it takes a liking to your name, it doesn't stop writing it down." I didn't answer him. I picked up the visitor card, the key, and my day pack, walked out to my truck, and drove home to my small rented house outside Richwood. I didn't quit that night. I was 36, I had a mortgage, and I had spent my entire adult life training for forestry work. But something in me shifted that October evening. The woods were no longer a workplace or a familiar landscape of timber volumes, soil types, and trail miles. They felt vast, cold, and profoundly indifferent. a place where human presence was an intrusion that the mountains occasionally reflected back at us in distorted, broken pieces. For the next 2 weeks, I avoided the Tea Creek drainage entirely. I swapped patrol assignments with other technicians taking routine road check duties along Route 219 or working the upper campgrounds along the Cranberry River. I kept the green visitor slip, the canteen, and the brass key locked inside a heavy steel Craftsman toolbox in the bed of my truck, hidden beneath spare tire irons and oil cans. By late October, the weather turned hard. A wet, freezing storm rolled down out of Canada, blanketed the high elevations of Pocahontas County in 4 inches of heavy, slushy snow, and brought down power lines across the district. On the night of October 28th, I was on evening call duty at the Richwood station when a call came through from the Pocahontas County Sheriff's Department. A vehicle had been reported stranded off the Highland Scenic Highway near the Cranberry Glades Overlook. A civilian passenger car that had slid off the slush-covered asphalt into the ditch. The local deputy was tied up with a multi-vehicle accident on Route 55, and they asked if the Forest Service could send a unit to check on the occupant and provide a winch pull if necessary. I was the only ranger on duty. I took the F-250, equipped with heavy tire chains on all 4 wheels, and headed up Route 150 into the mountains. The drive was brutal. The heavy, wet snow clung to the pine branches, bending them low over the narrow road, and the fog was so dense that my high beams reflected back into the cab like a wall of solid white light. I drove slowly, the heavy iron chains slapping rhythmically against the wheel wells, the heater roaring on full blast to keep the windshield clear. I reached the Cranberry Glades Overlook around 9:30 p.m. The stranded car was there, a late-model blue Chevrolet sedan resting at a steep angle in the drainage ditch beside the road, its hazard lights blinking dimly through the falling snow. I pulled the F-250 alongside, engaged the emergency brake, turned on my overhead yellow strobe lights, and stepped out into the freezing storm. The wind was howling across the open ridge, driving heavy slush sideways against my face. I walked over to the Chevrolet, pulling my flashlight from my belt, and illuminated the driver's side window. Inside sat an elderly woman, wrapped in a heavy wool blanket, her hands clutching the steering wheel. She looked terrified, her eyes wide as the beam of my light hit the glass. I knocked gently on the window. U.S. Forest Service. I yelled over the wind. Are you all right, ma'am? She rolled the window down an inch, cold air rushing into the warm cabin. Oh, thank God, she sobbed, her voice trembling. I took a wrong turn off Route 219. The snow came down so fast. My car slid in about an hour ago. Don't worry, ma'am, I said, leaning close to the opening. My name is Ranger Miller. I've got a heavy winch on my truck. I'll have you pulled back onto the pavement in 10 minutes. Just stay inside where it's warm. I walked back to the front of my truck, unhooked the heavy steel winch cable, and dragged it through the slush toward the Chevrolet's front bumper. The work was hard, physical, and familiar. The cold metal of the hook bit through my leather gloves, and the wet snow soaked through my heavy jacket. But I was glad for the routine. It grounded me. It was real work, real service, the kind of job I had joined the Forest Service to do. I hooked the cable securely around the Chevy's lower frame, walked back to my truck cab, and grabbed the remote winch control plugged into the dash. I stood beside the driver's side door of my F-250, watching the cable tighten as the electric motor whined under the load. Slowly, inches at a time, the heavy sedan pulled out of the ditch, its tires spinning in the slush until all 4 wheels rested firmly on the plowed asphalt of Route 150. I walked back to the woman's window, signaling for her to put the car in park. You're all clear, ma'am, I said, leaning down. Follow my taillights down the mountain toward Richwood. The road is clear once you drop below 3,000 feet. She looked up at me, tears streaking through the dust on her cheeks. "Thank you, Ranger," she said, clutching her blanket. "Thank you so much. I don't know what I would have done out here. A man stopped about 20 minutes before you got here. He told me a ranger was coming, and he said your name was Miller." I froze, my hand resting on the top of her doorframe. "A man stopped?" I asked, my voice suddenly dropping. "What kind of vehicle was he driving?" "And he wasn't driving a vehicle," she said, her eyebrows knitting together in confusion. "And he walked up out of the tree line from the trail sign down there. He was wearing a dark green raincoat, a real heavy rubber one. He looked just like you, Ranger. I thought he was your partner." The wind seemed to instantly drop, replaced by that heavy, suffocating silence I had felt on Tea Creek Mountain 2 weeks earlier. The sound of my truck engine idling 10 feet away vanished. Not shut off, but muffled, as if submerged under 50 feet of dark water. "Which way did he go?" I asked, my throat tight. She pointed a trembling finger toward the dark line of spruce trees on the southern side of the highway, the trailhead for the Tea Creek Mountain connector. "He went back down into the timber," she whispered, looking at me with sudden apprehension. He said he had to go file his log at the 4:15 mark. I didn't answer her. I didn't say another word. I unhooked my winch cable, reeled it in with numb mechanical movements, and motioned for her to start driving down the mountain. She didn't hesitate. Her red taillights disappeared into the swirling snow within seconds, leaving me alone on the ridge with my idling F-250 and the yellow strobe light painting the surrounding snowdrifts in rhythmic, silent flashes of amber. I walked to the edge of the asphalt, where the orange wooden trailhead marker stood buried in snow. I shone my flashlight beam down into the clearing. There, leading off the plowed highway and plunging straight down into the pitch-black timber of the Tea Creek Gorge, was a single set of fresh boot tracks. The snow was falling heavily, nearly an inch an hour, but the impressions were deep, crisp, and clear. I lowered my flashlight beam to the nearest print, kneeling down in the slush. The tread pattern was unmistakable. It was the distinct, deep lug Vibram Kletterlift pattern used exclusively on standard-issue Forest Service field boots, the exact same pattern stamped into the snow by the boots on my own feet. Beside the tracks, pressed into the white snow on top of a flat fence post, was a clean, dry slip of green cardstock. I didn't touch it. I didn't pick it up. I stood up, walked back to my truck, got inside, and drove down the mountain. I submitted my formal resignation to District Ranger Frank Halloway 3 weeks later, in the middle of November 1998. I didn't give a detailed explanation. I listed personal reasons, packed my gear from the Richwood station, and moved back down to Beckley, taking a job with a private land surveying firm that operated strictly in the populated river valleys along Route 19. I never worked for the Forest Service again. I never went back to the Monongahela National Forest. For 28 years, I have avoided Pocahontas County entirely. When my family wanted to go camping or hiking, we went south into Virginia or west into Kentucky. I kept my toolbox locked, and I never spoke about the visitor card, the key, or the canteen to my office, my children, or any of my former colleagues. Over the years, I told myself that what happened was a manifestation of stress, fatigue, and the psychological weight of working long, isolated hours in high-elevation wilderness areas, where sensory deprivation can play cruel tricks on a man's perception. It was a comfortable, rational lie that allowed me to sleep at night, to build a quiet life, to grow old without looking over my shoulder every time the wind whistled through the pine trees in my backyard. Then, 2 months ago, in June of 2026, I received a package in the mail at my home in Beckley. It was an official manila envelope sent from the U.S. Forest Service Eastern Regional Office in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Inside was a letter and a small USB flash drive. The letter was from a junior archivist working on a historical digitization project for the Monongahela National Forest. They were scanning old paper incident reports, land survey logs, and seasonal ranger records from the late 20th century to create a digital public index. The archivist noted that while processing uncatalogued files from the decommissioned Gawley District Office in Richwood, they had found a box of misfiled photographic prints and trail logs from 1998 bearing my name. The letter stated that according to standard agency protocol, personal items found in historic personnel files were to be returned to the former employee or their surviving family. I sat at my kitchen table for an hour, looking at that small black plastic flash drive sitting on the Formica. Eventually, with my hands cold and unsteady, I plugged the drive into my laptop and opened the folder marked 1998 Gawley Unit 31 Archive. Inside were dozens of scanned documents. My old trail maintenance logs, equipment receipts, chainsaw certification forms, and weather observation sheets filled out in my heavy block handwriting from 28 years ago. Then I came to the last file in the folder. It was an image file titled TC Trailcam 11498 unsorted.jpg. I clicked on it. The image opened on my screen. It was a digital scan of an old 35mm photograph taken by an early motion-activated wildlife trail camera, the primitive, heavy units we used to strap to trees near wilderness boundaries to monitor illegal ATV traffic. The timestamp embedded in the yellow digital text at the bottom right corner of the photograph read 10/14/1998, 16:15:22. The photograph showed the Tea Creek Mountain Shelter, lit by the pale gray light of that autumn afternoon. Standing in the foreground, facing the camera, was my 36-year-old self. I was wearing my green Forest Service uniform jacket, my day pack slung over my shoulders, holding a Pulaski axe in my right hand. My face in the photograph was pale, my eyes wide with a look of frantic, absolute terror that I remembered with terrifying clarity. But it was not my young self that made me stop breathing. Standing directly behind my younger self, inside the dark shadow of the shelter roof, holding a hand out as if reaching for my shoulder, was another man. He was wearing modern civilian clothes, a gray canvas jacket, a blue baseball cap, and thin, wire-rimmed reading glasses. His hair was white, his face deeply lined with age, a dark liver spot visible on his left cheekbone. I zoomed in on the face of the man in the background. It was my face. It was my face as I appear today in the summer of 2026, aged 54 years old. I shut the laptop screen down immediately. I pulled the USB drive from the port, walked out to my garage, and placed it inside the heavy steel Craftsman toolbox alongside the brass key and the old Army canteen I have kept locked away since 1998. I am 54 years old now. My health is good, but I know how time moves. I know that eventually, a man reaches an age where he starts looking back at the places he used to walk when he was young and strong. I have no intention of ever returning to West Virginia Route 150. I have no intention of ever walking down into the Tea Creek Hollow again. But late at night, when the rain hits the tin roof of my garage and the wind moves through the maple trees outside my bedroom window, I lie awake in the dark, listening to the heavy, quiet ticking of the clock on my nightstand. And I find myself wondering, with a cold, quiet dread that never leaves me, how many years I have left before I walk back down into those mountains, put on a dark green coat, and finally file the log I left behind. The survey marker, a 6-inch square heartwood oak post driven 4 feet into the wet sand along Cedar Creek, had been twisted 90 degrees at ground level and snapped cleanly across the grain, as if a wrench with a 6-foot handle had been applied to it by something standing directly overhead. 30 feet above the broken post, jammed tightly into the crotch of a pitch pine branch that was barely thick enough to support a crow, sat 300 pounds of cast-iron bog-ore machinery that had been missing from the Harrisville furnace ruins 3 miles upriver since the spring of 1974. There were no tire tracks in the white sugar sand, no winch cable marks on the surrounding trunks, and no broken boughs below the branch where the iron frame rested. The metal was covered in fresh, wet yellow clay from a subterranean layer that had not seen daylight since the Pleistocene, and when I touched the edge of the cast frame with my bare thumb, it was warm. Not slightly warm from the thin autumn sun, but radiating a steady, feverish 95 degrees into the freezing November air. My name is Thomas Aaron Hayes. In the late autumn of 2002, I was 38 years old and working as a senior forestry technician for the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection within the Division of Parks and Forestry. My primary beat was Wharton State Forest, a 120,000-acre expanse of pitch pine, scrub oak, and Atlantic white cedar that covers the heart of the Burlington County Pine Barrens. My daily work was thoroughly unromantic, plotting timber boundaries, marking southern pine beetle infestation pockets with pink surveyor's tape, inspecting prescribed fire lines, and maintaining GPS records for state-owned land that had slowly swallowed up long-abandoned 18th-century glassworks, iron bogs, and vanished paper mill towns. The Pine Barrens are unlike any other forest in eastern North America. Beneath the sparse canopy of stunted pitch pines lies a vast, flat shelf of pure, pale quartz sand that stretches for miles in every direction, underlain by a massive coastal aquifer that sits just inches beneath your boots in the low cedar bogs. The water in the streams and bogs is not clear or muddy. It is the color of strong black tea, stained dark reddish-brown by cedar tannins and heavy iron ore deposits dissolved in the soil. When the wind drops in those low pine woods on a late autumn afternoon, the silence is physical. You can walk 500 yards off Route 563 or Carranza Road and find yourself in a landscape where the ground absorbs every sound, the sand swallows your tracks within an hour, and the horizon is bounded entirely by an endless, monotonous wall of gray bark and dark green needles. I was not alone on the survey line that morning. My field partner was Frank DeLuca, a 54-year-old forestry specialist who had spent 31 years working out of the Atzian Ranger Station. Frank was a quiet, heavy-set man raised in Chatsworth, the small unincorporated community that locals call the capital of the Pine Barrens. He was a man of few words, heavy boots, and an endless chain of unfiltered Camel cigarettes that he kept in the breast pocket of his canvas field jacket. Frank knew every fire cut, illegal dump site, and colonial sand road between Route 72 and the Mullica River. He was a practical, deeply unimaginative worker who viewed the forest not as a wilderness but as a fire hazard that required constant monitoring, clearing, and boundary maintenance. When I pointed out the shattered oak post and the cast-iron ironwork lodged in the treetop, Frank stood in the soft sand for nearly 3 minutes without speaking. He removed his yellow hard hat, wiped his bald head with a red bandana, and stared up into the canopy. The wind was coming out of the northeast, cold and damp off the Atlantic, making the upper branches of the pitch pines creak against one another like dry bone. Frank spat a thin line of brown tobacco juice into the dark soil at his feet. He did not pull out his clipboard, and he did not ask me for the steel measuring tape. He stepped over to the broken oak post, stooped down, and ran his gloved fingers over the sheared wood. The grain was not torn or shredded as it would be if hit by a tractor blade or pulled by a log skidder. It was crushed laterally, the dense fibers flattened into smooth, glassy plates that looked almost like polished horn. "That's part of a stamping press from the old Harrisville forge," Frank said, his voice flat and devoid of any expression. "It's been sitting in the bog mud behind the ruined raceway since I was a kid in '62. Took 4 guys with a chain hoist just to move it off the foundation when the state took over the property." "And how did it get up there, Frank?" I asked, looking up at the thin branch. The 300-pound iron housing was sitting balanced on a limb no thicker than a man's wrist. The bark beneath the metal was unmarred. "If someone brought a crane out here on the sand road, we would have seen the tracks. A flatbed would have sunk to its axles in this sand ditch." Frank did not look at me. He walked around the base of the tree in a wide, slow circle, his eyes fixed entirely on the ground. "There aren't any tracks, he said. "Not truck tracks, not tractor tracks." He stopped on the south side of the tree, where a small patch of damp, mossy ground bordered the edge of the cedar bog. He pointed down with the toe of his steel-toed work boot. Imprinted into the thick, dark peat was a mark. It was roughly 7 inches long and 4 inches wide at its broadest point. A deep, split impression, shaped like an inverted heart, driven nearly 3 inches down into the mud through a thick mat of cranberry vines. The pressure required to make an impression that deep in hard peat was immense, yet there was no drag mark behind it, no sign of a stride approaching or leaving the spot, and no second print anywhere within 8 feet. "An iron jaw trap?" I suggested, kneeling down to look at the indentation. "Or maybe an old fence post socket?" Frank reached down, grabbed my canvas collar, and yanked me back onto my feet with surprising strength. "Don't touch the mud," he said softly. "What is it, Frank?" "We're clearing out." "Oi," he said. He turned and walked back toward our green state-issue Ford F-350 utility truck, which was parked 200 yards back on the sand wash track. "We'll log the post as damaged by fallen timber. We'll mark the line 50 feet back. Ace, we can't just leave 300 pounds of state historical artifact hanging in a pitch pine 30 feet off Carranza Road," I said, following him. "If that limb snaps and hits a hunter or a quad rider, it'll crush them." Frank stopped at the driver's side door of the truck, opened it, and stood with one boot on the running board, staring out across the flat, rust-colored canopy toward Apple Pie Hill. "The limb isn't going to snap, Tom," he said quietly. "It didn't get put up there by gravity, and gravity isn't what's holding it." We drove back to the Atzian maintenance yard in absolute silence. The heater in the truck hummed, blowing dry, warm air over our boots, while the gray, late-afternoon gloom settled over the barrens. When we turned into the gravel lot behind the ranger station, Frank went straight into the supply shed, hung up his gear, and left 20 minutes before his shift officially ended. He did not file his daily log sheet, which was entirely uncharacteristic for a man who had not missed a line of paperwork in 3 decades. I stayed behind in the small technician's office, a drafty room furnished with metal desks, a wall-mounted topo map of Burlington County, and a cracked VHF base station radio that continuously hissed with static from the fire towers across the district. I pulled down the historical binder for the Harrisville Ironworks tract, a thick black 3-ring folder containing hand-drawn surveys from the late 1800s, land transfers, and archaeological preservation notes. Deep in the back of the binder, behind a series of yellowed site maps drawn in 1894 by an assistant state geologist named Arthur Wharton, I found a handwritten margin note written in faded brown India ink. Section 14, Cedar Creek Headwaters. Survey abandoned November 12th. Line post 11 destroyed thrice by heavy displacement. Local workmen refused to re-enter the bog area after 4 o'clock due to screaming overhead and the stench of sulfur ash in the dry pines. Mr. Wharton notes that iron machinery parts from the furnace site have been found wedged in high branches throughout the tract. No logical explanation offered by county engineers. I sat at the desk for nearly 20 minutes, staring at the faded 19th century script. Outside the window, the wind caught the tall white pines along Route 206, making them bow and sway against a sky that had turned the dark, bruised color of a damp slate. 2 days later, on Thursday, November 14th, a call came through the regional dispatch center in Trenton just after 6 in the morning. A seasonal game warden with the New Jersey Division of Fish and Wildlife, a young woman named Sarah Coster, whom I had worked with during the October deer check season, had reported an unusual animal kill on the border of Penn State Forest, roughly 9 miles southeast of our Atzian base. I met Sarah at the junction of Route 563 and an unnamed sand trail that cut deep into the dwarf pine plains. The plains are a strange, desolate ecological anomaly within the Barrens, an 8,000-acre plateau where the pitch pines and scrub oaks never grow higher than 4 or 5 feet tall, stunted by extreme soil acidity, low nutrients, and a history of intense, frequent wildfires. Walking through the plains feels eerie and disorienting. You are surrounded by an ocean of pine trees, but the canopy barely reaches your chest, allowing you to see for miles across a rolling, desolate gray-green landscape under an enormous sky. Sarah was standing beside her white state utility vehicle, dressed in her dark green uniform and high leather boots, holding a long aluminum flash lamp despite the morning sunlight. She looked relieved to see my truck pull up. "I called for a biologist," Sarah said as I got out of the truck. "Robe at district headquarters said everyone's in Trenton for the regional deer management meeting. They said you were in the area doing boundary sweeps." "What have you got, Sarah?" I asked, pulling my leather gloves on against the biting cold. "Coyote hit?" "I don't know," she said, leaning against her bumper and shaking her head. "I've been in fish and wildlife for 5 years. I worked 2 seasons in the Delaware Water Gap dealing with problem bears and roadkill. I've never seen anything like this." She led me 300 yards off the sand trail into a low hollow where the stunted pines gave way to a dense, waist-high thicket of scrub oak and greenbrier. The air in the hollow smelled sharply of pine sap, damp sand, and something else. A heavy metallic odor that reminded me of cold blacksmith iron and wet dog fur. In the center of the thicket sat a fully grown white-tailed doe. The deer was not lying on its side, nor was it torn open as it would be if killed by coyotes or a rogue domestic dog. It was sitting upright, its legs folded neatly beneath its body in a natural resting position, its head held erect and facing directly toward the eastern horizon. When we stepped closer, I saw why Sarah was shaken. The deer's torso was completely intact. There were no claw marks, no missing meat, and no blood on the surrounding bushes or in the sugar sand beneath its belly. But the animal's spine had been broken in 3 separate places, compressed straight down from above, as if a heavy hydraulic plate had descended on its shoulders. The head was pulled back at an impossible, terrifying angle, the snout pointing straight up into the clear blue sky, and the neck bones were completely crushed into the shoulder socket. Most horrifying was the condition of the animal's skin. Along the entire length of its spine, from the base of the ears to the tail, the fur had been singed away in a clean, 4-inch wide strip. The exposed hide was not charred black. It was smooth, pale, and covered in fine, perfectly dry gray dust that smelled intensely of sulfur and burned coal. "Look at the eyes, Tom," Sarah whispered, pointing her flashlight at the doe's face. I stooped down. The deer's eyes were not cloudy or blue as they usually become hours after death. They were completely calcified, turned into opaque white marble-like spheres that looked as though they had been exposed to extreme instantaneous heat while the animal was still alive. I checked the area for tracks, Sarah said, her voice dropping lower as she glanced around the flat, stunted scrub oak landscape. There aren't any coyote prints, no bear prints, just these. She stepped back 2 paces and pointed her boot toward a patch of bare, dry quartz sand between 2 dwarf pines. There were 3 impressions. They were identical to the single print Frank and I had found at Cedar Creek 48 hours earlier. Inverted heart-shaped cloven marks, 6 to 7 inches across, pressed deep into the packed sand. But here, in the open plains, the pattern was clear. The prints did not alternate left-right-left like a quadruped. They were arranged in a single, perfectly straight line, spaced precisely 11 feet apart. The depth of the impressions indicated an animal of immense weight, yet there were no dragging tail marks, no wing drag lines, and no disturbance to the delicate, brittle lichens growing on the sand between the prints. "Whatever made these," Sarah said, her throat catching slightly. It took 3 strides across this open sand, grabbed this 90-pound doe, broke its neck from above without stopping, and then left. Left where? I asked, looking up at the sky. There was nothing above us except 2 miles of clear blue air and a distant commercial airliner carving a thin white contrail toward Philadelphia. Or I don't know, she said. I took 4 photographs with the department digital camera. When I reviewed them on the small screen in the truck, the images were completely scrambled, just horizontal bands of gray and white static. The memory card was wiped. I reached into my pocket, pulled out my knife, and carefully shaved a small sample of the gray sulfurous powder from the deer's scorched spine, dropping it into a clear plastic sample bag from my cruiser kit. As I sealed the bag, I noticed that the plastic immediately grew warm against my palm. The same unnatural, feverish heat I had felt on the iron machine casting at Cedar Creek. "We need to report this to the state veterinarian," I said, trying to maintain a calm, professional tone for Sarah's sake. It could be an unusual chemical dump, or an escaped exotic animal from a private collector down in Cumberland County. Sarah looked at me with an expression that was both bitter and frightened. "You don't believe that, Tom. You've lived in this state your whole life. You know what the old-timers down in Port Republic and Chatsworth say about the plains." "That's folklore, Sarah," I said firmly, though my hand was trembling slightly inside my heavy glove as I stowed the sample bag. Local legends born out of isolated settlers living in charcoal camps 200 years ago. "My grandfather ran a cedar mill on the Wading River in the 50s, Sarah said, staring at the calcified eyes of the deer. He wouldn't let his crews work past dusk between November and February. He said there were nights when the cedar trees would be stripped clean of bark 20 feet up, and the swamp water would run warm and smell of brimstone for 3 days straight. He wasn't an uneducated man, Tom. He was a Methodist deacon." She turned and walked back toward her utility vehicle without waiting for an answer. I stayed beside the deer for another minute, watching the cold autumn wind blow small ripples through the singed fur on its crushed spine. When I returned to the Atzian station that afternoon, I found Frank sitting alone in the break room, a cold mug of black coffee sitting untouched on the laminate table in front of him. He was staring out the screen door toward the equipment shed, his hand resting on a folded sheet of state letterhead. "I turned in my retirement papers to Alan this morning," Frank said before I could sit down. I stopped in the doorway. "Frank, you've got 2 years left before your full pension hits your 54. Oh, I don't care about the pension, Tom," he said softly, his voice raspy from decades of smoking. "I'm moving up to my sister's place near Mauch Chunk, Pennsylvania, by the end of the week." Because of the survey marker at Cedar Creek? Frank looked up at me then, his pale gray eyes bloodshot and rimmed with red. My father was a fire lookout on Apple Pie Hill in the winter of 1958, he said, speaking slowly, as if every word was being pulled out of him against his will. One night in December, during a heavy sleet storm, the tower started swaying. Not from the wind, the guy wires were vibrating like guitar strings, singing in the dark. He looked down through the trapdoor in the floor with his searchlight. Frank paused, taking a long, shaky breath and staring down at his yellowed fingernails. He saw it, Frank whispered. It was hanging from the iron ladder 40 feet up the tower frame. It had long, gaunt ribs sticking out through a hide that looked like wet charcoal, and two thin, leathery limbs hooked over the iron rungs like the wings of a giant, starved bat. Its legs were backward, like a bird's or a goat's, ending in broad iron-black split hooves that were red-hot, searing the green paint off the structural steel until the iron hissed in the freezing rain. Frank. It turned its head up toward the trapdoor. Frank continued, ignoring me completely. My father said it didn't have a face like a horse or a dog or a man. It was narrow, long, and bone-white with no lips, just long yellow teeth set straight into the jawbone and eyes that didn't reflect light. They were deep, sunken pits that looked like glowing coals burning out at the bottom of a dry well. It made a sound. Not a roar, Tom. A whistle. A loud, brassy, mechanical screech like an express train blowing its steam brake while sliding on dry steel rails. Frank stood up, grabbed his canvas coat off the back of the chair, and shoved his retirement paper into his pocket. My father came down from that tower at daylight, packed his locker, and never walked into the Pine Barrens again until the day he died in '84, Frank said, stepping past me into the hall. Sure, he told me one thing before he passed. He said, Frank, that thing doesn't live in the woods, it owns the woods. It comes out when the iron in the water gets high and the pine sap freezes. And if it sees you looking at it, it takes your scent. I'm 54 years old, Tom. I'm not dying in a cedar swamp for $30,000 a year. He walked out the door, climbed into his personal pickup, and drove away. I never saw Frank DeLuca again. By the third week of November, the weather in southern New Jersey had turned severe. A powerful early-season nor'easter rolled in off the Atlantic, locking the coastal plain in 3 days of freezing rain, sleet, and gale-force winds that howled across the salt marshes from Tuckerton up to Barnegat. The high winds tore through the Pine Barrens, knocking down hundreds of shallow-rooted pitch pines, snapping power lines along Route 539, and turning the white sand tracks into treacherous troughs of iron-red slush and deep waterlogged mud. On the night of Tuesday, November 19th, I was assigned to night standby duty at the Atchison station. Because of the storm, the rest of the day crew had been dispatched to clear fallen timber from Route 206, leaving me alone in the small administrative building. At 9:45 p.m., the VHF base station radio on my desk crackled to life through a dense wall of atmospheric static. Atzion. This is Guard Station 4. Carranza. Do you read? Over. The voice was faint, sliced apart by the roaring wind outside and the heavy electrical interference from the storm. It was Jimmy Albright, a 22-year-old seasonal wildlife intern who was spending the winter living alone in a small historic stone caretaker's cabin located deep in the woods near the old Martha Furnace site, roughly 7 miles off Carranza Road. I grabbed the microphone. Jimmy, this is Tom at Atchison. I read you weak and broken. What's your status? Over. Tree down across driveway. The radio hissed, Jimmy's voice high-pitched and strained with hyperventilation. Power's out. Generator failed. Something on the roof, Tom. Jimmy, slow down, I said, leaning closer to the unit and turning the squelch knob down. If you have a tree down, stay inside the cabin until morning. The road crews are clearing 206 right now. I can get a truck out to you at first light. No, you don't understand. Jimmy screamed through the static, dropping all radio protocol. It's not the wind. It's on the roof right now. It's walking back and forth over the rafters. The ceiling beams are bowing down. A sudden, sharp crackle of static erupted from the speaker, followed by a sound that sent a cold spike of adrenaline straight through my gut. Through the radio's microphone, clear above the howl of the wind outside Jimmy's cabin, came a high, brassy, screaming whistle, a sound so piercing, so unnatural, that the radio speaker clipped and distorted, producing a harsh, square-wave buzz that vibrated the metal casing of the base station. "Jimmy," I yelled into the mic. "Jimmy, answer me!" Silence. Then 3 slow, heavy thumps sounded through the open channel, like 2x4s being slammed rhythmically against heavy oak floorboards, before the line died completely, replaced by the flat, endless rush of white noise. I didn't think. I didn't call district dispatch in Trenton, and I didn't wait for assistance. I pulled my heavy yellow oilskin slicker over my coat, grabbed my flashlight, my department-issue handheld GPS, and a heavy iron Pulaski axe from the supply locker, and ran out to the F-350 utility truck. The drive down Carranza Road was a nightmare. The freezing rain was coming down at a sharp angle, coating the windshield in a thick, icy crust that the wipers could barely clear. The high-beam headlights reflected off a wall of driving white sleet and horizontal gray mist. Tree branches heavy with ice hung low over the road like skeletal arms, scraping against the roof of the truck as I drove 40 miles an hour through the storm. When I turned off the pavement onto the sand wash track that led to the Martha Furnace site, the F-350 instantly bogged down into 4 inches of freezing water and slurry sand. I slammed the transfer case into 4-wheel drive low, the heavy engine roaring as the truck crawled forward through the dark, dense pine corridor. 2 miles down the sand track, my headlights caught an obstruction. A massive pitch pine, nearly 2 feet in diameter, lay stretched across the narrow road, completely blocking the path. But as I brought the truck to a stop 20 feet away, I saw that it was not a single blown-over tree. 6 mature pitch pines had been dragged across the road and stacked on top of one another in a neat, deliberate crisscross lattice, forming a 6-foot-high wall of dense needle-covered timber. The trees had not been cut by a chainsaw. Their trunks were sheared off 3 feet above the ground. The solid heartwood twisted and shredded like boiled hemp fibers. The smell came through the truck's heater vents instantly. It was the same odor I had caught at Cedar Creek and at the plains, but now it was overpowering. A thick, suffocating stench of wet charcoal, sulfur gas, and rotten meat that filled the cab, making my throat tighten and my eyes water. I grabbed the Pulaski axe from the passenger seat, stepped out of the truck into the howling storm, and shone my heavy searchlight at the timber barricade. The beam of light cut through the driving sleet, illuminating the tangled mess of branches. And there, sitting on the wet, snow-covered sand directly behind the wooden wall, were the tracks. They were deep, fresh, and steaming in the freezing air. 2 cloven, iron-black hoof marks, 8 inches wide, driven 6 inches into the frozen mud. Beside them in the slush was a dark, viscous fluid that did not freeze. A black, oily liquid that boiled and hissed as it touched the cold water, releasing small plumes of yellow, sulfurous vapor into the wind. I knew I should have turned back. Every instinct honed by 38 years of normal, rational human life told me to retreat to the truck, throw the transmission into reverse, and drive until I hit the paved highway. But I thought of Jimmy Albright, a kid barely old enough to buy a beer, sitting alone in a darkened stone cabin 2 miles deeper into that black swamp. And I climbed up onto the hood of the truck, swung my leg over the top of the timber barricade, and dropped down into the wet sand on the other side. The 2-mile walk along the sand track was a blurry hallucination of ice, darkness, and terror. The forest around me was not silent. It was alive with sound, but none of it belonged to the storm. Above the roar of the wind in the pine canopy, I could hear movement, heavy, rhythmic, leaping impacts that moved through the treetops parallel to the track. Whatever was up there was not flying through the open sky. It was moving from trunk to trunk, landing on branches 30 feet above the ground with a massive, bone-jarring thud that shook ice and pine needles down onto my slicker before leaping 20 yards through the air to the next tree. Jimmy!" I screamed into the dark, holding my flashlight in one gloved hand and the Pulaski axe in the other. My voice was instantly snatched away by the gale, sounding thin and pitiful against the vastness of the barrens. The beam of my flashlight flickered and grew dim. The battery, which was brand new when I left Atsion, was draining rapidly, the bright white circle of light turning a dull, sickly yellow. At 10:30 p.m., I rounded a bend in the trail and saw the caretaker's cabin. The historic structure was built of heavy, rough-hewn ironstone blocks laid down in the 1840s, topped with a steep cedar shingle roof and iron-framed glass windows. Jimmy's state pickup truck was parked in the small clearing out front. The truck had been destroyed. The steel roof of the cab had been caved in, flattened down to the level of the dashboard by a single, immense force from above. The 4 heavy all-terrain tires had all burst. Their rubber melted and fused to the frozen gravel drive. The cabin itself was dark. The thick cedar front door was shut, but the heavy oak frame was cracked down the middle, bowing inward as if something had been leaning its full weight against the center of the wood. I ran up the stone steps, grabbed the iron handle, and threw my shoulder against the oak door. "Jimmy, it's Tom. Open the door." The door gave way with a screech of rusted hinges, and I tumbled inside into total blackness, slamming the heavy portal shut behind me and dropping the iron security bar into its slot. The air inside the cabin was freezing cold, smelling of wood smoke, wet stone, and terror. "Tom?" A small, trembling voice came from beneath the floorboards. I shone my dim, yellowing flashlight beam across the room. In the corner of the small kitchen, a small square trapdoor leading to the shallow root cellar was propped open 3 inches. Jimmy Albright's pale, sweat-streaked face was visible in the gap, his eyes wide and wild with shock. "Is it gone?" he whispered, his teeth chattering so hard I could hear them clicking from 6 feet away. Tom? Is it outside?" "Get up here," I said, dropping to my knees and pulling the trapdoor fully open. Jimmy scrambled out of the cellar like a panicked animal. He was wearing only a thin flannel shirt and socks, his hands bruised and covered in soot. He grabbed the front of my heavy oilskin coat and held on so tightly his fingernails dug through the thick canvas. "It tried to come down the chimney," Jimmy sobbed, pointing a shaking finger toward the broad ironstone hearth at the end of the room. The fire was burning. I had 3 hickory logs on the grate. It dropped straight down into the fire, Tom. It stomped the coals out with its feet. I heard the iron grate buckle. I swung my dim light toward the fireplace. The hearth was a ruin. The heavy cast iron grate, an inch thick, had been crushed flat against the stone floor, its iron bars twisted like soft wax. The bed of burning hickory embers had been smothered, replaced by a mound of gray, steaming sulfur ash that glowed with a faint, ghostly violet phosphorescence in the dark room. And hanging in the square stone throat of the chimney above the mantel were 2 long, deep parallel gouges cut directly into the solid ironstone blocks. Gouges made by something with claws harder than mason steel. Then, from directly above our heads, came the sound. It was not on the roof. It was on the stone ceiling. A slow, deliberate, heavy clicking sound that moved across the cedar rafters from east to west. Click, drag, click, drag. The sound was made by broad, heavy iron hooves stepping from beam to beam. The weight so tremendous that the 150-year-old oak rafters overhead groaned, bending downward 3 inches, dropping flakes of dry mortar and old paint onto our heads. Jimmy dropped to his knees, covering his ears and screaming into the floorboards. I raised my flashlight beam upward. The cedar roof boards between the rafters were beginning to splinter. Small cracks opened in the wood, and through those gaps came a fine, continuous rain of hot yellow sulfur dust that hissed as it hit my wet slicker. Then the light failed completely. The bulb of my searchlight died, plunging the cabin into absolute suffocating darkness. In the dark, the breathing began. It was coming from the chimney throat, a massive rhythmic draw of air that sounded like a giant leather bellows expanding and collapsing inside an iron pipe. With every intake of breath, the cold air in the cabin was pulled toward the hearth. With every exhale, a wave of sickening, feverish heat rushed through the room, bringing that foul stench of wet coal, rotten meat, and hot iron. Clink. Something hit the glass of the high transom window above the front door. I turned in the pitch blackness, raising the iron Pulaski axe above my head. Every muscle in my body pulled taut as a steel cable. In the faint violet glow radiating from the smothered hearth, I saw the silhouette framed in the small 9-inch transom window. It was pressed flat against the glass from the outside, looking down into the room. It was not a man. It was not a horse. It was a gaunt, narrow, bone-white skull, 13 inches long, with no flesh on the snout. Just pale, polished bone drawn tight over a long, narrow jaw filled with yellow, interlocking teeth. Its eyes were 2 deep, hollow sockets that did not catch the light, but generated their own thin, sickly red luminescence. A dull, smoldering heat that burned in the back of the bone sockets like dying coals. Rising from the top of the skull were 2 short, thick, backward curved horns, not smooth like a goat's but rough, black, and pitted like fresh clinker slag pulled from a blast furnace. And hooked over the wooden frame of the window on either side of that terrifying head were 2 long, thin, 3-jointed leathery limbs, fused black bat-like digits spanned by a thin, hairless membrane that was slick with dark grease and steaming in the cold storm air. It did not scream. It did not strike the glass. It simply stared down at us with those smoldering, coal-red sockets, its long, lipless jaw resting against the glass frame, pulling air into its chest with a slow, wet, rattling sound that vibrated through the floorboards beneath my boots. I could not move. I could not raise the axe. I could not breathe. The sheer, overwhelming age and wrongness of the thing sat on my chest like an iron anvil. It was not a creature of flesh and blood that had evolved in the woods. It was something ancient, broken, and unnatural. An impossible survivor of an older, darker world that had been buried beneath the sand and peat, awakened by the cold and the bitter iron in the soil. For 30 seconds, which stretched into an eternity of silent, frozen horror, it held my gaze. Then, Jimmy Albright, sitting on the floor at my feet, let out a thin, weeping groan. The creature's head shifted slightly, its hollow sockets dropping to look at Jimmy. Its narrow jaw opened 3 inches. A sound came out of its throat. Not a roar, but a voice. It was a voice made of scraped metal and wet wind, mimicking with terrifying, flawless precision the exact words Jimmy had spoken over the radio an hour earlier. "Something on the roof, Tom." The sound was instantly followed by that high, brassy, mechanical screech, a sound so loud, so violent that the glass in the transom window shattered inward, raining sharp fragments over my face and shoulders. The wave of heat that hit me through the broken window was like opening the door of an industrial furnace. My skin scorched, my eyelashes singed, and the oilskin slicker I was wearing began to smoke and soften. In pure, unthinking survival panic, I swung the Pulaski axe with all my strength toward the broken window frame. The heavy steel blade did not hit bone or flesh. It struck the ironstone lintel above the frame with a shower of orange sparks, the vibration traveling down the wooden handle and numbing my hands to the elbows. The creature didn't retreat. It drew its head back 6 inches, raised one heavy 3-jointed wing, and slammed its iron-shod hoof against the exterior stone wall of the cabin. The entire west wall of the building bowed inward. 2 400-pound ironstone blocks were dislodged from the mortar, falling into the room with a deafening crash that smashed the kitchen table to splinters and filled the cabin with a dense cloud of gray dust and blinding stone grit. Jimmy screamed as a block pinned his foot to the floor. I lunged forward in the dark, grabbed Jimmy beneath his arms, and hauled him backward into the small 4-foot-deep root cellar, slamming the heavy oak trapdoor down over our heads just as a second section of the stone ceiling collapsed into the room above. We lay in the wet, cold dirt beneath the floorboards, wrapped in total darkness, listening to the destruction above us. For 20 minutes, the thing tore the cabin apart. It did not smash things in a blind, animal rage. It systematically dismantled the structure, tearing the cedar shingles off the roof rafters, ripping the oak window frames out of the stone walls, and throwing 400-pound masonry blocks into the clearing outside with heavy, dull thuds that shook the earth around our hole. Every few minutes, the high, brassy screech would ring out over the clearing, echoed by the howling gale of the nor'easter outside. Then, at roughly 11:15 p.m., the tearing stopped. We heard the heavy metallic impact of 2 hooves hitting the flat ironstone slab outside the front door. A long, wet, rattling breath filled the quiet room above our heads. Then came the sound of leathery wings opening. A heavy, dry thwack, thwack, thwack that sounded like canvas sails snapping tight in a hurricane wind. The air pressure in the root cellar dropped instantly, popping my ears. A gust of freezing sleet blew down through the ruined floorboards above us as something left the ground, the heavy wing beats rising rapidly through the pine canopy, moving north-northeast toward the dwarf pine plains until the sound was swallowed entirely by the roar of the storm. We stayed in that dark, cold earth pit for 6 hours. We did not speak. We did not move. Jimmy lay pressed against my side, shaking continuously, his breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps, while I held the wooden handle of the Pulaski axe so tight my fingers turned white and numb. At 5:30 a.m., the first gray light of dawn filtered down through the shattered remains of the caretaker's cabin. I pushed the heavy trapdoor open 3 inches and looked out. The caretaker's cabin was a shell. The roof was completely gone. The cedar rafters snapped like dry toothpicks. 3 of the 4 ironstone walls had been pushed outward, their heavy masonry blocks scattered across the clearing. The interior was covered in a 2-inch layer of gray, sulfurous ash, mixed with broken glass, crushed stone, and twisted ironwork. I hauled Jimmy out of the cellar. His left ankle was badly broken, swollen and purple, but he was alive. I leaned him against a section of intact wall, grabbed 2 broken oak rafters to use as crutches, and helped him hobble out into the clearing. The storm had passed. The morning sky was clear, cold, and pale yellow over the wet pitch pines. The clearing around the cabin looked as if an armored column had passed through it. The state utility truck had been flipped onto its side, its steel frame bent into a shallow curve, and pressed into the frozen white sand and gravel of the driveway, leading away from the ruined cabin in a single, perfectly straight line toward the dense cedar swamp along the wading river, were the prints. Inverted heart-shaped cloven marks, 8 inches wide, driven 4 inches deep into solid ironstone gravel. In the center of every print, the stone had been melted and fused into smooth greenish-black glass by extreme, fleeting heat. 2 hours later, a state police search team and 3 forestry utility vehicles found us sitting on the side of Carranza Road, 3 miles from the ruins. The official response was swift, coordinated, and thoroughly bureaucratic. Within 48 hours, the site of the Martha Furnace caretaker's cabin was cordoned off with high chain-link fencing and red DARS hazardous environmental spills warning signs. 3 separate state agencies, the Department of Environmental Protection, the State Police Forensic Unit, and representatives from the Army Corps of Engineers, arrived at the Atchin station. The official report, released 6 weeks later, was a masterpiece of government sanitization. It concluded that the caretaker's cabin had suffered a catastrophe caused by a localized, high-intensity microburst windstorm associated with the nor'easter, which had structural failure consequences for the aging, unreinforced historic masonry. The destruction of Jimmy Albright's truck was attributed to a massive fallen pitch pine trunk that had been cleared from the site prior to the arrival of state investigators. The unusual sulfur odors and heat marks were listed as unverified field reports resulting from an ignited propane tank line. Jimmy Albright resigned from the Division of Fish and Wildlife 3 days after leaving the hospital in Mount Holly. He moved to Arizona, changed his phone number, and refused every request from local historians and journalists to speak about his time in the Pine Barrens. I submitted my own resignation on December 15, 2002. I packed my belongings, sold my small house in Pemberton, and moved to a remote, hilly township in Upper Coos County, New Hampshire. A land of deep granite, high spruce, and cold northern limestone where the woods are thick. But the soil contains no bog iron, the water runs crystal clear over white gravel, and the local legends belong to wolves and timber rattlesnakes. I have not set foot in New Jersey in 24 years. I have never driven down Route 206, I have never visited the coast, and I have never spoken to Sarah Koster or Alan Marsh again. I live a quiet life now, working as a small-scale timber estimator for private land trusts in the White Mountains. My work is routine. My days are spent outdoors under clear northern skies, and I spend my evenings beside a wood stove in a stone house built on solid granite bedrock. My friends up here think I left New Jersey because of taxes or population growth. I let them think that. It is easier than trying to explain the cold, suffocating horror of a flat landscape where the water runs red as blood, the ground absorbs sound like dry felt, and something older than the towns walks through the treetops on red-hot iron feet. I thought I had put it all behind me. I thought that by putting 400 miles of mountains and granite between myself and the Burlington County bogs, I had escaped that shadow. Then, 3 weeks ago, in late July of 2026, a small parcel arrived at my New Hampshire post office box. It had no return address. The postmark was faint, but I could clearly read the county code. Chatsworth, NJ 08019. Inside the padded envelope was a single small glass sample vial, the same clear glass vials we used in the State Forestry Service in 2002 for soil testing. Inside the vial was no dirt. It contained a 3-inch square piece of pitch pine bark, dark gray and dry, cut from a live trunk with a sharp field knife. There was no note, no letter, no name. I took the vial home, set it on my desk, and did not open it for 3 days. Last night, a summer thunderstorm rolled down through the Crawford Notch, a heavy, dark squall that brought high winds, cold rain, and long flashes of purple lightning that illuminated the granite peaks outside my cabin window. I sat at my desk in the dark, watching the storm, and finally reached out to pick up the small glass vial. The glass was not cold like the rest of the items on my desk. When my fingers wrapped around the tube, it was hot, radiating a steady, feverish 98 degrees into my palm. I held the vial up to the lamplight. On the smooth, dry inner surface of the sealed glass tube, created by a fine, invisible condensation that smelled faintly through the rubber stopper of sulfur ash and iron slag, 3 small, perfectly clear letters had been traced from the inside. C, E, D. And when I set the vial back down on the desk, the radio on my bookshelf, an old tabletop unit that was switched off and unplugged from the wall outlet, emitted a brief, faint 3-second burst of high-pitched brassy static that sounded exactly like an express train blowing its steam brake on dry steel rails 3 miles out in the dark. My name is Marcus Vance. I am 38 years old, and in the autumn of 2017 I was working as a backcountry warden for Parks Canada in the Yukon Territory. I spent 7 years in that region, stationed primarily out of the operational base near Haines Junction, overseeing the massive, unyielding expanse of Kluane National Park and Reserve. It is a land dominated by massive glaciers, vast gravel river basins, and dense stands of black spruce that stretch endlessly toward mountains so high they seem to hold up the sky. People down south picture national parks as manicured wilderness with paved loop roads and gift shops every 20 miles. But Kluane is not that kind of place. It covers over 22,000 square kilometers, and for most of the year there are only a handful of us out there trying to keep track of a landscape that does not care whether human beings live or die upon it. By late September of that year, the summer hiking season had evaporated completely. The ground had locked up under the first hard freezes. The air smelled constantly of wood smoke and crushed spruce needles, and the sun had begun its annual retreat, slanting low and watery across the horizons. Most of the backcountry access trails were officially closed or unmaintained for the winter, and my duties shifted from managing seasonal campers and trail clearances to routine cabin maintenance, game monitoring, and preparing remote shelter huts for the brutal months ahead. It was solitary work, the kind that suits a certain temperament. I had always preferred the silence of the bush to the noise of town, but looking back now I realize how fragile that comfort really was, and how easily a man can mistake the vast emptiness of nature for mere peace. The incident began on a Tuesday morning, October 3rd. I was at the administrative office in Haines Junction finishing up a gear inventory when a call came in over the satellite dispatch line. A 29-year-old solo hiker named Julian Ross had failed to return from a planned 6-day trek along the Slims River Valley toward the Kaskawulsh Glacier Wash. He was an experienced outdoorsman from Calgary, well equipped according to his registration permit, and had carried an automated satellite messenger. His beacon had logged its last routine location update 3 days earlier, setting his position near Sector 4, a narrow timbered bench high above the dry river flats where Parks Canada maintains a small, emergency survival shelter known as the Duke Creek Cabin. He hadn't pressed the distress signal, but he had missed 2 consecutive check-in windows, and with a low-pressure winter front rolling off the ice field, dispatch needed someone to head up the valley, check the shelter, and confirm his status. I loaded my snowmobile onto the tilt deck trailer behind my service truck, secured my winter emergency pack, rifle, and extra fuel drums, and headed north along the Alaska Highway before cutting west toward the trailhead. The afternoon was overcast and bitterly cold, the sky heavy with the slate-gray bruised look that signals heavy snowfall. By the time I reached the road end and unloaded the Scandic, the wind off the glaciers was biting through my outer shell with a sharp, dry needles and pins intensity. The route along the Slims River Basin is grueling even in good weather, an endless highway of frozen gravel, river ice, and wind-scoured silt beds flanked by sheer mountain walls. I rode for 3 hours in near total solitude, the steady clattering drone of the two-stroke engine the only sound in a world that felt increasingly drained of color and warmth. It was about 4 miles south of the Duke Creek shelter, near a dry tributary bed where the timber thickens into dense lodgepole pine, that I encountered the first anomaly. I was navigating around a drift of wind-blown snow when I spotted a shape lying near the tree line. At first, I took it for a fallen branch or a piece of discarded wind-blown tarp, but as I throttled back and brought the machine to a idle, I recognized the sweeping, curled horns of a full-grown Dall sheep ram. Finding wildlife dead in the bush is nothing unusual. Wolves, bears, winter severity, and steep falls take a steady toll. But as I stepped off the Scandic and walked into the snow toward it, something about the posture of the animal struck me as entirely wrong. The ram was standing upright on all 4 legs, angled slightly downhill, buried to its chest in a small snowdrift. It wasn't lying down, nor was it slumped in the awkward, contorted manner of a carcass brought down by predators. It was frozen completely rigid in mid-stride, its head turned back over its shoulder as if looking at something behind it. I approached slowly, my hand resting on the stock of my sidearm out of habit, half expecting a grizzly to be guarding a kill nearby. But there were no predator tracks in the snow around it, no blood, no signs of a struggle, and no smell of decay. The snow around the sheep was smooth and undisturbed. When I reached out with a gloved hand to touch the animal's shoulder, expecting the stiff, heavy weight of frozen flesh and hide, my fingers pushed straight through the skin with almost no resistance. There was no resistance, no crunch of frozen bone, and no give of frozen muscle. The hide caved inward under the pressure of my thumb like brittle, dry paper, making a dry, whispering rustle. Instinctively, I pulled my hand back and took a step behind. I unholstered my utility knife, extended the blade, and carefully probed the side of the ram's flank. The blade slipped into the body as if I were pushing it into a hollow box made of dry cardboard. I peeled back a small section of the hide near the ribs. Beneath the fur there was no meat, no fat, no blood, and no internal organs. The inside of the sheep was completely dry and light, filled entirely with a pale gray, fibrous, honeycomb-like material that looked like a cross between dry marine sponge and dried wood pulp. The bones themselves felt soft and chalky when I pressed the knife against them. They crumbled into a fine, white, dry powder under minimal pressure. The animal hadn't been eaten or gutted. Its internal mass had simply been transformed, drained, or replaced by this light, porous, cellular husk. It didn't weigh more than 6 or 7 pounds total. I stood there in the quiet forest listening to the wind whistle through the high pines, feeling a sudden cold prickle of sweat form along my spine. I took out my digital camera, snapped a dozen clear photographs of the carcass, recorded the coordinates on my handheld GPS, and dragged the light papery husk into the thicket out of view before climbing back onto my machine. By the time I reached the Duke Creek shelter, twilight was falling rapidly, turning the wilderness into a monochrome landscape of deep blues and charcoal grays. The cabin is a small, rugged structure made of peeled spruce logs, built in the late 1970s as a temporary refuge for wardens and stranded trail users. It sits on a high, timbered ridge overlooking the confluence of 2 dry creek beds, surrounded by dense timber and isolated from any main trails. As I drove the snowmobile into the clearing, I saw that the shelter's heavy wooden door was standing slightly ajar, swinging gently in the wind with a faint, rhythmic creak. I dismounted, pulled my flashlight from my parka, and approached the cabin with my rifle slung across my chest. "Parks Canada Warden Service," I called out, my voice sounding flat and small against the surrounding forest. "Julian, are you in there?" There was no answer. I pushed the door fully open and stepped over the threshold, shining my light around the small room. The interior was cold and dark, smelling strongly of wood ash, dry birch bark, and cold air. Julian Ross's gear was inside. His heavy expedition pack sat on the wooden bench near the table. His sleeping bag was unrolled on the lower bunk, and a portable satellite communicator sat plugged into a small portable battery pack on the counter. Beside the battery pack lay his open field notebook, a half-eaten sleeve of pilot biscuits, and his headlamp. His cold weather jacket, heavy winter boots, and gloves were missing. But all his camp gear, food, and water purification supplies remained exactly where he had left them. I walked over to the table and picked up the field notebook. The entries were typed cleanly in neat, legible print, detailing his journey up the valley over the previous 4 days. The last entry, dated 3 days prior at 4:15 p.m., read, "Heard something weird in the gravel flats near the bench. Sounded like a wet cable sliding over dry rock or someone playing a bass note on an acoustic guitar right under the ground. Ground feels strange. My feet feel numb, like the soles of my boots are vibrating. Going out to check the timberline before it gets dark. Left the radio charging." I set the notebook down and looked around the cabin again. The room felt unnaturally cold, not just with the standard chill of an unheated log cabin, but with a flat, dry, dead cold that seemed to absorb light and sound. I stepped outside onto the porch to examine the snow around the building. Fresh powder had dusted the clearing over the last 24 hours, but beneath the thin top layer, I could see clear, distinct impressions in the frozen mud and crust. They were not boot tracks, nor were they the footprints of a bear, wolf, or moose. They were long, perfectly straight, narrow rectangular depressions, each about 4 feet long and barely 6 inches wide, pressed nearly 3 inches deep into the frozen ground. They didn't sink like a heavy footprint. They looked as though someone had taken a massive, sharp-edged iron blade or a narrow wooden plank and hammered it directly down into the dirt with incredible, mechanical precision. The tracks were spaced roughly 8 to 10 feet apart in a single, straight line that cut out of the forest, crossed the clearing directly toward the cabin porch, and then continued past the shelter into the thick spruce thickets beyond. I knelt down and shined my flashlight into one of the depressions. The sides of the print were perfectly smooth and compressed, as if the soil and frozen needles had been sheared off cleanly at the microscopic level. There were no drag marks between the steps, no indication of weight shifting forward or backward, and no loose dirt displaced around the edges. Whatever had made those marks had moved with absolute rigid balance, lifting its entire weight vertically off the ground with every stride. I returned to the snowmobile, retrieved my satellite phone and my portable VHF trail radio, and stepped back inside the cabin to set up camp for the night. The weather outside was turning worse. The wind was picking up, driving thick sheets of dry, granular snow against the log walls with a sound like throwing handfuls of sand against wood. I stacked birch logs into the small cast-iron wood stove, cleared the chimney flue, and lit a fire using dry shavings and matchbook paper. The wood caught quickly, but as the flames grew and began to roar inside the iron box, I noticed something strange about the heat. Normally, a cast-iron stove in a small cabin rapidly warms the surrounding space, filling the room with a dry, radiant heat that smells of hot iron and warm wood. But as I sat on the wooden bench 3 feet from the stove, the air in the cabin remained oddly frigid and brittle. The fire roared and crackled, yet the air radiating off the metal felt cold and thin, almost drafty, as if the thermal energy of the wood was being pulled away into the walls or absorbed by the space itself. I pulled out my VHF radio and attempted to key the microphone to check in with dispatch at Haines Junction. I pressed the push-to-talk switch and spoke. Haines Junction dispatch, This is Warden Vance at Sector 4 Shelter, over. When I released the button, there was no standard background static or hiss of radio frequency noise. Instead, the speaker went completely, unnervingly silent. It wasn't the silence of an empty channel. It felt like an active, physical vacuum that cut off all ambient noise in the cabin. While holding the radio, the sound of the wind rattling the cabin roof, the crackle of the wood stove, and even the sound of my own breathing seemed to fall away into a flat, absolute hush. I lowered the radio, and instantly, the sound of the wind and stove rushed back into my ears with a sudden, painful pop in my eardrums. I keyed the mic again. Once more, the room's natural acoustic environment dropped into total, suffocating silence. I held the radio close to my ear. Deep within that silence, far beneath the electronic threshold of the receiver, I heard a sound. It was a rhythmic, dry, vibrating friction, like thin, brittle sheets of fingernail or keratin material sliding over one another, accompanied by a low, sub-audible tone that didn't enter through my ears, but vibrated directly through the bones of my jaw and the fillings in my back teeth. It sounded like a high-tension steel cable being plucked slowly under miles of ice. I shut the radio off and set it down on the table. My hands were trembling slightly, not from the cold, but from a sudden, visceral sense of wrongness that seemed to saturate the very air inside the cabin. I picked up my rifle, checked the action to ensure a round was chambered, and sat down on the bunk with my back against the log wall, facing the cabin door. I did not sleep that night. For hours, I sat in the dim yellow glow of my battery lantern, watching my breath plume in the frigid room despite the roaring fire in the stove. Outside, the storm raged through the mountain pass, but every few minutes, during brief lulls in the gale, I could hear that strange mechanical friction rustling through the forest nearby. It wasn't the sound of an animal moving through the underbrush. There was no snapping of twigs, no rustling of dry leaves, no heavy thud of heavy paws or hooves. It was a continuous gliding dry whisper, moving in long, straight sweeps around the perimeter of the clearing, coming no closer than 50 yards, but never drifting fully away. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the sound stopped abruptly. At that exact moment, every drop of moisture on the inside of the cabin windows, the fine layer of frost that had accumulated on the glass panes, instantly sublimated, turning from crystalline frost into a fine, dry powder that fell away from the glass like table salt. A sudden surge of static electricity filled the cabin, so intense that the hair on my arm stood on end, and blue sparks snapped off the brass buttons of my jacket whenever I moved. Then came a low, single vibration that rattled the enamel kettle sitting on top of the stove and caused the wooden bench beneath me to hum like a tuning fork. I remained frozen on the bunk, my rifle held tight against my chest, my thumb resting on the safety selector, until the first faint light of dawn began to seep through the dry windows. By 7 in the morning, the wind had died down to a bitter, biting breeze, leaving the landscape draped in a fresh layer of cold, powdery snow. I ate a brief meal of cold rations, packed my gear, and stepped outside to begin searching for Julian Ross. The rectangular tracks from the previous afternoon were nearly buried under the fresh snowfall, but their faint outlines were still visible, cutting a straight line south toward a steep, narrow gorge where Duke Creek cuts through the shale bedrock. I strapped on my snowshoes, unslung my rifle, and set off on foot following the track line. The silence of the winter woods was heavy and absolute. There were no birds calling, no squirrels chattering in the treetops, no wind in the high branches. The only sound was the steady, rhythmic crunch slide of my snowshoes sinking into the fresh powder. As I descended into the mouth of the gorge, the spruce trees became taller, denser, and swept heavily with snow, casting long, dark shadows across the narrow creek bed. The rectangular track marks grew clearer here, where the wind hadn't reached the valley floor. They were deeper now, pressed 4 or 5 inches into the gravel and frozen creek ice. Strangely, as I followed them deeper into the shadows, I began to find smaller secondary impressions alongside the main tracks. Thin, delicate lines, like the impressions left by thousands of long, thin needles or fine wire strands, pressed momentarily into the snow and then lifted cleanly away. About 3/4 of a mile into the gorge, I found Julian's parka. It was hanging upright from the low branch of a large black spruce tree about 10 feet off the main creek bed. The jacket was fully zipped, the hood was pulled up, and the heavy winter pants and boots were positioned directly beneath it on the snow, as if a person were standing right there in the shadow of the branches. But there was no human being inside the clothes. I approached cautiously, holding my rifle at the ready. "Julian?" I called out softly. There was no response. I reached out with the barrel of my rifle and gently tapped the chest of the empty parka. The material didn't yield or flap like loose cloth. It sounded solid and dry, like striking a hollow wooden drum or an empty wooden cask. I pulled out my knife, stepped up to the hanging parka and slit the front zipper down the center. Inside the jacket, suspended within the insulation and lining, was a dried, grayish-white husk that perfectly mirrored the shape of a human upper torso, neck, and shoulders. It was made of the same light, porous cellular material I had found inside the doll sheep. The gray pulp had filled out the sleeves, the collar, and the chest cavity of the coat, locking the clothing into a rigid, hollow shape. Inside the hood, where the face should have been, there were no features, just a smooth, scoop-like concavity of gray, dry fibers that smelled faintly of chalk and dried moss. His winter boots were filled with the same material, fused directly to the leather insoles. There was no blood, no tissue, no hair, no teeth, and no bone. Whatever had happened to Julian Ross had not merely killed him. It had systematically stripped his body of every drop of fluid, every mineral, every drop of marrow, and every biological structure, leaving behind only this light, brittle, fibrous cast of his physical shell. I stood in the dim, blue light of the spruce thicket, my heart pounding so hard against my ribs I could hear the blood rushing through my ears. The air around me felt thick, cold, and strangely heavy, as if the local atmospheric pressure had doubled in a matter of seconds. I pulled my satellite communicator from my coat pocket to hit the emergency SOS button, but the screen was dark. The glass display wasn't just broken. It was crazed with millions of microscopic radial cracks, and the liquid crystal interior had solidified into a dry white powder. Then behind me in the silent forest, I heard the hum. It started low, vibrating through the thick soles of my snowshoes, passing up through my leg bones and into my pelvis before it registered as a sound in my ears. It was the same sound I had heard over the radio channel, a dry, rhythmic, sliding friction accompanied by a deep, resonant tone that vibrated at the exact frequency of a panic response. I turned around slowly, bringing my rifle up to my shoulder. Standing 30 yards away in the timber, where the spruce trees grew thickest, was the thing that had made the tracks. It was not an animal, and it bore no resemblance to any living creature known to science or human folklore. It stood roughly 12 to 14 feet tall, but it possessed almost no lateral mass. Frontally, it was broad and flat, perhaps 4 feet wide, resembling a towering vertical slab or ribbon of pale yellowed horn, fingernail, or translucent keratin. From the side, however, it was impossibly thin, scarcely thicker than a sheet of heavy cardboard or a thin panel of dry bark. Its entire surface was composed of thousands of overlapping rectangular plates that shifted, slid, and interlocked continuously with a dry, mechanical rustle, like dry palm fronds in a gale. It had no head, no eyes, no face, no legs, and no arms. Instead, the lower edge of its flattened body terminated in two sharp, broad, blade-like extensions that stepped through the snow with rigid hydraulic stillness, dropping straight down, pressing into the ground to leave those rectangular depressions and then lifting vertically without bending or swaying. Down the center of its broad, flat front ran a deep vertical slit lined with millions of fine, bone-white, hair-like filaments. These filaments were vibrating at an unimaginable speed, blurring into a hazy, shimmering sheen that caught the faint winter light. As they vibrated, they produced the subaudible hum, pushing waves of dry, frigid air outward in visible, translucent ripples that distorted the trees behind them, like heat shimmer on a summer road. As I stared at it, the entity turned slightly, presenting its edge to me. The moment it shifted 90 degrees, it nearly vanished from sight, its impossibly thin profile blending almost seamlessly into the vertical lines of the spruce trunks and the falling snow. Then it turned back, broadside, and began to move toward me. It didn't run, leap, or charge. It stepped forward with a slow, terrifying metronomic cadence. Down, press, lift. Down, press, lift. With every step, the low hum intensified, and the air around me grew so dry that my lips split open and bled instantly. The blood that welled on my lip didn't drip. It dried into a dark, crumbly crust within seconds of touching the air. I raised my Ruger 30-06, aimed directly at the center of the vibrating vertical slit, and pulled the trigger. The rifle blast roared in the narrow gorge, a deafening crack that echoed off the shale walls. The heavy lead bullet hit the entity dead center. I saw the impact, a sharp, dry thwack as the round punched clean through the translucent keratin plates. But there was no flinching, no blood, no impact shock, and no interruption in its movement. The bullet passed straight through the papery structure as if passing through dry birch bark, leaving a neat, small, round hole that closed up almost instantly as the overlapping plates shifted and slid over one another. I fired again and again, cycling the bolt as fast as my cold fingers could manage. 3 more rounds hit it squarely in the chest and upper torso. The entity paid no more attention to the rifle fire than a mountain would pay to a spray of gravel. It kept coming, closing the distance between us with that relentless hydraulic step. 10 yards, 8 yards, panic, cold and absolute, seized my chest. I dropped the rifle, turned, and tried to run back up the creek bed toward the cabin shelter. But running on snowshoes in deep powder under the influence of sheer terror is impossible. Within 20 feet, my left snowshoe caught on a submerged willow branch, and I went down hard, tumbling headfirst into a drift of cold, powdery snow. As I rolled onto my back, struggling to clear my eyes and free my legs, the entity stepped out of the shadow of the timber and stood directly over me. The vertical height of the thing was overwhelming. Looking up from the ground, it felt like standing beneath a sheer, flat cliff of yellowed horn and dry bone. The low-frequency vibration poured down over me like a physical weight, pressing against my ribs so hard I couldn't expand my lungs to inhale. My vision blurred around the edges, tunneling into a pinprick of dim light. I could feel the molars in my jaw vibrating, loosening in their sockets while the skin on my face pulled tight, dry, and numb, as if all the moisture in my cells was being drawn upward toward the vibrating filaments above me. I realized then, in that horrifying moment of stillness, how the entity operated. It didn't possess eyes or ears. It didn't hunt by sight or scent. It was drawn entirely to biological rhythm, to physical density, to the moisture and acoustic resonance of living tissue. It moved toward the beating of a heart, the inflation of lungs, the vibration of blood rushing through veins, and the dense, fluid-rich bone structure of living organisms. It pulled that density into itself, converting fluid, mass, and organic matter into its own light, fibrous, sound-absorbing substance. My heart was hammering in my chest like a trapped bird, a loud, rhythmic, pulsing beacon in the dead silence of the winter forest. The vibrating filaments along the entity's central slit began to bend downward toward me, fanning out like a wide, pale curtain of glowing, hair-thin wire. I knew that if I stayed there, if I kept screaming, breathing, or letting my heart race, I would end up like Julian Ross and the doll sheep, a light, hollow, dry husk buried in a snowdrift. With the last reserve of my will, I forced myself to stop moving. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressed my back flat into the cold earth beneath the snow, locked my jaw, and halted my breathing completely. I forced my mind away from the towering horror above me, trying desperately to lower my heart rate, using the deep tactical breath control exercises we were taught for high-stress wilderness survival, holding my lungs empty, letting my body drop into a dead, motionless trance. The curtain of white filaments lowered until it was mere inches above my chest. The dry, bitter cold radiating off them was absolute, a temperature far below the freezing point of water, a cold that felt clean, sterile, and void of all life. I felt a faint, delicate strand touch the back of my left hand, which was exposed where my glove had pulled away from my sleeve during the fall. The pain was unlike anything I have ever experienced. It wasn't the sharp bite of a cut or the heat of a burn. It was a terrifying, hollow, pulling sensation, as if the marrow inside my arm bones, the blood in my wrist, and the water in my skin were being siphoned out through a microscopic straw. I watched through half-closed eyes as the skin on the back of my left hand instantly turned a dull, chalky gray, shriveling against the bones like dry parchment. I didn't scream. I didn't move a muscle. I clamped my teeth together until my gums bled, held my empty breath, and kept my body as still as a stone buried in the frost. For 5 agonizing, endless seconds, the entity hovered above me. The filaments swept slowly across my chest, my legs, and my face, seeking the rhythmic pulse of life. But with my breath held, my pulse slowed by hypothermic shock and deliberate control, and my body buried in the cold snow, I must have registered to its strange, alien senses as nothing more than another fallen log or a density-drained carcass. Slowly, terrifyingly, the filaments retracted into the central slit. The overlapping keratin plates rustled with that dry, palm frond sound, and the entity stepped over my body. The heavy, blade-like foot dropped into the snow 18 inches from my head with a dull thud, pressing deep into the silt and then lifted away. Down, press, lift. It continued past me, moving in a perfectly straight, metronomic line up the gorge toward the high, icy plateau of the glacier. I lay motionless in the snow for 10 minutes after the hum had faded into the distance, my lungs burning, my left hand throbbing with a cold, sickening numbness, unable to believe that I was still alive. When I finally summoned the strength to roll over and sit up, the forest was completely quiet again. The sun had broken briefly through the overcast sky, casting long, pale beams of light across the snowfield. My left hand was altered forever. The skin was smooth, gray, and completely hairless, feeling dry and numb to the touch, like touching a piece of smooth plastic or dry leather. Years later, medical specialists down south would take x-rays and tell me that the bone density in my left wrist and hand had been severely compromised. The carpal bones look on the radiograph like porous, honeycombed pumice stone, light and fragile, stripped of calcium and bone marrow. I managed to stand, retrieve my dropped rifle, and limp back up the gorge to the Sector 4 shelter. I didn't stay to secure the cabin or pack up Julian's gear. I started the Scandic, turned it south, and drove out of the Slims River Valley as fast as the machine would carry me, never looking back over my shoulder once. When I reached the station at Haines Junction, I turned in my report. I didn't tell them the whole truth. I knew what would happen if I wrote down what I had actually seen in that gorge. They would have pulled my credentials, put me on administrative leave, and locked me in a psychiatric ward in Whitehorse. Instead, I reported that Julian Ross had been lost in a sudden winter blizzard, his gear recovered from the shelter, and his body lost to an avalanche or scavengers in the deep terrain of the Duke Creek drainage. Search teams were sent out a week later, but by then, 3 feet of fresh alpine snow had buried the valley, wiping away all tracks, all evidence, and all husks. I resigned from Parks Canada 3 weeks later. I packed my belongings into my truck, turned in my uniform and service equipment, and drove south, leaving the Yukon Territory behind forever. I live in a small coastal town in Vancouver Island now, where the winters are rainy and wet, and the sound of the ocean is loud and continuous. I cannot abide absolute silence anymore. I keep small fountains running in every room of my house, and I sleep with a white noise machine humming beside my bed to drown out the quiet. Because sometimes late at night, when the atmospheric pressure drops before a coastal storm and the house grows still, I can feel a faint, dry vibration in the bone of my left wrist. And if I key an old battery radio between stations in the dark, beneath the empty static, I can still hear that dry, sliding rustle, like sheets of mica moving in the wind, stepping slowly, metronomically, through the vast, silent pine forests of the north, searching for the next heartbeat in the snow.